To announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome and a very good morning to all of you. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you. The Super 30 Top Education Brand Summit and Awards. That wasn't a part of the script, but now mine. BW Education, a 7+ years old exclusive education community of BW Business World, is pleased to welcome all of you to the 5th edition of BW Super 30 Top Education Brand Summit and Awards to acknowledge and applaud the efforts of influential educators who are setting new standards for leaders and teams around the country. BW Super 30 Top Education Brands Summit and Awards Conference aims to gather the movers and shakers to pave the path towards a holistic growth of the nation through advanced and sustainable education ecosystem. BW Education is a platform to explore the latest innovations and ideas that can transform the lives of students, educators, and of course, the industry. With the contribution of insights from Indian education realm leaders, this summit is a must attend to understand the potential and current evolution happening in the Indian education system and how all of this will affect the entire education ecosystem. With that, may I please request my team to play the community AV to give us a sneak peek into the world of BW Education. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World Group and founder. Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 23 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 23 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself updated of all the developments, please subscribe to BW Business World Group magazines. I promise you, it will add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. For all our attendees today, there are lots of exciting offers as well. We request you to please meet Vinod Kumar at the registration desk. He can help you with more of such details. Our latest BW education issue talks about top engineering colleges, 3 years of NEP, divided opinions on new rules for faculty appointments and more. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bweducation.com. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everybody to please join in the conversations of the day and share their learnings by using the hashtag Super30TEB. 30 is numeric. With that, may I please request my team to now play the event AV? Before I move forward with today's proceedings, I would like to thank our partners for the day. Our preschool partner, Kiddo, Safari Kid Global Preschool and Day School. Our school partners, Griffin International School. Our university partner, Scope Global Skill University, Chitkara University. Our associate partner, Sir Padampat Singhana University, Udaipur. Our gifting partner, My Anatomy, in association with BW Education, organized by BW Business World. Our event partners, Exchange for Media, The Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels, Fandrum, Beanly, Just Bath AI, IWM Buzz, Reality Plus, Impact, and Pitch. With that, may I please request my team to now play the partners AV?
उदयपुर को मेरे डैड से बेहतर कोई नहीं जानता। 25 साल से टूरिस्ट गाइड है, बट फॉर द लास्ट 16 years देयर इज अ न्यू अट्रैक्शन इन उदयपुर। देखना चाहोगे? चलो दिखाता हूँ। So this is the attraction I was talking about, my SPSU. क्या नहीं है यहाँ पर? You don't believe me? Come, let's step in.
We are driven by a sacred mission to change the world through the power of education. We look to solve not the problems that we face today, but anticipate the challenges that lie ahead and equip students with the know-how to devise creative and innovative solutions. We redefine for the India of the 21st century, fostering a culture of continuous learning and reinvention. We imbue education with a sense of social consciousness and awareness, creating professionals with the skill sets and know-how to effect real and lasting change. Secret is a relentless drive to better not just our learners, but ourselves with constant faculty and management development.
Sir Padampat Singhania University was established in 2007. It has the legacy of Sir Padampat Singhania and is an initiative of JK Cement. If you look at it has a sprawling campus of 100+ acres, and it is an energy efficient campus, a conducive environment for higher learning. There is a lot of focus on internationalization, industry integration, and innovation. The university is a new age university where you're preparing the youth to be the change agents for the future, and they're nurtured to become the leaders of tomorrow. At the university, we have several centers of excellence which are committed to create sustainable environment. There are high-end research practices which are taking place. Students are being equipped to contribute to the development of the practices within the corporate world. Through technology-enabled environment, rich curriculum, and through experiential learning, we are empowering youth to build nations.
Okay. And now without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage the CEO of PW Business World, Kaushik Gaswala, to deliver the opening address. Sir. Everybody, please let's welcome sir.
Good morning. Good morning. So I wasn't supposed to be here. My senior colleague Harbinder just told me, I've never seen you wearing a check jacket. I was driving and Priya called me and said there was some emergency with Anurag Batra. So I diverted and reached here. Fortunately, office is close by. So I'm not fully prepared, but I have an opinion. Please let me ramble a little bit if I have to, because I'm not fully prepared for this. But very strong opinion, very strong idea on education. So, I used every opportunity to communicate this to all of you people who matter in this space. Thank you for coming this morning. Warm welcome to all of you. I'm a Bombayite. I've been here for 24 years, so I'm confused whether I'm a Bombayite or a Delhiite. But I'm so glad to see this event starting practically on time. Others, Delhi events take about 1.5 hour. NCR events start about 1.5 hour later. But let me just make a point. A couple of tell you what I have in mind. I think over the weekend, past 4-5 days, I've got family who's come down from North America, and we were talking. And the US elections has a few Indian contenders. Okay, I think on the Republican side and the Democratic side, UK today has a leader who is Indian. Okay, now a lot of this is very obvious because our official population is 1.4 billion. Okay, and that's the last census. I think it might be a little higher than 1.5 billion by the time the next census comes out, the numbers will be different. Which means that 1 in about 4, 1 in 3, we don't know the numbers, 1 in 5 people walking on this planet are Indians. Okay, so eventually we will take over the world. Okay, take over the world in the sense, not in a negative way, not in the way the British ruled us. Things are changing, things are moving very fast. But having a lot of people and not people who are gainfully employed, gainfully occupied is dangerous. Okay, it's extremely dangerous, and we are seeing signs of it. I hope sometime I can drop all this and join the UN. That's if they have me to work on global peace. And I believe two things can create. And I have started writing something on my computer. There's a document on my desktop. I don't know whether it will ever make any difference, but there are two things that will bring global peace. Okay, one is de-weaponization. Now people can laugh and think it's a dream. We only talk of denuclearization. De-weaponization, I'll talk about it when we do a BW Defense World event. But it's crazy to think that we continue to create weapons that take lives and destroy properties. Okay, when it's not required, a lot of this that can happen. The second thing is education. Okay, if you can create employable education, a lot of the world's problems will stop. Let me just share this with you, and I'll leave the response to you. But we've seen on YouTube, we've seen videos where in several nations, children are indoctrinated from the age of 6 and 8 to hold weapons. Okay, just imagine going and telling those people who are indoctrinating the children that, Chief, don't do this. The world will give your child an equal opportunity chance. Just a chance. We are not guaranteeing employment. What will the terrorist choose for their child? Okay. We will have to somehow, fortunately, that is not the situation in India. But, a lot of violence, I see a lot of strife, not as much as other nations, but, I wonder that how do people have so much time to go out there and do it? All I can say is you create good education, you give people opportunities, you give people the hope, life will change. Okay. One more, and I worked on this for about 6 years. I ran a services outsourcing company. I've always believed that India could be the services capital of the world, the way China had become the manufacturing capital. But there is so much that India can do for the rest of the world. Okay. And we can do it. If you look at the demographics of other countries, they need us. All we have to do is create employable education, employable people. Business world is a platform at the end of the day. We can't survive without, we don't have education specialists or defense specialists or entrepreneurs within our system or technology. We work as a platform. We've got editors, and we pull on people like you to help us going and help us building the nation in different ways. Having said that, this is our little effort in trying to encourage the education industry to do better. Aditya spoke about the industry, institutes, all of it. I believe this is a nation building activity that we do. And, and I'm saying it with all humility. Okay. And my only urge to you, all of you, is, let's create education that makes people employable, that makes, and especially Indians today, we're seeing them all over the world. We spoke about country leadership candidates. There's a lot of stuff that Indians can do, and this is the industry that can help make it happen. So thank you, for doing what you are doing, and keep doing it. We will continue to recognize the good work that you all are doing and always be there to support it. This is not a plug, saying it in all humility. My contact details are there. If you ever need anything that will help you all more towards nation building and anything that we can do, please kind of reach out to us. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, and have a wonderful day. And please enjoy yourselves. The room will fill up in some more time. Actually, it's already full. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And just like schools, just like colleges, universities, assembly period hota hai. We'll also do our assembly. We'll first take the blessings of the Almighty with a lamp lighting ceremony, and then we shall proceed with the day. May I please request Dr. Madhu Chitkara, Pro-Chancellor, Chitkara University, Punjab, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Shashank Shah, Director, Senior Specialist, Higher Education Niti Ayog, Professor Dr. Pavan Kumar, Joint Secretary, Haryana Board of School Education, Bhiwani, Manish Menon, CEO, Human Development and Social Impact, Ampersand Group, and of course, Mr. Hoshi to please join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. Aye.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And with that, we are good to go. Our inaugural session is on making 21st century education accessible to the last student. And for that, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Shashank Shah, Director, Senior Specialist, Higher Education Niti Ayog, Professor Dr. Pavan Kumar, Joint Secretary, Haryana Board of School Education, Bhiwani, Manish Menon, CEO, Human Development and Social Impact, Ampersand Group, and Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, was supposed to join us, but sir had to virtually attend a session with IIM Lucknow on some urgent basis. He'll be here with us in a while. Now, I've been told that each of them will be given 5 minutes to present their views. So I think आज शायद आप वापस student mode में जा रहे हैं, I feel. That's probably the bit of it. So we'll begin with you, however you want to, please take it.
A very good morning to all of you. The dignitaries on the dais. Shashank is a good friend. He's from Niti Ayog and doing a very good work in Niti Ayog. All the distinguished gathering who is sitting in front of me. Rajita is there. Madhuji is there. Many people whom I know are there. So a very warm welcome to this event. And also thanks to Business World. First for instituting these awards, because these type of awards, they really encourage the, say, edtech companies or higher education institutions or schools, even preschools or K-12, for doing their best. I was in the jury and I know the type of applications we received and how difficult it was to say yes or no or maybe to different categories. And it was so strenuous from morning till evening. No lunch break, no tea break, not even a bio break. So this is the way that jury was handled. And so I'm sure the ones who have got the awards are the lucky ones and the most deserving ones. So congratulations to all of them. We have to talk about 21st century student. I mean, how to reach the last student. So if we talk about what does the student of 21st century aspire, what do they want to do? So I feel the student of 21st century is different from earlier students. Now the students want lifelong learning. They want to learn forever because the technology, the things are changing so fast that if they don't keep on learning in the lifelong learning pattern, they cannot survive. They want to be problem solvers. They want to be solution providers. They want to be working in teams and eventually be the team leaders. They want to, they really love taking challenges, and they want to learn from their mistakes and then move ahead the way we did recently for Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3 and how successful it was, Chandrayaan 3. They want to be innovative. They want to be creative. They want to progress fast, very fast. So this is the profile of the 21st century student. Now the issue is that how our universities or our nation or our society or our families, how will they help the student to fulfill their aspiration? So this is where, and when we talk of the last student, means the student who is sitting in the remote corner of the country, in a rural college, in a border area college, in a small college, how do we reach that student? And we very often say that we have elite institutions in the country. We talk of world rankings. So we say, I mean, of course, there is none in top 100, but there are some in top 200 and some in top 500. But when we talk of elite institutions of the country, be it IITs, IIMs, or central universities, they are only catering to not more than 2 to 3% of the students. So masses are in state universities, they are in state colleges, they are in small colleges, they are in rural area colleges, they are in backward area colleges, they are in border colleges. So how to reach the masses, how to go to the last student? So luckily, when this COVID came, we got answers to some of the questions. The technology is now available. When I say technology is now available, I mean that the possibility is there, but of course the challenge of having devices, internet connectivity, required bandwidth, that is there, and the government is working very, very hard in providing those services. At the panchayat level, we have now provided the internet connectivity. Of course, bandwidth and quality of the internet may be an issue, but technology can really help. I many times I tell the students that if you did not get admission in IIT, don't worry. Whatever college or institution you are studying in, be whatever remote it is, the IIT professor will come to your house and teach you at your convenient time on your laptop, and that too free of cost. How? Because the technology has made it possible. Under NPTEL, all the lectures of the IIT professors, they are recorded and they are available, and every student can make use of it. So technology can really make quality education reach the last student. So I feel that we should be spending, means I mean government should be spending more, the institution should be spending more, the philanthropic organizations should be spending more on creating technological environment till the last mile, in creating devices. We can be even donating devices. We know that everybody has so many mobiles, like whenever a new version comes, we keep on discarding the old versions. Can we donate those devices to the students in the colleges, rural colleges, poor students? So we have to create a ecosystem in which technology can be used. Then when we talk of MOOCs courses, we know that everywhere we cannot have quality teacher. It costs to have a quality teacher. But when we talk of MOOCs courses, I was handling SWAYAM in UGC, and there we were making MOOCs courses for the students, and I did realize that even the best teachers, they were finding it very difficult to make a MOOCs course. In sort of it was difficult for them to speak in front of the camera. They used to say that we can be teaching a class because we get a response from that side, but teaching a camera, we don't get any response. So they used to fumble in front of a camera. So how to create quality e-content? And after creating quality e-content, means by training the teachers so that they can be creating a quality e-content, then how to take that e-content to the last mile, to the rural colleges. So these SWAYAM courses, they have come like a boon. During COVID also you saw that UGC, which was earlier saying that 20% of the courses in a regular program can be done through MOOCs, they increased it to 40%. And now those SWAYAM courses are coming like a boon to every student. So in a university, if there is no possibility of a particular elective or a teacher of a particular course is not there, so that doesn't become an hindrance for a student for not taking that course. They can be taking those courses from the SWAYAM platform. There are many more platforms. edX is there, Coursera is there. So the learning is now become easy. It has become cheap also, and it is available at every corner. The only challenge is the internet connectivity and the devices which the student should be getting. So I feel that when we talk of, I just have 5 minutes, so I'll be finishing. So the answer is that use the technology to its best, to the maximum, to reach the last student. And for that, the government has to spend, we have to create quality content, we have to reach the last student, and it is possible in today's world. Earlier maybe it was difficult, but today it is possible. So let us leverage technology to reach the last student. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you. Since I was informed for a 10 to 12-minute keynote, I have prepared for one. So I'd request your indulgence for that, because I've put together a lot of data, which I'm sure would be very useful to all in the audience here, and also to several thousands watching this online. I think we are in one of the most memorable fortnights of contemporary Indian history. Last week, we celebrated India's landing on the south pole of the moon, the very first by any country in the world, and has given us global recognition and appreciation. As if moon was not enough, today's morning's papers tell us that we are heading to the sun with the launch of the Aditya L1 this week. And next week, we would be hosting the presidency of the G20. We'll be hosting the summit event of India's G20 presidency, where India's leadership of not only the global south, but almost all of the world, and its progress and success with respect to its socio-economic development over the last 7.5 decades will be, and already is being, acknowledged. I think this is a phenomenal opportunity for all of us to feel proud of. And I think if there is one ecosystem that has played a very important role in making this possible, it is the higher education system of India. Why do I say that? When all of us were watching the launch, or rather the landing of Chandrayaan-3 on the moon, and finally when we did land on the moon, the Vikram lander and the Pragyan rover, what we saw was smiling faces of scientists and researchers at the ISRO headquarters. But what was unique was that each of those scientists and researchers were products of our own higher education system, which has enabled them to reach to such world-class levels that India, with its Atmanirbharta in this space, is able to do what nobody else in the world has done. I think this is the transformative power of higher education, which each one of us need to leverage and each one of us need to be proud of. Let me take you to the next part of my presentation, where I'm going to talk about how India has fared in the higher education space over the last 7.5 decades. Way back in 1950, we were just 20 universities. Today, we are 1,200. It's a 60x growth in 7 decades. The number of students then was about 2 lakhs. Today, we are over 4 crores. It's a 200x increase in the number of students. The gross enrollment ratio then was 0.7%. Today, we have crossed 27%. It's a 40x increase in gross enrollment ratio in 7.5 decades. It's impressive for a nation which is now the most populous country on this planet. Let us see closer home the last decade, the last 2 decades. How have we done? In the last 2 decades alone, our GR increased from 10% to 27%. From 2000 to 2022, the number of colleges have gone up from 10,000 to 44,000, and the number of universities from 250 to 1,200. In the last 9 years alone, we have inaugurated 1 university and 2 colleges every single week. That's the kind of expansion of higher education that India has seen, with state-private universities coming up in a very big way, as they have grown over 3x in these 15 years, from 120 to over 400. We are often put in the spot with respect to our investment in higher education, and I did some research to come up with these numbers. The UNESCO Institute of Statistics states that India's expenditure on higher education as percentage of GDP, this is both the central and state government's expenditure, is at par with other leading nations. In 2019, it was 1.3% of the GDP, which is about $36 billion. In the last 9 years, last decade, the central government share in higher education has been substantially rising. It has increased about 40% in the last 9 years alone. So I think we are moving in the right direction when it comes to expansion, when it comes to investment. And now coming to the theme of this session, ensuring that the last student of the society has access to higher education. I think this resonates with what the father of the nation had mentioned 8 decades ago, the ideal of wiping every tear from every eye. What Business World Education is talking through this theme is basically the Antyodaya for higher education. How can we ensure that every student has access to higher education and not just 27%, which is what our current gross enrollment ratio is? What the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan did for school education nearly 20 years ago, the National Education Policy 2020 is providing a canvas for us to achieve in the space of higher education. Let me highlight 3 areas where this access can be increased. I think one very important area we need to focus on is gender focus. India has already achieved a gender parity on 1.01, and we all need to pat our backs because now there are more women in the higher education system than men. Yet there is opportunity for improvement. Nearly 13 states and union territories, especially in the eastern and northeastern part of India, have not achieved this kind of gender parity. How can we contribute to better gender focus? I think there is need for more safe and secure environment in our higher educational institutions, hostels, transport facilities, access to personal hygiene, especially in hilly states and tribal populations, better access to finance, scholarships, free ships, and of course, a robust multiple entry, multiple exit system, especially for female students who drop out due to social economic circumstances. The second area to improve access is the SEDGs, the socially and economically disadvantaged groups. India is today the second largest higher education system in the world, with 8 universities per lakh population and 30 colleges per lakh population. But there is a need to focus on the remote regions of our country, especially as Dr. Pankaj Mittal mentioned, the Himalayan states, the Northeast regions spread across 14 states and union territories. Interestingly, out of the 112 aspirational districts of India, 43 districts have at least 1 university. But in contrast, we have a Jaipur with 35 universities in a single city and a Bangalore with 1,118 colleges in a single city. So that's the kind of difference in concentration that is there. So there is a need to focus on improving access for SEDGs. I think there is a need for pre-admission outreach programs at the school level. There is a need to focus attention on the children of migrant laborers. There is a need for better higher education financing ecosystem. There is a need to provide content in local languages. There is a need for dedicated hostels in practically every district of India for these groups. And there is a need for providing focused infrastructure for the Divyangjans. I think this is very vital for ensuring access. I'll come to the third part, which Dr. Mittal already mentioned, about the role of technology in ensuring access. I think what we saw during the pandemic was phenomenal utilization of technology in education. And I think if this has been possible, it is because of the extraordinary growth in our public digital infrastructure that has been seen over the last decade and more. The number of internet users in the last 12 years has increased 10x from 9 crores to over 90 crores in India. The cheapest mobile data rates are available in India. From nearly 90% high rates, we've come down 90% less. Today, it's 14 rupees per GB in less than a decade. And there has been a 27 times increase in the number of smartphones from 3 crores to over 93 crores in just a decade. I think these play a very vital role in ensuring that technology can be leveraged for ensuring access to higher education. What is required is further customization, hybrid teaching and learning, capacity building of teachers, as Dr. Mittal mentioned, and effective use of existing platforms, whether it is the Swayam or Swayam Prabha, but also ensuring that the content is available in languages that the people in the hinterland are able to access higher education to. I'll go to the last part of my presentation. The theme was very interestingly talking about enhancing access to 21st century education to the last student in India. I think 21st century education is not just about access alone. It is also about quality and future readiness. If we were listening to the address of the Honorable Prime Minister at the B20 summit, he mentioned about 3 vital transitions that the business world should be focusing on. From carbon credit to green credit, from pro-planet people to pro-planet institutions, and from consumer rights to consumer care. These would be or should be the mantras for business all over the world, as highlighted by him. There are 3 areas I would highlight for 21st century education, which Indian higher education institutions need to transition to. We need to move from teaching to research for teaching. I think research is very vital in the higher education ecosystem. And I think this is one area where India needs to do even better. We lag behind major nations of the world with just 0.7% of GDP invested in research, which in absolute terms amounts to about $18 billion, which is at par with most our peer nations like Brazil and others, and even better than South Africa or Mexico. But when calculated per capita, it's a mere $13. Compare that to Israel, the per capita expenditure or investment in research is $2,438. And in Japan, it is $1,300. That is the kind of investment in research that these developed countries have engaged in. I think higher education research is mere 10% of our research budget. And we've done well in the last 8 years. The higher education share of R&D has gone up by 3x. And despite the limited budget, we contribute to about 4% of global publications. So I think this is an area where we need to focus phenomenally. The second area is job seeking to job creation. I think India becoming the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world is proof of the potential that we have. 90,000 startups with over 100 unicorns. And what is even more interesting is that estimates show, a NASSCOM report shows that nearly 50 lakh jobs, direct and indirect, would be created by the startups by 2025. And nearly 50% of the unicorn founders have been from the IIT ecosystem. But as the ISRO achievement has shown us, I think brands are not just the criteria, it is the system which empowers whether IITs or any other higher education institutions in India. The last I think we need to transition is from rote learning to holistic education. The national education policy has drawn our attention to 4 areas. At the planetary level, we need to be ensuring that environmental awareness and sustainable development becomes a core part of our higher education. At the national level, the inculcation of human values, truth, righteousness, peace, love, and non-violence as listed in the NEP should form a core part of the way we deliver education and the students imbibe this education. At the community and society level, I think social engagement is very vital, and the concept of seva introduced in the NEP. And at the individual level, I think it is multicultural competence that is vital for being good human beings. IQ can be hired as you rise up the corporate ladder, but it is EQ and SQ which you need to possess as a leader, because that cannot be outsourced. I think in the next 25 years, as India becomes the largest provider of human capital to the world, the higher education systems are going to play a very important role. By 2035, we will be doubling our student base from 4 crore to 8 crores, which means 2 crore graduates will be leaving the portals of higher education institutions every year. Are we only going to create 2 crore job seekers, or are we going to create 2 crore individuals who have nobility and ability? The ability of contributing as knowledge workers to India of the 21st century, but also with the nobility to espouse the value of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and achieve the vision of one planet, one family, one future. It is before us, and we shall achieve both of these. Thank you very much.
Good morning. In case some of you are wondering why I'm attired like this, I'm not the only one. There is a Colonel Shaker out here too. We are both from Kerala. We are Keralites. We are Malayalis, and today is Onam, which is our festival. So happy Onam, everyone. You know, I thank you, Business World, for having me here. I'm what is called a headline speaker, and honestly, I do not know what the headlines are. And especially after hearing both Dr. Mittal and Dr. Shah talking, I really don't have much to contribute in the area of what a 21st century education should do to reach the last mile student. I think some of the points that they made are fantastic. However, having said that, I think it's important to know what is, so when we talk about 21st century education, what are we talking about? I guess what we're attempting to do is to have children who are possessing some qualities, right? Critical thinking, compassion, communication skills, creativity, to consensus building. And I think all these are qualities that exist in Indians. I think it's something that Indians do have, and it's very good that 21st century education is going to try and enhance these qualities. And it's very clear now to everybody that we are clearly moving at a very fast pace of what is called the schooling that is required for the 19th century industrial age to the current age, which is a knowledge of, it's an age of knowledge economy. So to that extent, I think a lot of work is already happening in that space. Having said that, in front of me, there are two images that keep coming when we talk about this last mile approach that we're trying to do. On one side, we've got the country going at an extremely unprecedented pace. And I think Dr. Shah mentioned a lot of statistics out here, but that's the truth. We are growing at an unprecedented pace. I mean, 49 to 50% of India is already penetrated into the internet. 90 million digital transactions happening in a year. And we are now globally number one. Our GDP is growing at a pretty robust pace. We are the 5th largest economy in the world. And the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, has clearly mentioned that we are likely to get into the number 3 very, very soon. Nearly $10 billion have been invested into the tech space over the last 5 to 7 years. We've got nearly 24 to 25,000 tech companies in India. 1,500 of them are coming in every year. 400 of them are edtech, by the way. So all the right noises, all the right spaces, all the right things that are happening. In fact, even the government has made some tremendous progress in the area of technology. I mean, look at the basic things, right? Even our M-Aadhaar, our COVID certificate, the DigiLocker, the FASTag that is used to open the boom barriers while you're on the highways. On the education side, Swayam, National Digital Repository, your Swayam Prabha, the Swayam, the MOOC platforms. I think the government is doing a lot. So all these are great stuff and very, very good for the country to progress to what we need as the theme that has been mentioned. Having said that, I urge all of you to also look at the other side of the image. Now, when we're trying to reach the last mile, please be aware that the last mile in this country, or let's say the economically weaker side of the country, there are people who earn less than 20 rupees a day. Okay, illiteracy is very, very high here. Infrastructure is very low. How do you reach this last mile? I don't have the answer, but I just want this to be, thought through when we have these discussions. How do we reach the last mile to the 67,000 children who are going to be born today, by the way, going at the birth rate of what we're going through today? By the end of today, we'll have about 67,000 children. How do these children get their early years formative learning that is so very important till the age of 7? How do we reach there? We talked about technology, excellent. Academia is already in place, but the convergence of these two, I think, are still going through some stress points. I think they are in silos. The academia is still extremely focused on EQ, extremely focused on student learning and outcomes, which is very correct. Technology is also trying to get there, but I think they're also under pressure. When they have their MLs and the robotics coming in, I think they're also under pressure on return of investments and how do you kind of sustain. And therefore, I think somewhere they're not reaching the last mile as much as they should. Yes, a lot of work is happening. I agree. But I think if you have to reach the last mile, I think it has to go at a much faster pace. I think somewhere, so long as we keep marks in front of us and do not get it replaced by credits, and I think the NEP is doing a lot of work in that direction, but till that happens, I don't think we'll reach the last mile. I don't think we'll reach the last mile till such time that we have bullying or cyberbullying getting out of the space. Till such time that we have insecurities creeping in. I mean, if someone comes from the rural India into the urban India and is sitting with us, and he or she is a little concerned about how to speak, and therefore the divide sets in, I don't think we can reach the last mile. So I think we need to be aware of this. We won't reach the last mile unless we take care of mental wellness, which is fast creeping in today's society. So I think, yes, we can get there. And there are a lot of good things happening, but I think in parallel, it'll be good for us to also keep a little eye on some of these challenges and figure out how to handle that. And that's the reason why I think conferences like these are very important. I think conferences like these, which have so many hearts and minds sitting here, can really take us to that outcome with debates and discussions. I've also written down something that I've been picking up of late from a lot of people in a lot of conferences. And this is something which some smart person has come up with some of these acronyms. How many of you have heard of VUCA? VUCA. Okay, vulnerability, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Now there is a new one. That's called something called BANI, B-A-N-I. Brittle, anxious, non-linear, incomprehensible. There's a third called tuna, not the tuna fish, tuna. It's turbulent, uncertain. I'm not able to recollect what N is. Ambiguous is A. And there is RUPT, RUPT. Rapid, unpredictable, paradoxical, and tangled. These are the kind of acronyms that are now doing the rounds. And I think if you have to get 21st century education to reach the last mile, the one objective should be to destroy these acronyms and not have these around. Imagine our children growing up in a world which has got these acronyms, and they'll be all set to start, facing the world thinking that this is how it is. There's a lot of fear. And I think we should destroy that. And that's why conferences like today, I think, are good, because there are some good topics. I think the first topic of higher education, expanding the boundaries and trying to link it with skill and employability, great stuff. I think that's a headline topic really. The topic of having flipped, the flipped class and blended classroom learning. My good friend Colonel Shekhar is going to moderate that, and I think he's a great guy to moderate that, because Colonel Shekhar represents the old tradition values of education, and yet he's progressive. So it'll be interesting to see him moderate a topic like this. There's a topic on early child years, which is very good. In fact, I just want to say that the organization that I represent, founded by Mr. Rustam Kerawala, we actually work on private schools. Of course, we have a lot of private schools, but we also work with the government. And one of the government initiatives that we do is to run creches or daycare centers for the children of construction workers in a state. We cover the entire state. Now, these children of construction workers are found, playing in the sand and the stones while their parents are at the construction sites. And that's an initiative that we've done. But what we're doing is probably going to touch 0.001% of what the country needs. And I think these are the areas that probably we need to look at as we go forward. So early child education and childcare and topics around that, great stuff. I think there's a topic on new age teaching and upskilling ourselves. And in a recent conference that I attended, there was a big debate on AI and the infusion of AI in teaching. And the conclusion was that, look, AI will not replace teachers, but teachers who do not adapt to AI may get replaced by teachers who adapt to AI. So that's the conclusion that's coming out. And therefore we need to be aware of that. So it's a great topic. Decoding the NEP, I think it's done, but it's good to refresh. But more interesting is the last topic of the day, which talks about practical implementation of NEP on the ground. I think 3 years of NEP on the ground is going to get discussed by a very senior bureaucrat from Puducherry, and I think that will be exciting to listen to. So I think it's a great day. It's a great productive day, and I wish everyone a fantastic learning experience and a sharing experience, and happy morning and happy day to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. With that, we come to an end of this so-called panel session slash individual speeches, I would call it. Please, a picture, let's have with all of you, and then we can sarai it. I think collectively once for them, ladies and gentlemen, for starting the day, for sharing their viewpoints. Thank you. Thank you so much. With that, we move ahead with the first panel discussion for the day, expanding boundaries of higher education skills and employability. Before I invite the panelists, a request to all of us sitting in the room. We request you to please, if you have any personal discussions, to please take them outside the hall, because this is a chotu sa hall. So even your whispers are heard loud and clear. Just a request. Thank you. For this, please join me in welcoming a panelist. Dr. Madhu Chitkara, Pro-Chancellor, Chitkara University, Punjab. Abhishek Pandit, Pro-Chancellor, Scope Global Skills University, Bhopal. Professor Dr. Padmakali Banerjee, Vice-Chancellor and President, Sir Padampat Singhania University, Udaipur. Professor Dr. Sujoy Biswas, Director and CEO, Techno India University and Techno India Group, Kolkata. Professor Dr. Pankaj Kumar Mishra, Pro Vice Chancellor, Global University, Saharanpur. And this session will be chaired by Professor Mrs. Rachita Kulkarni, President, Sri Sri University, Cuttack. Wherever, ma'am, please. Wherever.
Good morning, namaste, and thanks to Dr. Mittal and the two other speakers, Shashank and yourself, Vinish, for your inaugural remarks. And we are beginning the panel already in an agile and completely agile way, where 10 minutes has been taken away from our panel. So hearty welcome to all the distinguished panelists. And this is the session where we talk about how we can expand the boundaries of higher education from a skill and employability point of view. Dr. Shashank gave a lot of statistics. Dr. Mittal spoke about how we can use technology to reach education to the last mile. And Vinish, you gave us a lot of ideas on the environment that we are entering and the children being born today, the environment that they will potentially enter. And that is the context in which we begin this conversation. There is a lot of data on how there is a gap of skills. If you look at the OECD data, if you look at the Coursera World Skills Report, India Skills Report, if you look at the UNESCO data, all of us have seen a lot of that data as educationists. And the message is very clear that A, there is a gap of skills. Very highly skilled workers, there is a gap of about 40 million in the world. Skilled workers, there is a gap of about 45 million. With respect to India, there are a number of specific skills that there is a huge gap on. When we sit on our national councils, whether it's FICCI or ASSOCHAM, Dr. Madhu ma'am and I sit on ASSOCHAM together, our industry partners are always complaining that the students we are graduating are not necessarily 100% ready for the jobs that they get in the industries. So this is the context we are in. And in this panel today, we have a very, very distinguished set of education leaders. And we have a few questions we will deliberate on to look at what we can do as higher education to bridge this skills gap, to make our students more employable. What are the best practices we can learn from each other? And today, really, as a group of education leaders, I think it is our dharma and our responsibility to make sure that we are giving our students what they need to become holistically successful in the world they are entering. So I'll keep these opening remarks brief. And we have a set of questions that we will start the first round with, and time permitting, we will go to the second question. And I request all panelists to also keep the remarks brief so we can have it as a conversation going. Is that all right? Yes, we can. Yeah, we can begin. So I will begin. I'll begin with my newest friend today, Dr. Padmakali. So Dr. Padmakali Banerjee, Vice Chancellor, President, Padampat Singhania University. So my first question, Dr. Banerjee, to you is that, from all that we are seeing, you are an industry founded, connected university. You see that the demand for hybrid skills is growing. So how can universities and institutions offer programs that integrate multiple disciplines, for example, which is also mandated now by NEP, to produce your graduates with a much broader comprehensive skill set? Your thoughts?
Great. Thank you so much for those lovely remarks. And I'm so delighted to be part of the Business World Summit. It's a pleasure because I've been also contributing to the magazine. And of course, with the great co-panelist, I think I'm going to go back enriched. So actually, there are no, one size fits all. So primarily what I really want to stress on that, all my life prior to joining SPSU, which is a JK Cement led university in Udaipur a year back, I've been working very closely on skill development while I was leading other universities. So what I realized that, now what the entire game plan is changing. We have been talking about and what helped us. Actually, the NEP has facilitated all of this. So through that, what is happening is today, students not only are doing multiple skilling programs or earning micro credentials, but I think the global certifications that a student they can earn from the early years. So I'm talking about a seamless integration from K-12 to higher education. So when they come in, the students already form a voice of what their life is going to unfold. And then they are picking on areas. Just to give you an example, that if I'm talking about, teaching, say, business analytics in the university, then contributing and collaborating with a partner like SAS and giving the kind of global certification on data visualization is an enabler. So what is happening is when the companies, not just the companies who are coming to recruit, even for the new ideas of entrepreneurship or startup, the way industries are growing, it is very important. Similarly, coming from say a JK Cement industry, so there are a lot of work which we are working closely with, say FL Smith, JK Cement. So the cement technology is being integrated into the core programs. So by the time the students are actually exiting the university, either for higher education or to enter the industry, they are well prepared, well grounded. To do all that, I think there's an entirely tech-enabled environment, which I think we all believe in. So not only are you going to create smart classroom, but a real-time learning. So I think the entire conversation in the morning, which talked about the hybrid learning, getting people into the classroom. I do believe in the contact, the kind of session today we are having, when we are meeting people, it makes a lot of difference. So the industry from worldwide coming to the students, to the campus, creating cohorts of mentor-mentee system. So that is how I think we are going to look at. And if you look at the large numbers of skill gap, it is immense. But believing in not just the SQ or EQ, I believe in OQ, which is optimistic quotient. In fact, one of my book talks about it, the power of positivity, optimism, and the seventh sense. So how do we equip students with the seventh sense and optimistic intelligence so that they are able to become the best learners? They create their own path for the future of India and our nation and the worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Banerjee. So great ideas, mentor-mentee, industry-specific training, and a new concept of OQ that you have introduced today. With that, Dr. Biswas, I turn to you. You are the director and CEO of the Techno India University and the Techno India Group from Calcutta. Dr. Banerjee spoke about industry-specific training. I want to come to the big elephant in the room always, is the new technologies, emerging technologies, AI, ML, etc. So what is your view on how can emerging technologies like AI, data analytics, ML, etc. be leveraged to personalize education, to upskill, to provide students with learning pathways that are customized, tailored to them, so they become more employable? Take the mic.
I'm comfortable.
Okay.
Hello. Good morning to you all. Good morning, ma'am. Thanks for the question. First of all, thanks to Business World for calling me. I come all the way from Calcutta, almost without a sleep last night. We are very proud Indians right at this point of time. With Chandrayaan-3 happening, we are the first country, as the Niti Aayog person said, to land on the south pole of the moon. And that too through Indian education system. Goldman Sachs predicts that by 2075, India will be the best performing country in the world. Mr. Jaishankar was asked in the United States that in which axis India falls, in the axis of the United States or axis of China. And he answered that we make 1/5 of the world population and we are an axis by ourselves. I represent Techno India Group and the Techno India University, one of the biggest education providers of the country of India, with more than 120 campuses, 120 plus campuses, 1 lakh students and 5 lakh alumni. And as ma'am said of artificial intelligence, machine learning, everything, but I want to wrap up within 2 minutes what I have to say. And I quoted that education has been the bulwark of the development progress of human civilization anywhere in the world. India and its ancient education system have provided roadmaps of sustainable human life and a sustainable, healthy planet art for thousands of years. The basis of education is and always has been the development of the individual, the physical, the intellectual, the emotional, and the spiritual being of the individual need to be nurtured, to be worked on through the process of education. This process is not piecemeal. It starts right at the school level and continues through the years of higher education, where components of domain knowledge are conjured with the constant skill development, creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship, and the capacity to toil, to take challenges, stay calm, and resolve problems satisfactorily. As already said, these aspects require a multifaceted structure of education to create and incubate multifaceted individual who can, 1, locate a problem or need in the environment and within communities, analyze the problem and need and divide it into logical parts, take up each part in a systematic manner and plan solutions and actions, delegate responsibility to teams and individuals after working out the sorts or is strength with opportunity threats. Synthesize new and innovative strategies taking into account available resources, information, and designs. Every educational system, whether it is academic oriented courses or professional courses, need to curate curriculum according to the aforementioned states. Moreover, elements of development of good habits of physical health need to be inculcated, and special emphasis needs to be given on stress management and development of spirit that is calm, but also courageous, adjusting, but also assertive. If we have to expand boundaries of higher education, particularly in terms of skill and employability, we have to focus on the power of doing and going out into the world, into the industry and the corporate arena to look at the future of a bird's eye without flinching, without ready-made solutions. There, they can be nurtured to take up challenges, projects taking into account present-day scenarios, socio-economic, socio-political, and socio-cultural. Each of these angles provides skilling up and concomitant job opportunities, as well as capacity for thinking ahead and creating jobs. Entrepreneurship is an important aspect of training in today's day and age, where startup giants are created by finding simple solutions to complex problems. By training them in design, thinking, and business development programs, we can arouse their interest in creating business with local knowledge, resource, and expertise. There is a need to localize curriculum to utilize the immense knowledge in our workers, artisans, farmers, horticulturalists, etc., to make education more inclusive and more employment friendly. Our country has greatly suffered due to the white-collar tags to jobs and skills, which are now essentially being rendered obsolete by the technological disruption, what ma'am was saying. What cannot be taken over by this artificial and meditation language is the people connect, the human touch and understanding, the capacity to communicate and reach out to other human beings, see what they can require and provide them a reasonable service. Education needs to focus on creating knowledge and being more knowledgeable and compassionate, empathetic individuals who are not prejudiced or rigid in their outlook towards life, towards their respective fields. I conclude by saying what Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee used to say in many of his states, and I quote him, as we say that we are going to make some difference, we are going to make a difference to ourselves. He said, and I quote, "Mutti mein kuch sapne lekar bharkar jeev mein aashaye, dil mein hai tamanna meri kuch kar jaye, सूरज सा तेज नहीं मुझ में, सूरज सा तेज नहीं मुझ में, दीपक सा जलता देखोगे, अपने हद रोशन करने से तुम कब तक मुझको रोकोगे, तुम कब तक मुझको रोकोगे, तुम कब तक मुझको रोकोगे." Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Biswas. So a lot of ideas from your side, and I think one of the quintessence that I got out was that skills of human-to-human connection, empathy, personal skills as such, which was alluded even before, that the emotional quotient, the spiritual quotient is something that yet cannot be taken away by automation. And to that, Dr. Chitkara, Madhu ma'am, I come to you. Madhu ma'am is the Pro-Chancellor of Chitkara University, Punjab. So ma'am, technical skills are important. We are talking about them. We are educating. You have thousands of students in your own university studying engineering and computer science and such skills. But what is your view on how we can develop the soft skills, emotional intelligence in our students? How are you doing it? And what ideas you have for all of us on that? Because that is something which again and again we are hearing, seeing, and it's our experience is something which is going to be vital.
Thank you, Rajita, for asking this question, because it's very near to my heart. You all have seen that during pandemic, what happened. We were able to deliver the lectures. The IQ was delivered through using the technology. In the first session, everybody was talking about the technology, that we were able to reach to the last student. And I think that for that, we all should pat ourselves that we were the winners all the way. And in the whole world, I think India was the country with the 140 crores of the population. We were able to deliver the goods. But that was about the IQ. And it for the last so many years, India is known for delivering the intelligent quotient, that how we are doing it, and our systems are very good. After NEP, because during pandemic only we got the national education policy, and there they were saying that everything is to be evaluated, whether it is formative evaluation or whether it is summative. So it is every aspect of the personality of a child is to be evaluated. And that is very difficult, because we don't know that how to evaluate that. First of all, how to develop those. I think one of the speakers was saying that we are developing the EQ, we are doing something in SQ. And during pandemic, we have seen that if EQ was little bit was handled by the parents, but what about SQ? Now, when the students are back in the campus, we have seen that they are not very socially connected to each other. I think I have noticed in my campus that students have started losing interest in interacting with each other. They are not laughing. They are not doing any truant activities. And I used to snub them that why you are doing this. Now I have made up my mind that I will not say anything to them, because that was a life in the campus. So those were the skills which are to be evaluated, how we are evaluating and how we are developing. I will give you some example which we are doing in Chitkara University. While seeing the pandemic effect on their personalities, we developed one center of happiness, and we have a full-fledged officer of happiness. What we do is that there are some sessions, and those sessions are happening the whole day. And normally what we do in all the campuses, we have the counselors with us, and those counseling sessions are giving them that is there is any problem with the emotions or there any problem with the adjustment. They come to the counselor and they do some counselings, and in that way that soft skill is developed. So we have done this where they can talk about the well-being, their well-being. Second activity, there are, I think all of us have adopted the villages around us, and this is a mandate through NEP also, and this was a mandate for the last so many years, that this becomes our social responsibility. It becomes a corporate social responsibility to talk to the villagers, those who need our help, because we are in the education. So when they are going to the NSS activities, when they are going for the NCC activities, there they are talking to the villagers. So in that way, that social skill, so how to talk to them, how to convince them, that is developed. So these type of activities, if we all start doing it. Now, third example I will give you, that normally every university is doing the co-curricular activities. I never say that it is extracurricular activities. These are the co-curricular. You are going for the, for example, in our campus, we do rung race every year. We do TED Talk sessions. We do because of the G20 event, I think every university has taken one activity, whether it is B20 or S20. So we were partnered to the B20, S20 and W20. So when those activities were happening, the students who were part of it, they were talking to the people from all across other universities. So in that way, those soft skills. So very difficult to develop the soft skills, and it is very, very easy to develop the hard skills. So now it becomes our responsibility that how we are doing it. Now I will give you one example that where they can develop their entrepreneurship. And those skills, how that is very important, because I think one of the speakers were saying that they will ask for the jobs. And when I think the Niti Aayog guy was talking about that 2 crores of the students will be more than passing out from the universities. And when they will be passing out, they need the jobs. So it is not possible to give the jobs to everybody. So they have to create the jobs. They should be the job creators. So for that, we do the Apni Mandi, we do the Chitkara Mandis. For that, we take the space, and since the adopted villages are there, they buy the products from them and they sell it in the market, and the product becomes B2C directly. So no mediator. And in that way, our students try to develop those social skills. So I think these are the methods where we can do something to develop the soft skills.
Very nice, Dr. Chitkara. These are very practical, very practical sharing from your side. Very important that all of us can learn from each other, so that we can.
Example, which I think you are part of it, and thank you to you that they are having the art of living sessions. So this is so well taken by our students. And the evening we have students in the hostels, and they are regularly taking those sessions where those soft skills and the emotional skills are developed.
Yes.
So I think those activities can be part of it, where they can be
Absolutely, absolutely. That was one thing I think I will share also from my side in Shrisha University. I think that is an important ecosystem we have created where we help students learn meditation, Sudarshan Kriya, yoga. And like you rightly said, the pandemic has played really havoc with the mental well-being of especially the younger generation. So empowering them with the skills to develop resilience, grit, inner stability, I think is very important for us, and we are doing it. And I would recommend every education leader to embrace some such mechanisms because that is important for our students. So Dr. Chitkara, thank you so much. And with that, I will come Abhishek to you. Abhishek Pandit is the Pro Chancellor of Scope Global Skill University, Bhopal. Abhishek, can you talk to us a little bit about, there is so much discussion about the apprenticeship program that is going on today. How does it fit in the higher education system? And yours is a skill university. Talk to us about what are your focus areas and what ideas from you we can all take to really again bridge this skill gap.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Business World, as well, for this opportunity. Now, most of us have been coming for such conferences for years right now, and pretty much in every conference we talk about industry not getting the resources, students who fit their industry, right? And we most of the time blame the industry, or many times we blame the government, the policies, etc. And it's been going on for years, and I don't think that's going to end. It's going to continue for years in the future as well. But having said that, we all know that if we need to make a change, then we need to start making that change. And frankly speaking, the government has done quite a bit. The national education policy, we are all aware, is radical in that sense. We also have acts, for example, the Apprenticeship Act, ma'am just spoke about, which is quite radical now. Putting all these pieces together, there is a good framework that can be taken to market where industry can benefit, students can benefit, and the universities can also benefit. Just to give an example, what we've done is that we've brought in industry center of excellences within our university. For example, Daikin has set up a center of excellence, Hero has set up a center of excellence, Maruti has set up a center of excellence. Essentially, it's the industry which has come into the university. A small miniature industry is in the university. The students actually go through real life situation of how it will be in the actual work environment within the university. And during the course itself, we send the students to the industry to do an apprenticeship program. It is a year or a year and a half apprenticeship program where the student is actually in the industry, working in the industry and learning as he is working, because he's got the theoretical skills. He's done the center of excellence in the university. And when he is going to the industry there, the industry teaches him real life skills, right? How to talk to your peers, pressure from your boss, etc., etc. So all of that comes into the real life learning of the student. And we all know industry is selfish. Industry doesn't do it for free. Not many industries like JK Cement actually set up their own university or colleges. So industry wants to benefit from this. And the way they benefit is that because these students go there, they get a stipend and they make these kids work, right? So they benefit, students benefit by getting real life work experience, and they come back to the university enriched with a lot of knowledge, with a lot of skill. And we believe that the best skill is obtained in the industry, and working with the industry is the absolute skills as far as the place where you can get the best skills possible. So the apprenticeship program, just a quick view on that. I'm not sure how many of you are aware here, but when the student goes to the industry, the government actually pays part of the stipend. I mean, I don't know if you're aware, but the government pays part of the stipend. So industry benefits there as well. Student get their stipend, and it's a win-win situation for everyone. Take an example of this candidate who is 12th pass, who is forced to get into the labor market because he has no money to get into the higher education ecosystem, or there's a social pressure for him to start working. Now, these are the kids who fall in perfectly into this ecosystem, because pretty much their entire education is taken care by the stipend that the industry gives. So these are changes that are happening in the higher education ecosystem. The NEP, the Apprenticeship Act of 1961, all of these play a good part, and I think it's a bright future ahead with the industry.
Thank you, Abhishek. Before we move on to Dr. Mishra, it is my humble request if those of us who are having private conversations can take them outside the room. It gives respect to the panel here. So it is my humble request that we can either take it outside the room or please be with the panel. So coming to you, Dr. Pankaj Kumar Mishra, you are the Pro Vice Chancellor of Global University. In your university, what are some of the skills you are emphasizing on to make them future ready? And what, in your opinion, are skills you see will be relevant 10 years from now? I mean, talk to us about your focus areas and what you are doing.
Thank you, ma'am. I start this with the note that very famous note known by everybody, that we are preparing the students for the job that yet not exist.
Yeah.
To use that technology which is yet to be invented, and we are making them ready to be a problem solver, which the problem which is yet not defined. That means we are still living with a world of uncertainty. The complete rat race in the market was the computer science. Engineering completely shift to the BTech computer science only. We were preparing the coders. Now, few months ago, the chat GPT come and it is coding very well. Even the coders are also using it. Then many students were deviating from the focus of engineering, and they have chosen the humanities as their career path. And then content designer post is also taken by chat GPT. So many things are going on, and technological revolution and disruption is the main key area and main concern with the higher education institution, where we all need to have a sincere and serious thinking that where we have to go. The main challenge is what this that is the employable skill or the employer's demand, and our processed graduates, what the skill they are having. So big skill gaps are there. So in our university, and we are also following the many other good universities, what they are doing, despite of just delivering the syllabus or making a timetable for a particular curriculum is not enough. We should have a dedicated one slot every week or maybe twice in a week, not only for the value-added education and all, but for the transferable skills. The transferable skills is very much important, which will be, help the students to cope up the future challenges. They should be not only the technological smart, but they should always be, professional and personal ethics. And I really congratulate the efforts of UGC Chairman, Professor M. Jagdish Kumar. He has launched the life skills courses. The Moodle Prevah version 2.0 has been released. So many of these kind of activities are very important. So as we are focusing for the core study of the curriculum, we need to more focus on the transferable skills as well. So that is required. But at the same time, our faculty members also need to have a sincere training on it. If you are saying that only one professional trainers or will be sufficient, so it's not like that. I personally believe that all the faculty members should be able to to understand what is the transferable skill and how they are able to take the students. Because at the end of the day, when I'm rolling out the mentor system, every mentor should be able to understand what is the transferable skill and how to deal with this. So this is a kind of thought I have, and I really thank you for BW Education and moderator ma'am for taking this question to me. Thank you, ma'am.
So Dr. Mishra, keep the mic
Right.
with you,
Right.
Because the timer is showing that we have only about 10 minutes left.
Right.
And this is not something we prepared, but we have very erudite scholars here. So I'm putting you a bit on spot. Dr. Mishra, my one line answer I want from you. What do you think is the one thing we are doing very well in higher education today to ensure that our students have the right skills to become employable, industry ready for Industry 5.0? in one line, what do you think we are doing right?
The good thing is what we have just rolled out to use the new education policies and the use of technology. That is a very important one-line question answer from my side, that
Okay.
the rolling of NEP and the technology.
Okay. Could you give it to Dr. Sujoy? Dr. Sujoy, what is the one thing you think we are doing right?
We are doing right, and we should keep on doing that. First, as he said, the new education policy.
Right.
4 points of that. This promote continuous learning to bridge the skill gap. The second is provide customized learning. Everyone is not good in everything. So we are providing with the NEP, you know, that you can have the credit banks and you can go back and come
So
back.
I'm going to take the moderator cap and pause you here. So customized learning and
Promote continuous learning to bridge the skill gap, provide customized learning,
yes,
give
pause,
control.
Pause. So these two things we are doing right.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Great. Okay, I'm going to
Third,
ask
third.
now.
I mean, the 2 points left.
No, I'll come back to you.
Okay,
Okay. Madhu ma'am, I want you to say now what is the one thing we are not doing right?
I think what we are not doing right, when he was saying that the students should be sent to the industry and they should get, when they are going there or the professors are going there to the industry, they learn more. When they are in the teaching systems, they don't learn more. So, but what we are not doing it, I think now it is a time to take the industry into the campus.
Okay.
So industry should come to the academia. Normally what we were doing, that academia and industry interface, we always required that. So industry was not listening to us. So what now we have started in our university after the pandemic, the one-liner that we have requested the industry to send their trainers to the university, and when we are going for the board of studies meeting, they are part and parcel of that to develop the curriculum with the academy.
Okay, so what we are not doing enough is not having enough industry on our campus. Okay, Dr. Banerjee, what is the one thing we are not doing enough?
All right, thank you for that. And it doesn't have a straight answer, but I'll try to give you a thought. Is that we are not yet enough connecting with each universities together. We talk about Ivy League. We talk about Ivy League. I think time has come, and I think the online Zoom and everything has helped us to come together. Even yesterday, we had a general body meeting with AIU. Everybody, all vice chancellors could come and spend time together. So I think it's time that India universities forget just rankings and get involved in creating a league and making an impact together, getting into the best practices, you know.
Okay,
That's the thing.
great. And Abhishek, different question for you. What is the one thing you think we can learn from universities around the world to help us on bridging this skill gap? One thing.
Right. So I think one thing that we have noticed is research. Right, world over, there's a lot of focus on research, because if you are looking at research and if you are focusing on research, there are certain skills that you would anyway gain while getting through that research program. I think there's a lot of focus as universities in India we need to do on research and get real research which is actually giving outcome to the society, not just on the books, but giving real outcome to the society, which we're not doing today.
Ajita, can I add to his point?
Okay.
What we are not doing is in
Abhishek, keep the mic. I have something.
in reference to the international universities, what they are doing. You said that the research. I think they are doing the best thing. They have involved from day one in the universities the alumni. So they are coming back because they know the society better than us, because we are into the education system. So they are making part and parcel of their system, the alumni. So I think we should.
Alumni, great. Abhishek, starting from you now, if there was one skill you think we should really focus on, our students should be taught, they should have, what is that one skill you will choose?
That will be learning to learn.
Learning to learn. Dr. Banerjee?
Yeah, I think adopting and adopting behavioral competency.
Learning
Because
to
in
learn
this,
behavioral
yeah.
competencies. Okay, Madhu ma'am?
So I think very difficult question, because we have already discussed one thing which they are not able to do is the collaboration, because now the life is collaborate.
Okay,
They don't do it. So their team teaching has to be
collaboration. Dr. Sujoy?
Remember one line for the students, the universities, the management, everything. The लहर से रहकर नौका पार नहीं होती, लेकिन कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं. So we keep on trying in bettering all the things. We're doing all the things good, but we should keep on bettering so that we can match the Goldman Sachs prediction that by 2075 we'll have most
So
happy.
to match that, what is the one skill you think they should learn?
They should be passionate, dedicated, keep on working in every sphere, every vertical, and we are going to reach the top.
Okay, passion. Dr. Mishra?
I personally believe, ma'am, that is the transferable skill, as I told, but transferable skills is again a bunch of many skills. So personally believe that technological skills is more important to survive in the
Technological
world,
skills.
right?
Okay, wonderful. So I think we got a fantastic range of ideas from what we are doing in our individual campuses, what we are doing well, what we can learn from each other, what we can do better. I think very, very great insights from everybody. We have about 3-4 minutes left. I have a list of questions, but if the audience wants to interact and maybe, yes, please introduce yourself, name and your institution, and go ahead. You can just ask. It's a small hall.
Was pretty bad. Like there was a lot of no-shows. So that was one of my concerns. And one, so professionalism was a little missing. IITs enforced this where they don't get their grades when students don't show up. One of the other things that I think is really missing is a multidisciplinary approach. I studied abroad. So there I had friends who took up physics and art. I personally took up mechanical engineering and electrical engineering in parallel. So like that was specifically missing. So what I need as industry, as a startup, I need coders who know a little bit of psychology. I know mechanical engineers who know a little bit of coding, because robotics, we talked about Chandrayaan, but robotics is all about a mixture of all those three elements. So the multidisciplinary approach is what is absolutely missing in India. And not just in other universities, I'm not also talking about the IITs and whatnot. All of them are missing it. So students are just siloed into their own department and they do not venture out. So that's something I'm curious
So
how
actually
exactly.
But I think NEP is taking care of
Yeah,
that.
that
NEP
is
is taking
changing.
care of that, that you can have a mixture of psychology, engineering, coding.
Before you come to and give us those things and ask that final question, I think one thing which is called in startup is a team. You can't look at a person who's multitasking and becoming, a computer wizard and a psychologist. So I think when you pick up people, so you need to actually get into different people also in the different roles. So that's one thing which is very clearly there, because I've helped a lot of entrepreneurs and startup. So problem with startup is, one is you're only going to IITs, right? The point is, of course, maybe that's easy way for you to reach out and through a professor you get connected. But if you really want to get the best ideas coming, go to every part of India. Believe me, before I went to Rajasthan, leaving NCR, leaving the comfort zone, I did not know the kind of skills which are already there.
So you come to Punjab, you will get so many Jugaad technologies there, which you are not able to get in IITs and NITs. So please come to our universities, which are in rural areas. You will get the people who will get you. So best startups. We have at present 188 startups sitting in our campuses, and they are working day and night and giving the solutions to all the agricultural people, because that is the future.
So we have answered your question before you have asked. And we have anticipated that you might be asking us this, but your point is well taken. In the interest of time, I'm going to administer my right here and say that your point is well taken. Dr. Banerjee's point is also important, because in this mad effort to make everybody the experts of everything, we should not forget the importance of deep learning. Both are important. And in India, specifically right now, because of the NEP, in fact, IITs are teaching humanities, and humanities organizations are teaching, institutions are teaching technical skills. So it's happening. It's the beginning. And I would second Madhu ma'am when I say to you that get out of the known institutions. I mean, all of us are in India proud of each other, but reach out to regional institutions, reach out to states which may not otherwise be. I would say also come to Odisha. You know, it's a thriving incubation ecosystem there. So all of us, there is great work happening. So come to everyone. Okay?
And Niti Aayog person is there. We have the Niti Aayog Auto Innovation Mission. They are funding a lot. We are one of the shortlisted universities who have been shortlisted, and we are in the process of getting selected. And they're ramping up innovations and with all this kind of mixes like anything. And thanks to Niti Aayog, sir, that you are helping us and supporting us to take India a leap forward from where we are right at this point.
So the counter is saying that time's up, but I will ask you if we can take one or two more questions. Yeah. Yes, sir, in the blue checks shirt, please. Yes. If you can introduce yourself and yeah. I think you can just say it aloud. Yes. Yes.
So we are happy to collaborate with you and take you to the industry. We are very happy to collaborate. Yeah.
Yes. Right, right. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you. I think that was a comment you wanted to make. So that's great. And that's a request to Business World. You are indeed a business platform. So in the next education summit, we request you that you bring equal partnership of business participation so that it can be a more cohesive sort of platform to discuss these kind of issues.
I stand with you on this. Where's the team? Please take note of this.
Yeah, so that was one input. So thank you. Thank you for all the great insights from the panel. And thank you to Business World for curating this. And I would personally like to thank you for giving me this chance to be a moderator for such great scholars. And thanks to the entire panel. Thanks a lot.
And thanks to,
And also
thanks
thank you
to our moderator.
for
excellent
moderating
session.
that. Everybody once for all of them. Also making sure it finishes in time. I don't know why am I the timekeeper in such a domain? Guys, someone else take the job of that, no? Very risky. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you, Professor Kulkarni, for moderating that. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Very quickly, moving ahead with the next panel discussion on blended education, hybrid class and flipped education, future of education in India. And for that, please join me in welcoming a panelist, Ayush Pariwal, Director, Jayashree Pariwal International School, Jaipur, Kiran Bahadur, Chairperson, Girls Academy, IMH OW, Brigadier Moti George Jacob, retired, Director and Principal, Tashi Namgyal Academy, Gangtok. Dr. Arun Prakash, Founder Principal, Laurels International School, Prayagraj. And this session will be chaired by Lieutenant Colonel A. Shekhar, Principal, Hyderabad Public School, Karapa. Can the BW team please? Priya, can you?
Hello.
Please.
Yeah, can you, ladies and gentlemen, kindly respect some of us standing here and tone down your conversation? In fact, I wanted to start with an apology to the previous moderator. Some of us were talking behind. Our apologies to her. And a big round of applause to her for a wonderful, wonderful session. Hello? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Can I start, sir? My time has started? Okay. Right. We'll have 40 minutes. First of all, I'm wearing this dress as Vinish very kindly pointed out. Today is Onam. Today is also Telugu Bhasha Day. Today is also National Sports Day. So all these put together, there are some very interesting thoughts coming to my mind. Yeah. Can all of you put off your mobiles for a few minutes, please? We hope to make the next 40 minutes interesting. The best thing about the Chandrayaan launch was the chairman of ISRO is an MMT. Famously said by Shekhar Gupta and HMT, Hindi medium types. Dr. Somnath is MMT, Malayalam medium types. And so will India develop when the Tamil, Oriya, Malayalam, Gujarati, Manipuri types take over what it is. They wouldn't bother about their posh Delhi accents. I'm talking to Delhites. I'm being blunt with it. India will develop when you have a Dhoni as a ticket collector coming from Ranchi, when you have a Mohammad Shami from Srirampur leading India. Along with Chandrayaan, we have a Neeraj Chopra being there, supporting everyone and still being humble about being the world champion. In fact, he says it's even more difficult than participating in the Olympics. Along with that, let us also remember what has happened in Muzaffarpur. Let us also talk about the Dalit cook who served food for the midday meal scheme in Tamil Nadu. India's highest number of graduates come from Tamil Nadu. 40 students, 23 of them are taking TCs because they do not want to be served by a Dalit person. So as we discuss emerging India, G20 India, optimistic India, I'm a soldier as also a teacher. By definition, we are supposed to be optimistic. But let's be balanced in our perspectives and outlooks rather than go overboard with it. We want India to succeed. We are part of it. With these words, let's have a quick round of introductions of all our panelists with the lady. It's rare that we have a panel discussion on school education with only one lady, because here the men are the endangered species. You as ma'am, talk about your school and the one thing you do best. Yeah.
Afternoon, I think. Not yet afternoon. Good afternoon, good morning, and thank you, Business World Education and Colonel Shekhar for taking us on to this. And I'm very happy to be here. I come from, I would say, rural area, which is in Madhya Pradesh near Indore, but it's also the army hub. I'm an army wife too. So on this panel, we have 3 army people sitting here. So like Colonel Shekhar said, we are the ones who actually want peace everywhere. And I started my school called Colonel's Academy 28 years back. I'm the founder, and I had been a principal there, and now I'm the chairperson. The school is very inclusive.
Inclusive is the term.
Yeah,
We'll go to somebody from the Northeast.
Good morning. I am Brigadier Jacob. I come from a school, Tashi Namgyal Academy. It is one of the most unique schools because this is just about the only school which is owned by the government of Sikkim, but run completely autonomously, and absolutely. And we have a very sizable social responsibility in which approximately 8% of our students are funded by the school, the students who are otherwise not from the below economic level, below poverty level. And it is exclusively to Sikkim, and we cater to a large population of Sikkim.
Wonderful, sir. Over to you, Dr. Arun Prakash. Shall we call you the founder, Dr. Arun Prakash? You seem to be creating schools everywhere. And where are you now? And what is the uniqueness of your school?
Sir, I have been founder principal of 80 schools, including 5 DPS in India and abroad. And after founding 8 schools, I thought there should be my own school where I can do whatever I want to, which I could not do in some other school. So I am running my own school in Allahabad, and only aim in my education for children that they should be happy and they should enjoy. If they can be happy and enjoy education, schooling, I think learning will take automatically.
Wonderful.
And that's what we are doing.
Yes. Over to you, Ayush, the youngest man and the smartest man in the panel. He belongs to Jaipur with over 35 universities. What do you do for a living?
Thank you. I don't know about being the wisest, but I guess I'm the youngest over here. So my name is Ayush. I am the director of Jayashree Periwal International School. It's an IB school and also the largest international school in India. And the one thing I think we can be proud of at our school is that we teach students to embrace failure.
Teach students to embrace failure. Wonderful. That's a very good thing for all of us to think and have. We'll go forward with the discussion first. Ma'am, the topic. What are we talking about? Flipped classroom, Salman Khan, all of it. What do you make of this? What do you make of this in the real?
We are here to talk about the blended education, flipped classroom and hybrid classroom. But how we are here, first I would like to speak about that after so many changes taking place around us in the landscape of education world in India. So we are into something when we are talking about machine learning, we are talking about AI, we are talking about flipped classroom, blended classroom, what we are talking about just now. I think it's all due to NEP 2020, which was much awaited and required, which we waited for a long time, that the change in our education system. And when we talk about blended education, I think most of you know what is blended education. Blended education is something where we blend, like
No, ma'am. NEP and NCF has come.
Yes.
How has it impacted you in about 30 seconds?
All right. So I feel as an educationist with 36 years of experience in this, as a teacher, as a school leader, as a mentor to teachers, I think we are at a cusp right now where the change is taking place in the education world in India. And I feel very happy and privileged, all of us, that we are part of the history being made.
Part of history being made. To Sikkim, a 1972 Chogyal handed over state. How do you look at it from that neck of the woods? And how do you see NEP, NCF impacting your school, sir?
Okay, we are from a very traditional state. It's quite cut off in the mainland, and consequently, Sikkim, the environment, academic environment among the social circle is something which is around 15 to 20 years behind the rest of India, which means today everyone strives to be a doctor or an engineer and nothing else. Now, both NEP as well as NCF has brought in a big challenge because, you know, the society is not ready to accept it. For example, when we talk about experiential education, The parents are more worried. He says, what is this? My God, my child does not have any homework. My child is required to go to that place to learn, to the arboreum to learn about plants. Or why is he going to the ICR setup to learn about agriculture? But the society is not yet ready to take it on. And that is the biggest challenge. And consequently, the teachers, the training teachers, etc., is just not working out. And the last bit is, so we are starting off at the primary level. That's where we are trying to bring the change to ensure NEP is implemented.
Starting off at the primary level, that's the change which is happening. Yes, Arun's founder principle. You are a startup guy. Now, what is your picture? They have, one is about optimism, the other one is about the challenges. Where you are, how do you make the children happier than what they are today?
Sir, I feel that we should stop teaching and give opportunity for children to learning. At this moment, our focus is more on teaching, giving them information as much as possible. And parents and teachers believe that we have to feed children. I think time has gone and whole NEP says now the children should be encouraged to learn, find out their own. And the topic that we are talking about today, teacher is not the only source of knowledge. I think teacher is the last, as far as knowledge provider is concerned, from the internet to all possible means, there is a lot of knowledge available. So our role and that what we are doing, that giving opportunity children to come forward.
Children to come forward. Yes.
And enjoy.
Enjoy. Now we'll go further. The initial remarks are going, but I'll pick up from the failure part. How yours is a known brand. How do you incorporate the understanding of failure in a system which only demands marks, and rote learning? And how do we go to IIT, IIM, etc.?
So I'll just begin with an example. This has happened at Stanford University years back. There were two groups, one of Stanford lawyers, doctors, entrepreneurs, and the other group was kindergarten children. They were all given the same material, marshmallows, spaghetti sticks, tape, etc. Both groups were asked a simple question: make the tallest tower possible. I'm sure all of you are guessing why I'm sharing the story is that the kindergarten group built a taller tower than the bankers and lawyers and medical professionals. Because right from the Industrial Revolution is when this concept of rote learning, be given orders, what you need to do is what you need to do. And that's how the education system has been, not just in India, but across the world for a very long period of time in that way. So when we allow children the idea of exploration, there will be failure, but that failure will eventually lead to tall spaghetti towers as well as the Chandrayans in 1% of the NASA budget. So we are always trying to tell our student and parent body that it's not just about getting to an IIT or getting to a university, but about success in life. And that will come when we learn how to experiment, learn how to explore, and learn how to fail.
Yes, learn, explore, and fail. It's interesting to know less than 2% of ISRO is manned by IITians. Most of them are from tier 2, tier 3 universities. And the key to what ISRO has done started out with Vikram Sarabhai, Satish Dhawan. Whenever there is a failure, the chairman takes the press conference. Whenever there is a success, it is those who have led the missions otherwise that take up. It's been put in place by no less than Professor Satish Dhawan and Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Now, let's come to the second part of our discussion in all of this. We have had COVID-19, madam, and we have had issues coming up. We have had huge learning gaps in the system. We are now trying to get students. They have gone from the ground floor to the third floor without seeing first or second floor. How does this blended flipped learning format get you into it in a better manner? With obvious, our higher education colleagues are all driving hard on technology. How do you do it in your school?
So although we are at a rural area, like I said, and a lot of children, when I say inclusive, that means I have students who come from army backgrounds, army officers' children. I have children who are first-time learners, farmers' children, shopkeepers, small businessmen, because my place is a very small place and the children have not the parents have not gone to school. They don't even understand what is the difference between a CBSE school or a state board school. So what my contribution, my school's contribution has been first to make the parents aware of a good quality of education. So coming to the question that Kanshekar has asked me. So when the COVID-19 happened, I think we were the first school who just took charge, and we took the Google platform, and there were children who were not having access to the digital tools and things like that. So we were like, we made a WhatsApp group, because these days everybody has a mobile and everybody has WhatsApp. So first we made that, and then slowly and steadily we taught the children. My teachers, I think they are the ones who would, I would say, COVID warriors, who just stood up, and they are the ones who took charge. So it was very, for us, although the children needed the emotional, a lot of children needed the emotional support also, because there was fear and everybody was very scared what's going to happen. And especially in the place where I am right now, it was, we had to support children in every aspect.
Support children in every aspect. Coming to you, Dr. Prakash, we have all overhyped technology. We have said that we have done everything. But studies on ground, studies by Azim Premji, studies, anecdotal data from us, we know there are huge learning gaps. Are we overdoing technology? And are we now living in a room where we know our children are not doing as well, but CBSE and ICSE records show that they are scoring 120 out of 100?
Thank you, sir. You have touched the right point. And pandemic has been very, very difficult for the humankind, mankind. Worst affected by education. But I think the worst thing which has come because of pandemic is over dependence on technology. Now, no child studies, no child make notes. They say that we are reading through mobile and videos. Most of the children are now reading through mobiles and videos. They go to one school, to one tuition, to one coaching, and hardly self-study is available with them. That's one part. Second part, in the wave of today's technology, how much information is available, how much authentic, how much children should access, how much they should not access. It's just like leaving children in jungle and they say, now you live your life, your own, and when they're all around, there are tigers and there things. So I feel technology should be used, but more wisely, more with caution, more with rules and regulations, and children should be allowed to study, self-study also, not only
self-study also, less of technology. What you have been there, sir, for now quite a while, 5 years. The adult education, or rather the higher education, deals with adults. We have children from 3 to 18 in our schools. With technology coming in such a big manner, what are the challenges you face as a school leader?
Okay, like Dr. Arun said, the attention span of a child has dropped immensely. Now, here is what one of those things, the flipped education actually works. This has been the system in the army. While I was in the army, I was in the faculty in staff college, where the entire discussions, the studies take place in the flipped education, where the material is given to the individual and everyone is comes prepared for something. So in schools, this is one technique which can be utilized to kind of enhance the performance, which means, the knowledge is available as brought out. You have to specifically task a group by saying, look, this is what you can come prepared for the next day. He comes prepared because the knowledge is available, and they come to a better, healthy discussion. And that is just about the only way that we found to keep the children occupied in learning. The only challenge is the teachers. Now, a large number of teachers are from the old school, even people like us. You require a certain amount of mental mobility, wherein a child is coming to the class and teaching the class something which sometimes even the teacher does not know. It requires a switch of ability, switch of attitude towards children. But I think for the future, flipped education is something which will go a long way.
Flipped education will go a long way. Fair enough point. I use the question for you is, we are talking about hybrid, flipped, face-to-face, etc. We did a small experiment. There was a class which I took face-to-face. There was a class which was delayed. It was recorded and given. There was a class where I was sitting in another room and they were listening to me. All three groups of teachers had very different experiences and understandings. So are we coming to a world where we require different types of teachers to understand the modern learner?
I think much like students, even teachers need project-based learning before they teach. So what I have seen successful, at least with us, whether it was during the pandemic or even after, where we have to, shut off school or do weekend sessions, whether it's with students or teachers, unless there's a project-oriented platform or template where students or teachers have to create something at the end of the day, get in discussions with each other, whether it's going to be on breakout rooms in Zoom or in person, the real magic only happens during those conversations and discussions. And one more thing I'll probably scale back to, it's often not the earthquake, but the aftershocks after that are very detrimental. And same with COVID, I'm actually a firm believer of technology. I think it fast-paced technology in a great way. I'm not so much in belief of so many rules and regulations because I don't think we'll be able to win those battles with students or with anyone else. But I do think the emotional maturity of students has scaled down tremendously. They become a lot more fragile. When there's a big challenge in front of them, it's easy for them to say, we are exhausted or tapped out. And that's the same story that continues, and it's becoming a vicious cycle and something that needs addressing, whether it's going to be via flipped classrooms or discussions or counseling sessions. I don't have the right answer, but it's definitely a concern for me.
Great. I do not have the right answer. You have identified a problem. Dr. Prakash, the same point in a different manner. Let's identify two schools in Delhi only. One school is an elite school. They move in air-conditioned buses. They go to, say, Najafgarh, which is the hometown of Virendra Sehwag. There is a corporation school or Delhi Municipal Corporation. Two buses go. They go in a normal bus. They reach Najafgarh. On their way back, there is rain. The roads are stuck about 5 kilometers away. The municipal corporation students get down, listen to their teachers and go home. The elite school, the parents do a dharna in front of the police commissioner's office. Which is the better school?
Sir, a school is better only when it is for children. Unfortunately, schools are not made for children. This is a hard reality. Once a school will start working for children, once they will be on priority, then nothing will be problem. I mean, the bus also teaching can happen. In the same bus, children can enjoy so much that there'll be a lifetime experience.
I'm hinting at parents, sir. Parents sometimes like to run schools. I don't know about colleges.
Yes.
They definitely believe that they know better than the teachers and the principal. The parents want to run schools, especially in places like Delhi. How do you manage that?
Sir, I'll give one incident. Someone came and arguing a lot about things about that. And why are you doing this? Why are you doing? Finally, I was little angry. I said, I want to save your child from you.
I want to save your child from you.
I want to save your child from your enthusiastic parents who have got money. They think they have got everything of the world. I think that's the biggest problem for us as educators also.
Wonderful, right. So,
and that's why, sir, one minute. That's why I started my own school where I can do whatever you want.
Whatever you want, right. Socio-emotional cultural learning is more for the parents than the students themselves because they copy what the parents do in terms of in how many houses have we seen children with mobiles, less than a year old, fiddling with it when the mother is doing something else. And the second thing which we understood when we did a survey of well over 1,000 students, over 400 children below grade 5 said that in our next janam, we want to be our mother's mobiles. It's well worth thinking where technology is taking us. Yes, sir. For you, from a Northeastern perspective, you've been there, you've come over from mainstream India gone over there. What are the fallacies we believe which do not work there in Northeast India, Sikkim?
Okay, one fundamental aspect is that deep desire to remain where they are. For example, I was just discussing earlier, our school has got a 0% attrition for teachers. Very qualified people who can possibly earn much, much more if they move elsewhere. But 0% desire to move out of that place. And that is just not about the teachers, it is about the children. Children, when they grow up, they want to remain there. They don't want to kind of, go out to in Bombay, Bangalore.
Sir, I flipped this question. Sorry to interrupt you.
No problem.
Isn't it because that they are comfortable, they are peaceful, they are happy, which is what Dr. Prakash wants?
Exactly. So that's the point. So, we tend to kind of push them to do things the way the bulk of India thinks. So I think there is a lot of opportunities for people to give them that kind of growth in those places. For example, in a state like Sikkim, which doesn't have much scope for industries, they're very, very soft industries. Like we have, watch factories, we have drugs being manufactured, Cipla, Sun, all of them have their factories there, where people come not looking at very high-end jobs, not looking at very high-paying jobs. So that for the focus of the schools, the focus of education there cannot be so deep thinking and kind of large thinking as what we say entrepreneurship, stuff like that doesn't really make sense to them. I think that is one of the basic differences. Mind you, there are people from there doing very well elsewhere and seeking out things, but bulk are very conservative and laid back when it comes to things.
Is it
But
conservative, laid back, or comfortable and happy?
yeah, so they're quite satisfied. Lesser number of heart attacks, lesser number of lifestyle diseases. I mean, you can take any yardstick to come out to a conclusion, but I think they're very contented with life in many ways than we are.
Is life in Sikkim the key to your fitness, sir?
Maybe. My BP has dropped by 10 points.
10
actually,
points. Okay.
actually it has dropped.
We come to Jaipur, one of the hottest cities around. What is the biggest challenge facing you as a school leader?
As I said, I already mentioned about emotional fragility with students, and I think
With teachers.
With teachers, I probably come from a relatively privileged background where we have an international school. We have a lot of teachers who are ready to unlearn. But if I look at the larger scheme of things that happen in tier 2 cities like Jaipur, it is the unlearning bit with teachers that is very, very difficult and challenging for schools to kind of monitor and moderate.
Monitor and moderate. You are made the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, ma'am. What is the one change you would like to bring in the education space?
I would like to just connect with what Mr. Arun, Dr. Prakash said. That I also started my school because I wanted to do my way. So I also started the school because when I wanted to see the way I perceived the children to be brought up. So,
what's your perception?
Talking about parents, when we were talking
yes.
about parents. So it's, the biggest challenge is to convince the parents about something that you want them to do. Like you said, you wanted to save the child from the parent. So a similar thing happened last week in my school, where the children were using two-wheelers without wearing the helmet or having the license. So the principal stood at the gate in the morning and said, no child will enter the school campus without the helmet or without the driving license. So these old parents, they have access to my phone. So they called me, one of the parents called me, why are you making such strict rules? Yes. Our children have to come to school and they are under 18, so they cannot even get the license to drive. So it was, and the parent was very agitated and arguing at the gate. So dealing with this. So what I told them was that if you are not worried about your child's security, we are. Yes. And we have to make sure and educate the children that they are not driving, they are not breaking any rules. Tomorrow, if the policeman catches them, they will go behind bars. Who will be responsible?
Absolutely,
you will be responsible.
They are not adults. We should understand that part.
So the parent had to be, so when we are right, I think the parents after some time do understand, although it takes a lot of effort.
Takes a lot of effort, ma'am.
A lot of effort to convince them that like whenever I'm taking parents workshops, so I always draw a triangle and say, the child is in the middle, and the teachers, the parents, and the school management, we make a triangle.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is how we are protecting the child, who is the center.
Yes,
So this is what we need to tell the parents, that we are for the children and we are not against the children.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, just interesting enough, there was a parent who bought a motorcycle for the child. He was a police officer. Why was a motorcycle given? Because the son went to the mother and cut his own hand because he was in college, because he wanted a motorcycle. The motorcycle was bought, given to him. His younger brother used it, had an accident. The child was in coma. The father had to come all the way from Saudi Arabia to deal with it. The challenges are enormous in terms of now children dictating things to the parents.
Yes,
I'll-
peer pressure.
Peer pressure.
Peer
I'll
pressure.
stop you here, ma'am. We have 10 minutes to go. Audience questions, if we have any. I can see Manjula Shroff there, ready, looking at me. How quickly are you going to finish your panel? Any questions from the audience before I go to the last round? Anyone there? Oh, yes, please. You can shoot. They are teachers. Are they paid enough? Are they trained enough? What's your question?
My point is both.
Oh, your point is both. Yes, the richest man, Ayush.
So I think today a teacher's role is not just to have subject knowledge, but to kind of be a wellness
But she's only
counselor.
asking about money.
I-
Are you paying them? Are you training them enough? with
I
your
think we're
money?
training them a lot
Are you thinking
within
or
my
are you
school.
doing it
No,
in
we
your-
are doing it. As I said, we are focusing a lot on the counseling
Are
bit.
you paying them enough?
I think so too.
That too quite regularly?
Very regularly.
No. This seems to be a loaded question. What is this regular, irregular thing? Explain better.
Because, in this technological world, everything is changing very fast. So whether the teachers are aware of those things or not, this is
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think you have answered. Yes, Dr. Prakash. You both own schools. Are you spending your own money at training them? Are you paying them 10th pay commission salaries?
Sir,
Yeah,
we
10th
want to pay 100th pay commission salary, but unable to.
Fair
Because
enough.
that's reason.
That's the reason. No, that's also interesting. Parents want to pay 101 rupees as fees every year as a matter of great gift. They will pay more in Tirupati Hundi. That's a different story. Teachers want 10th pay commission salaries, and entrepreneurs or school leaders want to make reasonable returns on investment. They have to pay the damn banker who is standing there for the loans. How do you manage it?
It's a very difficult situation, especially after pandemic, because parents were not ready to pay the fees, saying that children are not coming to school. Why should we pay?
Yeah, it's a question,
that
ma'am.
was-
1 second, ma'am. To the university people, did you cut down your fees during pandemic? No. And I've been asking this question every time. Why do only schools have to cut down on fees where colleges don't? And this is something which has always bothered me. I have been in panels where I moderated discussions. All college leaders, university leaders say we've not reduced a single paisa. But if the schools don't reduce it, then whichever way it is, Lord Yama will come down and tell you, please reduce it. Yeah, yes.
Yes, absolutely right. Because there was so much pressure from the government also. And the parents were doing dharnas all over. Why should we pay? Why should we pay? But without realizing that the teachers were working overtime, because it was not easy for them to take online classes, because they had homes to manage, they had children to manage, and plus learning how to teach online. And then they had to be fully prepared, because parents are sitting with the children and watching each and every mom. One mistake teacher makes was blown up.
Right.
So
No, yeah, I get a sense that blended hybrid learning is being contextualized here. We have to understand in the school scholastic space, the applicability of hybrid blended learning has to be relatively limited. But I will also ask this question, would you go to a dentist who has learned online how to do root canal? Would you go to an engineer who knows how to build a bridge online or how to do an open heart surgery online? Use of it is important, but we'll have to go further. Any other question? Thank you for your question, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Away from technology. That is the way the world is going. And yes, we don't want children to be overly indulgent. We are worried about, them not taking notes because that is also part of the learning process. We know technology is here to stay. So as schools, are we able to invest enough in our teachers so that they know how to guide the students to use technology effectively? And while we have no control of the parents, everything comes down to monetary. So I'm just going back a little bit to the finances. Professional development, teacher training costs money. So how do you bridge the gap?
1 second. Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
It's a summary of a question. Money, profession development, how do we get them ahead? Investment in technology.
Okay, ma'am. I'm a little lucky. I have a government-owned school, no return of investment really required. But coming to your question, I think the whole essence is to convince the parents that what the money they're putting in is going to make a difference. Now that is a tricky thing, but it is possible. We managed it in our time to make investments in other things. And coming to the question of training the teachers, you require money, but you also can economize it on tremendously. The easiest way I found is in your school, you have a set of teachers who are able to train others. Yeah. And it is you invest in their training or their exposure, they're able to contribute much more to the teachers and they're more readily acceptable to the fellow teachers when it comes to training them. So 2 ways of handling the situation.
Yes, but he's also lucky he doesn't have attrition. The moment you train a teacher, he or she is doing well, she moves away faster than the speed of light. How do you do it, Ayush?
So I think it's a great question. You're talking about, different resources at different schools. But I'll take Chandrayaan 3's example again. I think we all can be innovative frugally. So depending on what our needs are, especially when it comes to technological training, there are so many tools available at absolutely no cost. But someone from the head management, senior leadership needs to invest that time into finding those tools. At our schools, all our senior leaders had to become great technology trainers themselves first before the training was forwarded to others. So I think once you have a strong base, it gets easier.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 30 seconds. We'll have a last round of questions. 5 years from now, where will your school be?
5 years from now, I think we will be busy implementing the NEP and the NCF pretty well. It has got a lot of scope.
A lot of scope for that. How many more schools will you find or will you become founder principal of in the next 25 years? Where will your school be in 2047?
At least 25 more.
25 more. Where will your school be in 2047?
A school will be producing children who will be confident to take any challenge of the future, whatever comes, and they'll be equipped to deal with the situations.
If you are made to restart the whole business of education from scratch, what are the 3 things which you will redo yourself?
Focus a lot more on things like discipline, diligence, and make students believe in their dreams.
Make students believe in their dreams. The same question for you, different, ma'am. 10 years from now, where will your school be?
Well, I see my school, I won't say that there will be drastic changes, but of course, with NEP and CF and all, I think my children will be contributing a lot towards society and the nation, which will be very progressive, and the children will be self-reliant and maybe doing research and, like they say, Chandrayaan 3 and then Surya, and maybe they will find something much more to take our country to a different level.
Yeah, great way to end the discussion. The summary is AI is coming in. Blended and flipped learning will be more important than we perceive and imagine. Teachers will become less of teachers, more learning curators. But remember, students in our schools today, I'm not talking about colleges, in our schools today will see the 22nd century. We will not. Are we listening to them enough in terms of what our schools should be? Which way would our schools go? Secondly, the teacher of the year, Captain Mulligan, spoke in simple terms, what have you achieved in 2009? He was told the answer was, I have saved lives of 15 Black Americans who were about to commit suicide. Social, emotional, cultural learning in a postmodern India becomes more important than ever. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. Thank you, audience, for your time.
I think also a big round of applause for a moderator for moderating that so well. Thank you so much, sir. A picture, please. Please come, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now for one of the most awaited part of the event of today, a book on parenting, Baby Steps to Big Dreams by Dr. Manjula Pooja Shroff. This book that we will be unveiling today contains a diverse range of topics that apply to different age groups. The book was launched on 23rd of August 2023 in Mauritius in the presence of Honorable President of the Republic of Mauritius, H.E. Mr. Prithviraj Singh Rupan, GCSK. The author, little about her, Dr. Manjula Pooja Shroff, MD and CEO of the Colorex Group, a princess and queen from the royal family of Sarangi Odisha, a name synonymous with education in India. She has influenced the lives of more than 65,000 students over the past 3 decades. Driven by a passion for excellence, she has dedicated her entire life to the empowerment of students and the advancement of education. She is an executive alumni from Indian Institute of Management, IIM, and London School of Economics, LSE. A regular columnist, vlogger, and life coach, she's been honored with several awards, including the Secular India Award from the Honorable President of our country. She's also highly active when it comes to policy making with and in the government. So before we move ahead,
Namaskar. My name is Ananta Krishnan, and it's my pleasure being with you all here today. After the warm welcome and success of Dr. Manjula Pooja Shroff's life story titled Success Mantras and Musings, a book that was launched over multiple cities in India and abroad, Calorex is now proud to present a book on parenting. This book is titled Baby Steps to Big Dreams and is in English. A Hindi version of this book will be coming up soon. Let's take a quick glance at the previous book tour, Success Mantras and Musics. आज की बदलती दुनिया में parenting has started to assume a much more significant role than ever before. Let's understand from Dr. Shroff as to why is parenting more critical in this world of artificial intelligence. आपकी सोच क्या है इस बारे में?
AI is making rapid advancements at an alarming pace, effective and proactive parenting is required today more than ever before to develop responsible citizens with feelings of empathy who can propagate philosophy and work with positive psychology. Global citizens who can build clones like me, deploy and enforce ethical and good governance of AI practices.
आजकल हम वूका वर्ल्ड कहते हैं, जो कि वोलेटाइल, अनसर्टन, कॉम्प्लेक्स और एम्बिगुअस है. हमें अपने बच्चों की परवरिश इस प्रकार करनी है कि वे भावनात्मक रूप से मजबूत बने और बड़े होकर संतुलित और आत्मविश्वासी बने. उनका लक्ष्य अपने परिवार के साथ-साथ मानवता की सेवा करने का भी हो.
This book is aimed at providing direction to parents right from the time a child is conceived till the child becomes a teenager to support constructive parenting through communications, to build an unbreakable bond of love and trust between parent and child, to perform tasks that only the human race can do, such as emotional intelligence, creative and critical thinking, complex problem solving, moral and ethical reasoning, sensory perception, intuition and gut feeling. We need to nurture children with innate multiple intelligences, which an AI avatar like me cannot possess. An AI avatar can have acquired intelligence, but not innate intelligence.
Thank you, Maya. In order to demonstrate the future of artificial intelligence, the conversation you just heard was with the avatar and clone of Dr. Manjula Pooja Shroff. You heard me right? This is not a video bite of Dr. Shroff, but her AI avatar, Maya. Maya, the clone and avatar, has been developed with the help of artificial intelligence software through the image and voice cloning of Dr. Shroff. Your role as educators, teachers, parents is even more significant today than before. Humans are made of thoughts, beliefs, emotions, and intuitions. It is here that the parents should focus on the inherent and inner intelligence of their children. Welcome to responsible parenting. Thank you.
I met you again. I've been in touch with you for 2 years. Let's sit down. I was telling Devika and Priyanshi are not here, but we run, my wife works with me. So last year we did the IBLF, we did it in multiple. It's the India Business Lit Fest. It is India's largest business literature festival. In the opening season at the Roseate House in Aero City, we called it the Delhi edition. Mr. Vivek Debroy, Mr. Gurcharan Das, I can go on, were there, 30 such authors. And Karan Bajaj's book was launched there. Then we did the Gurgaon chapter. Shri Gaur Gopal Das books was unveiled there. Then we did the Pune chapter where the founder of Reebok, Joe Foster's book he was 88 when he launched it. He's now almost getting to 89. So really, I'm glad we'll call you to IBLF. We're doing IBLF in Ahmedabad in December at the Marriott. I don't know the date, but yes. I mean, one thing I go to when I go to Ahmedabad is go to Agashe. Yes.
Thank you very much. Nice feeling to be back in Delhi to talk about this book, a beautiful book. We'll be coming to that very soon. But before we go to the book, you see the AI avatar of Dr. Shroff. How many of you understand it's an AI avatar? That was not Dr. Shroff. It was a clone in the AI form. Now, it is a very interesting story. When this stuff was being designed, one fine day we were kind of doing something, I think in Hyderabad or something. She simply mentioned, I'm going to do a clone of my answer. That's okay. Then about 2 weeks later, we had a huddle in one of our flagship schools. So she said, just making an announcement, I would like to speak to the leadership team. So what time? 3:30. 3:30, I announced that please be around for a leadership talk with Dr. Shah. So 3:25, her secretary gave me a call and tells me, just say that she's not doing well, push me out. Fine, क्या हो क्या रहा है मतलब ऐसा तो कभी इतने सालों में 10 सालों में हुआ नहीं इनके साथ में very particular what I mean of what's happening. So मुझे लगा कुछ something is coming up. I knew that something is coming up. And then 3:30, टक से जैसे पिक्चर में डार्क हो जाता है, वैसे डार्क हो गया and then a video came. And there is the one video coming up like Dr. Shroff, and it's all going here there and कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा हो क्या रहा है. This is not Dr. Shroff. She didn't talk like this. How she talk like this? What's happened to her? And suddenly that lady says, I'm not Shroff, I'm the AI clone of Shroff. I said, wow, what is this happening? Then I recollected, oh my goodness, I shouldn't have taken her so lightly in that airport or something. And this, I could have contributed. Then later I got to know, since I also handle HR in the company, I got to, I kind of try to think that put the two and two together. 2 interns from Gandhinagar IIT they called, and Dr. Shroff, and a couple of guys from my team on my team. That's it. I mean, चंद्रयान में जाना एक बहुत बड़ा काम है हमारे लिए, पूरे वर्ल्ड के लिए बहुत बड़ा काम है. But look at how easily things happen. So this country can do far better. Like somebody said just about 2 minutes back, Suraj is the next, I should say, destination, and we all will contribute towards that. One contribution towards that is this book. Fantastic book, right? So Dr. Shroff, first question to you. AI and parenting are way different paradigms, right? How did you blend them together, right? And what is the purpose of this AI and in education and then this book? How did it come together?
First, thank you so much for this opportunity of talking about the book here. It's exciting. You saw the AI clone. All of you who haven't heard me speak, have seen me in person, would have believed that that is me. My leadership team for 30 seconds believed it was me, and that was our acid test. With that AI clone, we want to achieve 2 things. Innovation and research no longer belongs only to industry. It always belonged to knowledge people, such as schools and colleges. Somewhere along the way, we lost that, and it went away to industry. I hope with this very small experiment, we are trying to reclaim that space called research. Education institutions are the front runners of research. And like Anantakrishnan said, it was not easy. We didn't have the capabilities. We just had the will. And it was like a summer program, and we came up with an AI. Linking that to parenting, linking that to the fact that our children are going to rub shoulders with those clones. We as faculty members in the next 10 years are going to be competing with those clones. And let me in no uncertain term tell you, anything that is iterative, anything that is pattern recognition, the AI will do heads and shoulder above us. Therefore, what is our real role? The real role, as Maya said, is innate intelligence of human being. AI can acquire all kinds of intelligences except innate, which is already within us. If we as parents and teachers do not tap into that innate potential that each and every child has, I think our job as educators and parents is really missing. This book starts at the womb. We are using the ancient knowledge system story of the warrior Arjuna, where he's talking to his wife Subhadra, and the very famous fable of Abhimanyu hearing the military formation of Chakravyuh. All of you who've heard the fable know that Abhimanyu heard about it from the womb and was able to enter the Chakravyuh. The legend goes on to say that unfortunately he fell asleep when Arjuna was explaining how to extract himself from the military formation, and he died fighting. So children are listening to us from the womb. Question is, are we talking?
Fantastic. I take the next question to Ms. Venugopal. Ms. Venugopal happens to be the publisher of this beautiful book and also the founder of a nice and beautiful company called Felicitate Publishing Private Limited, and she's also the MD of the company. You have done fantastic books. Your books, book on Kashmir. You should just see the genre, right? Book on Kashmir, book on women empowerment, book on Modi ji, right? Book on Ramana Maharishi, and so on and so forth. Such a varied collection.
much. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, please. Very quickly, moving on with the next panel discussion on the importance of early years development in kids. We're almost on the topic. We've been discussing that in the previous session as well. And for the discussion on importance of early years development in kids, please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Arpita Sur, CEO, Kiddo India. Dr. Vedavati Dinesh, founder principal, Green Eden Public School, Bangalore. Nirupama Bafna, founder and director, The Evolvers Nest Preschool, Aurangabad. Khushbu Singh, founder and director, Oak Valley International Preschool and Daycare, Patna. Shilpa Solanki, founder, principal and director, The Harmony Tree, Pune. Sharad Bhatia, chief executive officer, K8 School, New Delhi. And this session will be chaired by Jitendra Karsan, chairman, Safari Kid India.
Hello. Hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody feeling today? Great. Okay, I'll take that with a pinch of salt. I'll tell you what you're feeling right now. You're feeling, I'm just taking educated guesses here. So I think most of y'all are anxious. You're anxious because you want to know whether this session is worth your time or should you go out for a smoke or a coffee. Y'all want to really know whether this is worth your time. And why y'all are going through these questions in your head is because somewhere deep down, you have love for learning. And you feel that if I sit here, will I learn something new? And I'll tell you, again, another educated guess is that most of y'all developed this love for learning at a very, very young age, right? And most probably at an age when y'all were preschoolers. You all went to a school where you found somebody who was passionate about teaching. You went through the joys of learning new stuff. And that's why you're sitting here, working in this industry, helping other children to develop that love for learning and grow ahead in life. So let me introduce myself. My name is Jitendra Karsan. I'm with Safari Kid, and I run one of the few premium preschools that we have in our country. It's a global preschool chain. We are in US, Canada, India, and we also have some really good speakers today who come from different preschools, some global, some Indian, and all of these guys come with a lot of passion for education, and I'm sure this is going to be worth your time. So I'll just start with a round of introductions. So if you can start from left, right.
Audible? Okay, I think I got this. I'm Shilpa Solanki. Thank you. I'm Shilpa Solanki, and Jitendra, you're quite right that it's quite interesting that the early years have a panel for itself. It's really one of the first that there is an entire panel just dedicated to early years. And while we got the most toughest slot, the hour before lunch, we'll make sure that we do justice to it. I'm hoping there'll be one day that we are in the prime spot at 11 a.m. at a conference. My preschool is called the Harmony Tree. And as the name suggests, we're here to bring in all the coexistence that children deserve. Children deserve, of course, the academic rigor, but they also deserve joy. They deserve the balance and structure, but they also deserve freedom. So in short, what we're really trying to do is provide that environment, which is made up of people and material around them, to make sure that they have a meaningful, joyful, and I'm using this next word very consciously, unhurried childhood experience. And the seeds that we grow today will last for a lifetime. And really what we give to the society is what you take on. So really we are here in that sort of an ecosystem. Thank you.
Hi, hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. And I am Khushbu Singh from Patna, Bihar, and my school is Oakville International. So I started this journey around 4 years back when I moved from Canada, and I realized that most of the schools in Patna were still following a very traditional method of learning, in contrast to something that I witnessed in Canada, a very interactive, loving, and happy environment that my child was in. Somehow, I could not believe, and I did not want my child to be part of those schools. I wanted a happy environment, a beautiful environment for kids to learn and grow. And that's how I thought I have to bring this difference. In fact, I also saw that there was not a structured daycare for working mothers to return to their work post their childbirth, which is such a necessity when a town is growing. And there was no organized daycares. There were mostly daycares that had, okay, the baby will come, eat and sleep. The child will come, eat and sleep. You keep a maid at home. Rather than that, you can keep at our school. So that was really appealing for me because my child was in one of the daycares in Canada, and I saw the difference it brought in her. How relieved I was to send her to that daycare, and how joyous I was to see the changes in her. And that I felt was missing. And so I began this journey to support the mothers, to have a happy childhood in the town. Curriculum, I believe, when it comes to preschool, is just one part of it. There's a lot of other skills that we need to work on. This is when we, kind of built a platform for them to grow and learn in a happy environment. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nirupama Bafna. I'm from Aurangabad, Maharashtra. And my passion for education has encouraged me to open the school, open the preschool with a difference. I really felt the need of an hour wherein why are we teaching these kind of stories like Cinderella and the fairy tales to the kids? Why not Satyavadi Harishchandra? Why not Shravan Kumar stories? And this is what had made the difference in the preschool education altogether in Aurangabad, Maharashtra. And in the span of 5 years, my school, my preschool, that's Evolver's Nest Preschool in Aurangabad, who the founder I am, has grown from 30 to 300 kids now. And we very soon plan to open the branches and the franchises. And we need to take our Indian culture to the roots of our Indian kids. That's very, very important. Thank you so much.
Hi, it's just so wonderful to be here among such respected and distinguished speakers and my fellow panelists. My journey, I'm Arpita Soor, and my journey was very similar to what Ms. Khushbu was talking about earlier. I used to live in America for a while. My kids grew up there till the age of 4. And then when I came back to India, I was struggling to reconcile the different methodologies of teaching and also to go back to work. It was very difficult because I didn't want to leave my child in a preschool or a daycare where the love for learning and the importance of curriculum was not understood. I lead the Kido India business. Kido is an international preschool and daycare. We are a UK-based preschool chain. We've launched in India last year, and I lead the India business.
It's great to be here.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharad Bhatia. I leave you aside for a moment, Jitendra. I'm the odd man out here. That's what they say in more ways than one, because I don't exactly come from a preschool kind of a thing. I'm the founder and CEO of India's first and only accredited online school for nursery to grade 8. We do have a preschool segment because we are working in the N-to-2 space as well. And we work with the motto of happy students and happy parents, which means precisely we are the home for parents who are looking for something which is besides or different from what traditional schools are doing. So this is what I do. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. I think all of us, what unites us is the passion for education, and especially early years, right? We want to bring some changes in the early years. That's why you see a lot of similar stories that, they saw that there was something missing in India. Their personal experience is what got all of us into this space. So what this basically brings us to light is that, is there still enough understanding of preschool space in India? And we definitely feel that, a lot of people don't understand the importance of preschool and early years. So we will start with the first question. I'll ask Ms. Arpita to explain to us what is go as basic as possible, because there seemed to be a lack in understanding why preschool or early years is important.
Absolutely. Completely agree with you, Jitu. It is a very important topic, but is very little understood. I am being very bold to speak amongst, a set of people where the majority of you are in higher education. But it is a biological fact that 90% of brain development is complete by the time a child is 5 years old. In fact, in the first year of a person's life, the brain doubles in size, and most of the emotional neural connections that occur in the brain that help with lifelong learning, all of that pretty much gets completed in the first few years of a child's growth. And that is why it is very important. There are 5 main aspects I will talk about today, which sort of encapsulate a holistic and comprehensive look at what a child is taking in these early years. First, of course, there's the first 2, which have been also enshrined in our NCF and our NEP, is literacy and numeracy, right? So literacy, the ability for a child to absorb language skills and to become fluent in as many as 3 to 4 languages by the age of 3 has been seen and has been recorded. We have cases of children who can speak to one person fluently in Hindi, another person going home, speaking to their grandparents in their local language, and then, being able to converse with, school friends in English. And children can seamlessly move from one language to another. And that is the plasticity of the mind at that age, where it is able to be molded so easily and can so easily absorb languages. So that is the first one. And the ability to be multilingual or bilingual at an early age also enables the child at later stages of development to very easily take in higher studies as well. So literacy, and then combined with that, the understanding of quantitative structures, numeracy is very important. We all know that. I think that has been enshrined in our NEP and our, the further the guidelines that have been put in the NCF, right? But then going forward, there are 3 more that are very important. Well, first is physical development. Without physical development, the brain development doesn't happen. And it is very important at that early stage for a child's physical, motor, fine motor skills, all of that to develop. And then the last 2 that I will talk about, very, very important, is social skills as well as emotional learning, right? Dr. Shroff, in fact, in the earlier session was talking very much about where our children, who our children are going to interact with in the future, right? Are they going to be, having the same type of life as us, or are they going to be interacting with AI clones or and so on, right? So they need to be able to very easily sort of switch between working with other humans and working with machines and AI driven technology, right? What is it that will set them apart will be the stability, the emotional stability that they would have learned at this very early age, and being able to be surrounded by positive influences and being able to get that confidence at an early age is what we want to focus on as part of the comprehensive learning of the child, right? So both emotional, and then of course there's a social aspect where children learn how to have healthy relationships. So it is very important that a child actually goes into an environment where there are other children, where they know how to sort of give and take, where they learn how to resolve, to negotiate in a very stress-free and conflict-free way. So all of these together sort of encapsulate the comprehensive learning aspects that a child has to take in at an early age, so that their brain development that is happening is actually fruitfully used. So that's basically the importance, I would say.
Thank you very much, Ms. Arpita. I think you've sort of given us an overall picture about all the 5 different aspects. I would like to go to Ms. Shilpa, and if she can explain the social and emotional learning in early years in a little bit of depth, with some examples.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Children spend almost a decade plus in their school years. And while we are training them and helping them become doctors and scientists and computer engineers, we sometimes are not able to ensure that they also become responsible human beings contributing to a larger society. A lot of the social emotional development and learning has been unrecognized in the school system, though there is effort. The NAP is talking about it being, giving it comparable importance, with the academic competencies. But how much all schools will recognize and take it is really left to individuals and groups. And hence, it's important that we sitting here and all those that we influence understand its importance. Pratham, which works with innovation and learning, conducted a research which was published in January 2020. And in their annual status report, they took on children between 4 to 8 years on various developmental indicators, including social and emotional parameters. They, of course, took cultural diversities, socioeconomic stratas across some 26 districts in 14 languages. So which means they covered quite a diverse group. One of the activities, for instance, that they conducted, they asked children, a group of children, this question. They asked children that if your friend were to take a toy from you, the only toy you were playing with, how would you respond? 25% children talked about, I will fight, I will snatch it back, and I will not talk to my friend again. Only 2.5% talked about, I will talk to my friend and ask him or her to give my toy back. Now, this is showing a limited understanding of how a conflict can be resolved. Going into saying that the social emotional understanding in children has to then be taught if it's not getting caught naturally. That's what you would really aim for. When we talk about the social emotional learning, there are 3 broad areas that one must look into. One is awareness of self, the emotion awareness. And a lot of us grow into not being aware, partly because our society really doesn't, our homes don't really let us talk a lot about feelings. We try to shun away or hide and run away from expressing, especially the unpleasant feelings. The point is we feel. We're feeling at this point, we're feeling. Some of us are feeling hungry. Some of us are feeling stimulated with the conversation since morning, but we don't have rooms and platforms for talking about feelings. That emotional awareness is crucially important. Being able to tap into how am I feeling? Why am I feeling what I'm feeling? What do I do about these feelings is important, and also to be feeling about others. So if a child is able to feel for a friend who's crying, it's showing, the child is showing emotional awareness. So that's one big part of the social emotional development. The other big is the social awareness. How do I interact and how do I respond or react to my environment, which is filled with people? So including your parents and caregivers and peers and teachers and the larger society. In our early years, things like taking turns, waiting for something to be given to you, seeking permission before I take somebody's toys, are all few signs of being socially aware, and it starts there. Apply it to your age groups, apply it to your higher education, and see how many opportunities students are getting to become self-aware and also social interaction. And the last most important component of social emotional learning is self-regulation. The ability to control your impulse in an appropriate fashion is what's really required. And a lot of our mental well-being goes back into people who are not able to regulate emotion. Dr. Shroff threw light upon, how her emotional resilience made her do what she did. And that's the kind of training we need to give our children, to be able to know what to do in what proportion, in what degree is an important one. If someone takes my toy, do I hit? Is that an option? Or what are my options? Can I go to a teacher? Can I go to a parent? Can I have a conversation? So to bring in all these things in the early years, and of course, like I said, tweak it to the age group that you deal with. There are lots of things one can do. In the early years, of course, we have huge treasure of strategies. One of them definitely being through stories, because you talked about practical implementation. Stories, story characters are great to, is a springboard to bring in conversations and dialogues. How do you think, the bears felt when Goldilocks just jumped and ruined their house? One is constantly putting sympathy on Goldilocks because she is lost, but what about the perspective taking from another point of view? Or what about the perspective taking from that big bad wolf? What about his perspective? And if we were to bring these dialogues and conversations, that would be great. Songs lend themselves to, a lot of conversations about emotions. There are lots of social stories now. It's a growing genre where you talk about empathy, you talk about caring, you talk about first day of school. You also talk about loss of a pet or a family member. And those are things that you can bring into classroom. Games become...
Ms. Shilpa, I think you'll have to round it up in another 30
I'll round it
seconds.
off. Yeah. Games definitely become a great point. I'm just leaving with 2-3 couple of strategies. Actually, I'll skip those, but I'll talk about the most important that I believe in, that a lot of time we talk about time out. I think it's time we talk about time in. Giving child the attention, giving child the acknowledgement of his or feeling, labeling those emotions, and helping the child navigate through that. So let's throw the time out and let's bring in time in. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, but we still have to stick to time, which is allotted to us. So that's why good. So Ms. Khushbu, if you can speak about the other aspect of early years, which is, the importance of language, right? How language plays an important part in the classroom and outside the classroom. There's a huge population of Indians whose first language is now becoming English, right? So parents speak in English, but grandparents speak in their, whatever native language they, and when they come back to school, they are speaking, either English. And now with NEP coming in and, asking to introduce more languages, what has been your experience and how do you see this?
Yeah, so that's a beautiful point to bring up. And yeah, even before I touch that point, I would like to emphasize upon something more and more important than that, because what you are talking is about being multilingual, right? So a child needs to be multilingual, but before that, I believe a child needs to speak, a child needs to communicate, a child needs to talk. The recent phenomena that I have been witnessing, this is a topic that I chose because it's very close to my heart and I needed a platform to talk about it. Reason being that I see a lot of kids, they are so much into their virtual world that they refuse to speak. Or if they speak the language of their shows that they watch. A Coco Melon show, a child in my school speaks in the language of Coco Melon show that you cannot make out. You can just pick some words or phrases from that. And that's the irony, because she's not present in my class. She has no learning disability, just that she doesn't speak to her friends, to her educators, to her caregivers. All she laughs at her own jokes. And this is the new irony. I have a child again. This is like I'm giving you these examples because this is something we are witnessing. And we should be very, very aware as working parents that what are we imparting, because this is our future. The thing that we are missing on, like talking to our kids, they are our future. So what I see, I have a child who knows, like, who doesn't know how to sit on a chair, who doesn't know how to eat, who doesn't know how to like even like do basic chores like eating, but is very much aware of every detail of a mobile phone and tries to snatch from any of the educators if they say, if he sees in their hand. So this is the new irony, or this is a new phenomena that I have seen in the preschool. So first of all, I would like to, so I have also asked my teacher even before what that I am trying to make that change in my preschool. Now I do not ask my teachers that start your day with circle time or start your day with this part of curriculum or with numbers, or I tell my teachers start your day by talking to your kids. How is their day? How was their day yesterday? Who prepared their breakfast? Did they say thank you? I like normal. How are they feeling? At least how are they feeling? They have nobody to share in the morning, like emotional intelligence or we were talking about. So they do not have folks in their house to ask them, how are they feeling? Are they upset, excited, sad? Like what are they feeling? So moving on to it, I will now emphasize upon why language is so important to kids. So when you still see a like age from birth to until 6 years of age, which is called the foundational years, every stage has a certain prerequisites and certain developmental landmarks. Okay, the child will start speaking, the child will start eating, the child, but language remains a common tool when you see for development across all stages, A baby needs language for neural development. Repeated words in babies helps them in the neural development. Talk to a toddler, you can engage the toddler in activities and you can make them respond to their surroundings. And when you teach language to a child, the world opens for them. They start making choices. They start sharing their needs. They start talking about their friends. They start making friends, first of all, building relation. They start learning and understanding their caregivers or educators. Trust me, folks, none of it is possible without language. So, I mean, language is a very profound predictor of health and well-being of a child. Okay, so with
Miss Khushbu, another 30 seconds to.
Yeah, sure, I'll wind it up for sure. So our grandparents or parents, if you look at it, they were very much probably aware of it, because you see, like they would talk to kids a lot, but they never needed any kind of toys or other gadgets to entertain their grandchild. They always talk to what happened, and back then it did not make sense to me when my mom was doing with my daughter. But when I researched, when I read about it, now it all falls in place. But with changing family dynamics, busy schedule, do we find time to talk to our kids? So please, a beautifully decorated nursery, the number of toys and the electronic gadgets will not give them the language that we want. So language is very important. Let's give this from one generation to another, because if we limit their words, we limit their world too. So, and then coming back to what he said, like, I would definitely, that certainly I have seen in India, especially, not in other countries, because they also talk in their native language, a lot of emphasis on like English as a language. But I believe, and I'm very happy that NEP made the changes that was required. We need to make our kids multilingual, because once they know their native language, they will understand their culture, they will stand, the diversity of the country will be maintained, and the beauty of a place.
I think we'll stop you at that. I think that was a fantastic point, that we do need multilingual kids. Now, you spoke about children going on YouTube and going on different channels and learning from there. So my next question is to you, ma'am, that how is technology impacting children, especially when we have both set of parents going to work? And I would request you if you can keep it under 3 to 4 minutes, please.
So this is a very question very near to my heart, and I have been seeing these cases in my school as well, wherein both the parents are working, and we cannot ignore the fact that technology the child is not going to use, but it should be with the moderation, it should be with the appropriate guidance as to what the child is seeing. Now, both the parents go out, we talk about the cultural development, we talk about the social development, we talked about the lingual development. How is this going to happen? Both the parents are working. When they come back home, the father is either tired, the mother is busy in the household chores, and the child is left all ignored. Now, the impact of the technology on the child is such as to what Ms. Khushbu said, that one of the child in her school is responding only to the CoComelon. The same is with my case. The child is not responding to her name. The child is not even looking back towards what ma'am is saying. And then when we got it to the notice of the parent, and then all the tests were being done, the child is only responding to the CoComelon song. Can you believe this? And this is what it is happening. We as educators, we really, really need to focus attention that the early 7 to 8 years, the brain is developing at the utmost experience. So in this case, what is happening is, when there is so many neurons developing and we are exposing our kids to the technology, where are we heading towards? So it is my urge to all the preschoolers that a lot of preschoolers, they are doing a lot of, they're showing a lot of stories on the TV, they're showing a lot of stories on the projector, and then they feel that yes, but believe me, in our school, the Evolvers Nest Preschool, none of the stories are being shown on the television or on the projector. Even the Chandrayaan, we have made the whole Chandrayaan and we have taken it up through the wall of our building, and the kids, the playgroup child could also explain it to their parent ki rocket upar gaya tha moon pe, and it went onto the moon, and the Pragyan, landed on the south pole of the moon. And that was fantastic. What we teachers can do a change, we preschoolers can do a change by talking to the parent and to educate them as to why a big no to the technology, a big no. I will say a big no to the phones, to the mobile. Whenever any guest comes at home, what we do? We give the phone to our child and we are happy conversating with our friends. And we just forget that we are, ignoring our child. And we don't even look into what a child is looking into. A small child will look into the CoComelon songs, and a big teenager will look into what, as Mrs. Shroff, Dr. Shroff also said. And then would we have the control over our kids of what they are looking into their phone and what they are looking into their mobile? Can you say no to them, or can I say no to them? So we really have to not introduce the gadgets to them. But yes, if at all there is a need, because there's a nuclear families are there, it has to be with the appropriate guidance and with the proper moderation. Thank you so much.
I think very well said. Now moving from, we've got a lot of examples of one end of the spectrum where technology was actually harming children, right? But technology also does a lot of good, right? So let's not make technology a villain. We are all sitting here talking through a microphone. People are listening to us. So technology is essential. It's just as you rightly pointed out, how are we
Proper
gonna,
moderation and the guidance.
yeah,
That's very
that's exactly what I'm trying to bring. That how do we moderate this technology to our own use? And that's where we have Mr. Sharad Bhatia, and he's going to speak about. So the question is that how do you think that technology can bring in this qualitative and quantitative assessment of children, how they are progressing, and since you run a tech company, how tech can help them further and take the school education a step forward?
It's always difficult to speak after 4 accomplished women have, and more so when you are so close to lunchtime. But I'll keep it very short and simple in the real sense of it. Quickly, why is technology important? 1, because we don't have a choice. 2, it gives us scalability. And 3, it reduces the error count. As simple as that. That is where we bring in technology. Well, the kind of technology that we have right now, the one we are using, what am I doing? Is it different from what most traditional schools are doing, with all due respect to whatever anybody is doing? The answer to that is yes or no, both. Most traditional schools, or we've overheard about the use of technology inside the classrooms. I'm not doing that. I'm actually using technology to create classrooms, which typically means that can I go out to a preschool and tell them, okay, by the way, you have the wherewithal, the brand, the ethos to become a school from, let's say, 50 students to 50,000 students within span of 10 years. Do you have the power and the technology to reach more and more students, create that kind of scalability? The answer to that is with me. So this is what I'm doing. Qualitatively and quantitatively, yes, there are many points which I can elaborate upon, but I'll keep it very short and simple. I'll pick a one from either one. One of the things that we saw while we were growing up was it was difficult to measure the engagement. Qualitatively, it is very difficult to measure the engagement of a child across a particular topic. The answer to that comes from technology. What we've built in our own LMS at this point in time can actually, using many factors such as body movements, rapid eye movement, whether the child is completely aware, what is the span of eyes. We have captured the engagement of the child across a particular topic. How can we do it? We can do it because, as you mentioned, children have a very short attention span at this point in time. I mean, if a father is sitting on Instagram at 11 o'clock at night and on the bed, how can he or she actually tell his child not to look at Facebook or YouTube or whatever? So children have a very limited attention span. We are building micro lectures, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, getting all the information inside it, and then measuring if children are more engaged to it or not. Because right now, we come from, now we are in a generation, we literally paralyze our thumbs flipping reels and stories on Instagram and Facebook. But anyways, it is what it is. I'm not blaming anybody. On the quantitative side, there is something that we can do, which most of us have felt the need to at some point in time, even when we were growing up, when we were inside the classrooms. And this is with all due respect to whatever we have done from our childhood, whatever we are doing inside the physical classrooms. We only have a limited span of time, let's say 40 minutes to finish a chapter. The teacher comes, takes attendance, spends 5 minutes, looks at the homework for the next 5-7 minutes. We don't have time to go ahead and look at so we have a clock running against us, like it is doing at this point in time, always. Can I give a personalized experience to each and every child? Which means if you want to go through a particular topic of, let's say, phonics 5 or 6 times more than any other child, can technology do it? The answer to that is yes. So what we call the completion rates of a particular topic is not easily achievable across physical classrooms, and that is where we can achieve it in the early years using technology. So one of those, engagement being a qualitative, and completion of a particular task, the completion rate of a particular task across a group of students being the quantitative one. So this is how we can bring a difference. There are many other ways in which we can do it. We can have analytics around it, which we are doing at this point in time. We can see how much a particular teacher is making an impact across a particular group of students. All of that can be put into technology, and we are doing it at this point in time. But I just mentioned a couple of them so that everybody has a very pinpointed idea of what I want to speak about. Thank you.
I think that was really insightful, Sharath. I'm a big fan of technology. I feel that tech in the future. So let me give you one more real life example. When we were growing up, when we were growing up, I'm slightly older, so not the younger guys, but people from my generation, we were definitely getting whacked at school. Do you all agree with me? About 30 years ago, 30, 35 years ago. And most of the reason we used to get whacked is because our handwriting was not legible. The teachers couldn't read what we were writing. Now in today's day and age, are we writing anything on paper with a pen? Now, if this is how today looks like, then what is going to happen in future? Are we emphasize we were a lot of people were emphasizing a lot on reading today, right? But I have a teenage daughter and I speak to a lot of teenagers. None of them are reading. Most of them are listening to podcasts, right? If they are really serious about education. So where is reading gonna go? And are books the future? Is podcast the future? Anyways, I think we'll always need a good mix of traditional education, and we will need a good mix of technology. And foundation years is extremely important because this is where we see the trend, which then the primary school educationalists see, and then probably college and post-grad. Lockdown has had such a huge impact on children learning. I don't know what is the experience of first graders, people who teach first graders, but last year to this year, and I'm just quoting empirical research, the number of students with learning disabilities, with social emotional issues, is gone threefold in certain in some centers that we are seeing, right? Threefold is a big number. Every year our population grows by 1%. We are 1.3 billion, I think 1.4 billion people. We've overtaken China. So we are producing about what, 1.4 crore children every year. 2 years of lockdown. This was the only sector which was abandoned by everybody, left, right, and center, was preschool. Nobody took preschool seriously. Parents were not sending children to preschool, and the impact of which is we are already seeing. So of course, we are from the preschool industry, so we are very passionate, and we can go on speaking about how preschool is very important. But you, as educators who are in K-12 school, I'm sure you have also felt the impact of early years absent for 2 years, and the sort of challenges you are facing in teaching children social emotional learning, or creativity, or language, or numeracy. So thank you very much for listening to us. I know you were hungry for knowledge, but I'm sure by now you're also hungry for food. So thank you very much. And I would also like to thank Business World for this opportunity. Thank you to my panelists.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. I think also a big thank you to Jitendra for moderating that. Everybody, once for him, please. Also very careful of the time as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And continuing from what he said, from food for thought, it's time for food for your stomachs. It's 5 to 2. By 2:50, we'll begin with the next panel discussion. Thank you.
उदयपुर को मेरे डैड से बेहतर कोई नहीं जानता. 25 साल से टूरिस्ट गाइड है. But for the last 16 years, there is a new attraction in Udaipur. देखना चाहोगे? चलो दिखाता हूँ. So this is the attraction I was talking about. My SPSU. क्या नहीं है यहाँ पर? You don't believe me? Come, let's step in.
We are driven by a sacred mission to change the world through the power of education. We look to solve not the problems that we face today, but anticipate the challenges that lie ahead and equip students with the know-how to devise creative and innovative solutions. We redefine for the India of the 21st century, fostering a culture of continuous learning and reinvention. We imbue education with a sense of social consciousness and awareness, creating professionals with the skill sets and know-how to effect real and lasting change. Secret is a relentless drive to better not just our learners, but ourselves with constant faculty and management development.
Sir Padampat Singhania University was established in 2007. It has the legacy of Sir Padampat Singhania and is an initiative of JK Cement. If you look at it has a sprawling campus of 100+ acres, and it is an energy efficient campus, a conducive environment for higher learning. There is a lot of focus on internationalization, industry integration, and innovation. The university is a new age university where you're preparing the youth to be the change agents for the future, and they're nurtured to become the leaders of tomorrow. At the university, we have several centers of excellence which are committed to create sustainable environment. There are high-end research practices which are taking place. Students are being equipped to contribute to the development of the practices within the corporate world. Through technology-enabled environment, rich curriculum, and through experiential learning, we are empowering youth to build nations.
उदयपुर को मेरे डैड से बेहतर कोई नहीं जानता. 25 साल से टूरिस्ट गाइड है. But for the last 16 years, there is a new attraction in Udaipur. देखना चाहोगे? चलो दिखाता हूँ. So this is the attraction I was talking about. My SPSU. क्या नहीं है यहाँ पर? You don't believe me?
Okay, इसकी आवाज बढ़ाएंगे थोड़ी मेरे माइक की. Hello, welcome back everybody. Oh wow, थोड़ी सर और दे दो आवाज मेरे वाले में, मेरे माइक में. Thank you. A little more, थोड़ी सी. May I please request everybody to take their seats so we can start now. Thank you. All our friends at the back as well, please. Okay, first questions first. Everybody had lunch? No? Okay, everybody had lunch? No one, I think no one on this side. Chalo, one. Lovely. Probably the longest lunch that we've had till date, or at least I've attended in any of BW's conferences. Chaliye, our next panel discussion, it's on new age teaching mechanism and upskilling. And for that, please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Ajit Parulekar, Director, Goa Institute of Management, Satari, Professor Falguni Gupta, Vice Chancellor, GLA University, Mathura, Archana Surana, Founder and Director, ARC College of Design and Business, Jaipur. And this session will be chaired by Risham Sohail, Editorial Lead, BW Disrupt. Please. Everybody, let's welcome them. Oh, we've all just had lunch. We can be louder. I'm just assuming so. Thank you.
Hi, hello, mic test. Hi, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Upskilling is one of the many words that's been used, misused, and abused badly. But the fact is, which has been revealed by one of the latest reports, that almost 50% of the current workforce needs to upskill themselves. And by 2026, 30 million of India's executives needs to be digitally competent. That's our agenda. And for that, these are some of the leaders who are in the role of guiding, mentoring, and grooming the next set of workforce of India. I would like to now open the panel, and I would love to know from you how, in your opinion, the teaching techniques have been evolving, especially with the incoming of technology. And more importantly, after COVID and the lockdown phase, we have kind of emphasized on the new teaching techniques a lot. Can we start with Ms. Surana, please? Your opening remarks.
Thank you, Business World. I think it's a very potent question. And what I see here is that design, because I come from design education, and I feel that design education is way ahead of other disciplines. While we do talk about science and other, other disciplines which have made great inventions and innovations, design actually brings everything together. The whole interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach of design and the understanding of design is very key for a developed nation. And when we talk about skilling, are we really understanding that design is the kind of skill that each and every student needs to learn right from the school level, where it starts from middle education to higher education. And most of us in India understand design as from the lifestyle perspective, look at it as fashion or products, and what it goes behind, creating these designs is something that most of us are not even aware of. While the fashion industry is one of the largest employer on the planet, it is also employs the largest number of women on the planet, and it is the largest, one of the most highest revenue generating industries too. So we have largely seen design from a very superficial, from a very aesthetic point of view, or a visual delight kind of view. Whereas when I look at design today, design thinking is a key word that's floating around on the planet. Right from business schools to scientific acumen to everywhere, you'd hear the word design everywhere. But have we truly embraced design in the spirit and the understanding that it needs to be understood, where India, I feel, has lacked? I mean, we've really missed out on this opportunity for almost decades now. The world started with art and design, departments in universities some 50 years back. We have just stepped into it, right? we had only one institution, the NID, which was premier, and then we had a couple of NIFs now, but that is again more industry specific, whereas the National Institute of Design has done a great job. But look at the numbers that they actually churned out in the country when it comes to driving innovation. People even didn't know what kind of jobs a designer would get. Now, when we talk about design and design thinking, yes, the EDIP process, which is, you empathize, you define a problem, you look at ideating, look at some convergent thinking and some kind of divergent understanding that is very key there. And then prototype and test. I think it goes across all disciplines in this manner. And I think all disciplines, we've understood that students do not understand this. This is like the ABCD, it's as fundamental, and it keeps evolving as your problem statement grows and becomes complex. And today, when I look at design, looking at the skilling aspect, yes, the artificial intelligence is almost like taken over our thinking, we feel that it's the biggest thing on the planet. Who is creating that? It's humans who are creating that. So I think that the human is first, and then comes the artificial intelligence.
Absolutely,
So
I also agree.
It's not a threat, it's a complementing factor. It's a huge complementing factor, but it cannot replace the true essence of education, which is the true skill, which is your cognitive skills, which comes with your hands. So I call the hand is the new brain today, when people are not using their hands. And so I've just, is it that you want to take me on the second round? Then I have a couple of thoughts that
I would love to. I would love to listen to them.
So I'd just like to share that, I'm fortunate that I'm representing as vice president on world's largest forum for art, media, design, and architecture from 70 countries. We have 370 universities and colleges across the globe as members. And India is for the first time on this international board after 30 years. And it's a privilege to be there to understand that where the world is thinking and what's going on on the planet.
That is so impressive. Thank you so much for representing India at such a front, and you're going to lead that for us. Coming to you, Professor Gupta, would you kind of help us understand how and in what manner the teaching techniques have evolved, and what strategies kind of stood out for you?
Good afternoon. And it's very difficult to do the batting after lunch. And I'm sure all of you will agree with me. And second thing, unfortunately, I'm not the first person. She was the first person. So opening batsman is always in problem, I am thankful to the organizers for this invitation. I will try my best to do my justice to be here with you. Let me tell you, post-COVID or during COVID, we have heard several terms. One is online, hybrid, then is coming AI, machine learning, then has come the word interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, then is coming major, minor, and in between NEP entered into the picture. So all of us have put enough heads into that to understand about all these terms, jargons. Some of them have been misused, and some of them are taken into account properly. Post-COVID, if you realize using these terminologies, too many companies came out in the market. And again, they are coming to the institutes or university to sell their products. Very good initiative, many employments, and too many jobs in the domain of IT. What happened to my parent departments? Mechanical, civil, electrical, electronics. They are in bad shape. We could not provide the proper training, proper practical to all of these cases. And as a result, employment has come a big problem for them. Once they come to know that, or industry comes to know that he is from COVID, during COVID period person, and they are not getting selected. So upskilling is most important parameter for them. What steps we have taken? I will not tell at this moment about GLA University, my university. I will tell that across the country that we are trying our best to handshake with industries. I know some of the industries will die after some time, but some of them will survive. And they will be using proper words, AI and ML also into the picture. Now, success will come once you can sell properly. Otherwise, you are in problem, because all these jargons, all these words are very, very complicated one. If I ask a boy or student, what for you are using AI? Is this a simple optimization problem? You can solve it without using the AI. No, sir, no, sir. You have to use the word AI. Otherwise, I will not get the job. This is the current scenario, believe it or not, without understanding, because they don't have any scope to understand that why I am using AI, why I have to use machine learning, why I will be using the deep learning. And everybody is working in this domain. If you ask any computer science students, everybody will tell, sir, I am working in the domain of AI or ML or deep learning. But why I need? Let us first solve the problem of fundamentals. Fundamentally, they are very weak. Believe it or not. Even if you ask the school arithmetic or geometry, they will not be able to solve the problem properly. If I tell them that a square minus b square equals to a plus b into a minus b, prove it in geometrically, they are gone. Because we are responsible for that. And because of online, hybrid, all those things are in picture. What I have seen, the boy is in the field, cultivation field, and he has kept his mobile on. And his attendance is on. Unfortunately, he did not attend the class. And the boy is having only maybe 4" by 1" mobile phone, because he is not from the rich family. And I have covered the syllabus. The boy appeared the exam, and the exam passing rule was very simple this time because of the regulatory authority. Whoever appeared the exam, you have to allow them to clear their backlogs, and then you are in again problem because he could not solve the problem since he doesn't know anything about the prerequisite component. So upskilling is required, and got lot of initiative have been taken care by the government of India, by the industry, by the management, but the problem is somewhere else also. One major problem is that infrastructure, appropriate infrastructure, whether we have. Where from I will get the money? Who will give this money? That industry, see, if you see the day I will reach my Mathura, I will get a call from various industries. Sir, I have the solution for you, this type of thing. But who will pay me, give me this money? So the government or the regulatory authority or the industry should come out with certain ideas how to upskill. Proper diagram should be there, that this way I must be able to solve the problem of upskilling. Otherwise, the initiative is very nice. I am sure that one day we will achieve the goal, and because government initiative is very, very effective one till date what we observed. At this moment, let me stop, and then we'll come again if required.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Professor Gupta. Whereas we agree or disagree, but the point here is what the pertinent point Professor Gupta made is we are kind of getting carried away by the fancy terms or the fancy segments of AI, ML sometimes. But the need is to focus on the fundamentals correct them well, so that you can get onto the ground, get into the competitive space, and perform well. That's what a very pertinent point Professor Gupta made. Coming to you, Mr. Parulekar, my point here to you is, what kind of strategies in your observation in the last 2 to 3 years have kind of helped students in upskilling, and that too for teachers as well? And also, a second part of my question would be, do you have some different take on this, what Professor Gupta has just mentioned?
Yeah, so, firstly, thank you, Business World, for inviting me and inviting the rest of the panelists. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'll take the first question that you had posed to both the panelists earlier, which is on new technologies. And I think, there's very little new that's happened in higher education for a very long time. It's one of the only industries that I know of which hasn't got disrupted as yet, right? And that's very surprising. I mean, think of top universities anywhere in the world, anywhere in the country, and how many of the modern universities that are top universities that you see have folded and closed shop. It's only the lower end that closes shop, right? Whereas wherever else you see disruption, whether it is telecom and Nokia and Kodak and whoever else in whatever industry, you've seen that there has been largely a tech-driven disruption. That's not happened here. And I'm saying modern universities. So if I say which top university are you aware of that no longer existed, you'll think of Nalanda, Takshashila. Reviving Nalanda is a different story, but that's not modern university. I mean, that's once upon a time. Therefore, I think today is the time where that disruption, that inflection point for disruption seems to be happening. I think technology is something that's going to do that. And by the disruption, I don't mean necessarily that, the top universities will close shop. I just mean that the way education is going to be delivered is going to change. There are changes in some of the techniques that have been used in school. I mean, by school, I mean business school, or whatever, school of design, school of university. I'm largely looking at higher education. So you do have like the case method and experiential learning, and every now and then you get some little tweaks as such. But I think the big thing, according to me, and what's got accelerated by the last 3 years, and you also asked me what is my take on what Professor Gupta just said, is I think technology is going to rock education. And when I say rock education, don't get me wrong. I'm very clear about the fact that the social experience of having offline, in campus, that's invaluable. That at least today, there's no remote way that it's going to get replaced, at least in the near future. Someday, maybe you will have VR, AR, that will be really good, that will give you that kind of experience. But I'm not trying to say that one over the other. But I do think that, with a gross enrollment ratio in higher education of 26% that the government wants to double to 50%, that's not going to happen in this traditional model. And where's the infrastructure? Where is the money going to come from? Those are questions that cannot be answered. The only way that's going to happen is learners who cannot go to traditional kind of modes, online is the way out for them. And in that disruption, I think part of the disruption is going to come by new age universities. Not every university has to aspire that as it become bigger to become a Harvard, right? I mean, everybody does aspire, and that's the only model. I think therefore there is an opportunity for disruption that the technology will bring in. I do agree, to a lot of points that my previous two panelists talked about, a student is in the field and, mobile is on and presence is there. That's because we are early. The infrastructure is not there. So if you want to do, let's say, hybrid education where some students are in class and some are, elsewhere, you need great infrastructure for that. You need equal presence in the class for each member, including each member outside there. So the visibility that somebody in your classroom has, the same visibility should be possible for the person who's sitting at home or is on a hospital bed or is somewhere else in a family function that they cannot leave and they would have otherwise been absent. So that's one. The second thing is in terms of online, what a lot of institutions ended up doing, forced by COVID, was replicating what you did in class online. Now that's not going to work. As a medium changes, obviously you've got to change. Online engagement tools that you have, there are fabulous tools online. There are certain advantages that online bring in which a physical classroom doesn't. For example, if there's one disinterested student in the class, they are going to disturb people sitting next to them. That doesn't happen online. If you're disinterested, you're the only one that's going to lose out. Everybody else is able to still kind of, participate. And therefore, online surveys, clickers, There are so many kinds of, Kahoot. You have so many different kinds of, platforms that are available. Once you combine those and you truly make your class available online, developing great quality, what's that? Asynchronous learning tools, the flexibility that you can give to people. You don't have to be there at this time, at this place. You can be anywhere. You can learn at any time, and you'll just have, these are the 6 lessons you've got to do in a week's time. So I do think that that's going to really rock education, higher education for sure. But I think, the challenges as you go to primary education, as you go to, poorly funded, institutions, to people, when you're serving communities where it's difficult to get access to technology, I think the challenge is going to be multifold there.
When we know that India is now ample of opportunities lying with advanced tech coming in, but you mentioned about the disruption is yet to take place when it comes to higher education. Do you have a broad timeline in your understanding by when we can see tech rocking in edtech?
So the challenge with technology, it's very, very difficult to be able to predict. And when it's difficult to predict, usually when you look at diffusion of technology or adoption of technology, I think one of the things that has been used most commonly is the BAS model, the Frank BAS model. But that model is very difficult to find, for new tech. For example, your generative AI, what's commonly known as ChatGPT. ChatGPT touched 100 million users, active users, in less than 2 months. There is nothing else. I mean, TikTok, whatever you take, nothing has come anywhere close to this. And therefore, it's very difficult to predict. However, because it's going to require a lot of, let's say the hardware needs to be available in various places, I don't think that disruption is going to happen like overnight. It's going to take time. It's going to probably take a decade. In a decade's time, I do think that you're going to have significant inroads that's going to be made. In the developed world, it's going to happen faster. So you already have a lot of large corporations in the United States who are willing to say, I'm looking at a skill set alone. If you don't have a certificate that comes from a university, but you have the skill set, I'm willing to employ. We are in India very far away from that. It'll take many more years, but I think that's already started in certain economies. It's just a matter of time.
Thank you, Ajay. This was really put together. Thank you so much for this insight. Coming to you, Ms. Surana, they talked about, Professor Gupta talked about some drawbacks in infrastructure right now, but we are hopeful that we'll get there. Do you also somehow face some challenges, some broad aspect challenges, some complications when it comes to School of Design, specifically when we talk about upskilling?
Okay. See, I have something which is because I'm being a very hands-on person, experiential learning is what I completely believe in, and understand that it can never, ever be replaced by any kind of technology or any kind of a different understanding. So if I say, let's get back to ABC, right? So while artificial intelligence is right now the key word and everybody wants to get onto that bandwagon and talk about it, I think it's interesting because yes, virtual reality, artificial reality, immersive learning, new simulations. With the simulation, why we've seen it in the medical sector, now you will see it in all the sectors. The fashion industry, the design industry is the one who is actually far, far ahead because the lifestyle industry demands that kind of thing, right? What you see today in the world is all a reflection of what is that deeper work that has gone inside. So, when I talk about the A, that's artificial intelligence, because that is something that will bring the world together. And we are today wanting to create an impact on the planet. Any business is looking at large numbers, larger impact, larger reach, larger numbers, right? While you are sitting in a small city, you can reach out to the world through technology. So technology will be a great enabler. We all need to focus our education in bringing technology and the different kind of technologies to our classroom. However, it's not about, whether we like it or not like it, because when you look at we are the people who are from the last 3-4 decades who have been educators, not many people would really appreciate. They would say that, yes, we need to be back to basics, right? And my second is, the first is the technology, the artificial intelligence. The other is the back to basics. It's very, very important. We've seen that people are losing out on their abilities to draw, sketch, technical drawing, renders, whatever. They feel everything is available on different platforms today. You can pick and choose and do. Your brain can only do that work if you have the ability to do it yourself, right? Today, I just got one email on which was written by a fresher, a student who just graduated, right? And the mail is so verbose. It is going into that depth that it didn't require that kind of talking and using of those kind of words, because it was all cut, paste, and copied from ChatGPT. So the sensitivity is what is missing now when you're going to be copying and pasting. Now, this is so people who have the ability to know to do things by hands, to understand, even writing your notes when you're taking a class, we have given up on all of this, which should not ever be the case, because that's very, very key for any kind of learning. And we cannot negate a learning of histories and generations and generations. So back to basics is very, very important. While technology is an enabler, back to basics is what we, as educationists, we all need to keep that balancing act, right? Yes, I am a great, I would say somebody who truly believes in collaboration, because collaboration is what brings out the best of everybody. So to be very interesting, Arch College of Design and Business, we've been there for 23 years. And I've had very humble beginnings. In fact, to that humble that just started in 3 rooms, right? And over these years, I've seen how education has evolved, how design has evolved, how the kind of difference it has brought to the whole ecosystem. So I strongly believe that collaboration between industry and academia is very, very key for any kind of learning, because the academia can never bring those resources what the industry has, right? The kind of equipment, infrastructure, the investments, academics can never bring that kind of investment inside the system, where, because unless until you're government funded, like in a lot of UK institutions and other places where they do invest in a lot of technology and they are ahead of the industry in terms of research and other areas, we've seen that this kind of infrastructure is definitely not available in our country. Yes, there are a lot of institutions who are trying to do that, but the industry will also always be 10 steps ahead of us. So that partnership is very, very key. But now I have a very radical point here to say. The UK just, put on a policy saying that interns cannot be, they need to be paid. Once they finish the program, if they're on internship, they have to be paid. They cannot be kept for free. In India, we have this whole culture ki hum aapko, the industry feels they're doing a favor on the academia by giving them the opportunity of getting their students getting internship with them, right? So this is where I think we need a strong policy where the industry needs to acknowledge the academia and the contribution it is making. Our job is to make a strong foundation. It's like a building, and the levels are created at when the student actually becomes a professional and grows in his life, and in different stages with different companies, they learn different stages. So it's like you making your own building structure, but the foundation is what has to be very, very strong. And that's what the education does. And we have to understand that we are creating that foundation, and the industry cannot, just take us for granted, in the sense that their contribution has to be equally there in terms of participating and even investing with the institutions, right? So this is one area that I strongly feel that there has to be a policy like what the UK put in as a policy. Like we give daily wages. So I think, which is a bare minimum kind of thing that you need to give to somebody. So you could probably give it. That's an acknowledgement of somebody that you're taking on and you're making, the best. So collaboration, yes, definitely industry, academia, even institution to institution. That kind of culture also does not exist in our country, right? We are very competitive in nature, not complementing. So everybody is in that race to actually, have more number of students. It's not about the quality of education. Today, quality of education is compromised because of the large numbers that we are just trying to make sure that we fill up our seats and make sure that the revenues, the investment of the infrastructure of an university can actually, a setup can be actually fulfilled, because there are a lot of private universities and there's a huge competition. But I still hear that post-COVID, the numbers are going low in university setups. Yeah. So it's why is now today, I mean, looking at why is this happening? What does the student feel? That they don't require this kind of education to spend that, and they want to get into the workforce and learn as an apprentice. They really want to learn with the real people. So collaborating with the real people is very, very important. The classroom needs to have those real people interactions and scenarios that can actually make education relevant and meaningful. So I simply have to say the ABCs is what we need to be back to the basics to actually make sure that we are relevant and meaningful. Because, and I see this, that today our people are missing out on that skill. I'm seeing the students, the batch which was, post-COVID, the ones who are just coming in, who have missed out 2 years of education. We have seen that they are somewhere having all the paraphernalia around them. They look good, as per the social media, they have to be all well dressed and looked, and on the face value, everything looks great. But if you really ask them at the depth of things, they're missing out on it. And that's what the job of education is, to actually create human beings, the beings who will actually create this new future. So
Thank you
yes,
so much.
technology is a great enabler.
Thank you
and
so much, Ms. Urana. Great point made. ABC. So advanced tech, back to basics, and collaboration, what matters to Ms. Urana, if I can sum up that way. And we will close our discussion on very, very pertinent point. I would like to draw your attention to the NEP policy. It has been 3 years now. In your observation, what has been most impressive out of all of the initiatives, and what impact has it made already? Professor Gupta, would you like to take it up?
Mine is simple thing, that let us have the proper innovation techniques. Right? Government is spending huge amount of money on innovation. Then industry is coming forward to help academicians or academia. What I want, if possible, that 1 or 2 industry picks up 1 or 2 university, that I will see that proper innovations, have been made by the students of that university. That every university has some good, strong points. Some of them are having weak points. Let us fix that one, and that will be the best takeaway from this discussion. Yes, let us have some innovation or innovation centers for the country. Thank you.
Mr. Parulekar, your take on what has been the impact of NEP in last 3 years? What has been some of the most impressive, most efficient strategies or initiatives? And also, if you can kind of conclude your take in 3 points, 3 suggestions, 3 advices that should be taken forward.
Sure. Regarding NEP, I think it's too early. Right now, there is chaos.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right now, I don't think there is any great work happening, because NEP is revolutionary in thought, but there is a lot of detail that needs to be put in place before implementation goes the right way. Right? There is one of the things that's happening in NEPs. There's a structural change. I mean, NEP doesn't see every state. You have different systems running. So you have like smaller colleges affiliated to universities. What happens to them is so having clusters, constituent colleges, new kinds of universities, all of that, there is going to be a little bit of a mess because it's a major shakeup. I think, the timelines are the only thing that's good about it is the philosophy is great and the timeline is reasonable. I mean, they're looking at by 2035. So we're looking at 3 years, what happened? I'm glad not much has happened because it would have been too soon, too fast, right? So what I think is going to happen as a result of that is you're going to see consolidation, because NEP doesn't see small institutions. They see institutions being with a minimum size of 3,000 students. And therefore you will see a lot of consolidation. One good, one great thing, I don't know how we are going to be able to execute it, is, not working in silos. So this multidisciplinarity in principle seems really good to do. And I think at least for universities and larger institutions, having people therefore to have everybody needs to, to have a little bit more liberal education. That's everyone needs to have an understanding of STEM. Everybody needs to have an understanding of humanities and whatever you want to specialize in. And I think that's something in the countries where they've had more liberal education, you have a much better civil society, right? Because people can appreciate everything to be able to then become informed citizens and things like that. So that I think is the second good part about NEP. There are several other things that are there in terms of, if a student goes in an undergrad program, out of 4 years, if they complete 3 years and then they have to exit, they go with, completely empty-handed. Today you will have credit, certification, a bank of credits available. And therefore, I think that's, a 3-year completed is better than not started at all. And you get some credentialing happening for that. I think that's the third positive thing. In terms of, messages to give, I think one of the messages I think is, no matter whether you're an educator or administrator in primary school or in doctoral education, embrace technology. I'm not saying technology is going to wipe things out. Human ingenuity is far too good to get wiped out. But I do think that if you're able to embrace and play around with technology, your institution is likely to be able to benefit the most from technology. See technology as an enabler and not something as, to be scared of. The second is, if you're I'm assuming there are more administrators here. If your teachers are giving you a lot of reasons why, it doesn't make sense for their respective subjects or their research or for whatever that they do and how the technology doesn't fit in, it's natural. Whenever you find any kind of disruptive change that's happening, there should be, the higher the resistance to change, the higher is the possibility of impact of that particular technology. And therefore, don't be dissuaded by that. Don't steamroll. Go slow. Find ways in which you can get people upskilled over a gradual period of time. So that's the second one. And the third, I think, is India is an happening country. So when I'm saying India is a happening country, I teach in business school in a couple of parts in Europe. I can tell you at least the student sentiment that you have in India today is very different from, it's very, very optimistic. You go to Europe, no matter where you go in Europe, and if you ask a question, and I ask this question, the question that I ask students there is, what do you think is going to be your quality of life and your lifestyle? Equivalent to your parents, better than your parents, worse off than your parents? Over 80% of students across Belgium, UK, Spain, Portugal, these are the 4 places where I teach, over 80% of students feel it's going to be worse off than parents. Tell me one young Indian that you can find who's not optimistic about the future. And I think we should encash on that. If you give great value, the money comes. I mean, in India, the money will come, the jobs will happen, all of that will happen if you give great value.
Good to know, Ajit. Before
Here
you
I'd
could
like to
add,
just-
absolutely. I could
Yeah.
see Ms. Surana nodding all the time and agreeing with what Ajit was mentioning. But this is actually the India's decade, and I call these times the time of happy confluence. Over to you, Ms. Surana.
So it's a cycle, right? So they've seen their heydays, they've seen everything, they've got so much technology already, they've got the infrastructure, and you start taking it for granted. The moment you start taking it for granted, you are in a problem. So I think this generation that they have right now has seen so much of wealth and abundance that, for them, that's the only world. They don't even acknowledge that there is any other world that even exists. And we are somebody who have been, deprived because of the colonial rule and have an aspiration. So that hunger is very, very important for anybody. As a student, if you want to skill yourself, you need to have that hunger. So I think till that this nation has that hunger, I think we will always, the hunger to learn, the hunger to contribute, the hunger to impact. And that's very, very key for growth. And I think with, what our nation is doing right now, the leadership, the way it is shaping up the country, the kind of innovation that's happening, the kind of inspiration that the youth is getting, right from Chandrayaan-3 to the kind of global exposure that it's giving towards, with the kind of projects that are going on. I think it's a great, great time of this country. But, to be very honest, I'll tell you, it's a great competition with China. I mean, because I sit there, I still see that China is such an aspiration for the world. I mean, for all European countries, to all countries for that matter. And I think India needs to become more aspirational. Whether we are happy inside, but they're really envious of us. And I see that very categorically in conversations to everything, because the way we are rising as a nation. I think we need to keep this positive spirit of India alive and support our people, our nation, our work, our efforts. And that's how we will be able to really make that impact that we want to, because we have to stand as one. And that's what is the, our diversity, what we called as our unity and our strength. I think that diversity has to really become our unity, because that's what other nations, probably I'm talking about China, they have that. And we are somewhere, we need to inculcate this value very strongly now in this nation if we really want to have a great footprint on the planet.
Great take, Mr.
And right from skilling, I mean, the kind of infrastructure, the kind of, the services the world is drawing from us, we lack nothing, actually. We just don't lack anything right now. What we lack is that, we need to really believe in our values and our roots once again. I strongly believe in that part. Yeah.
Great to know. At this point in time, India holds immense potential to excel and to go beyond all across. Before we actually close, Professor Gupta, do you have something to say? We just have a minute left.
How many minutes?
Just a minute.
Just a minute. Okay. Let me tell you one thing, that whatever is going on, it will go on smoothly. And believe it not, we'll shine one day and we will achieve our target that will become the developed country by 2040. Let us keep it the way we are progressing. Let the industry come forward, help us in determining everything, whatever the way they are helping, and let the Government of India or regulatory authority also understand the pulse of the students, because nowadays students are very, very overloaded. You cannot imagine the amount of load we have put on them. And I know that it is very difficult for them that to go back to that basic, because we have put them minor, we have put them major, we have put them multidisciplinary, we have put them humanities, we have put them physical exercise, whatnot, everything. You cannot imagine the total 26 credit unit per semester, and the volume of work they are doing is very, very difficult to achieve. But while I'll go there, I'll tell, no, 26 is very small. I know, but it is really, really overloaded. I have all the best. I'm sure that India will succeed one day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I just want to leave one more thought, the word developed nation. It's a very Western understanding of what is developed and what is not developed. They have made us not a so much developed nation, right? I mean, we have to stop using this word that we will become a developed nation. We were a developed nation. We are a developed nation today, right? We went through a bad trajectory, which is fine, but it's not about कि हम एक दिन बन जाएंगे. हम हैं. And today what we've done on the planet is revolutionary. Our people are creating revolution. Look at the number of CEOs of the companies that are on the planet today with all the big multinationals. They are all Indians. So they have the brains for it. And it's the brain that matters more than anything else, right? That's what is creating. So I think we have to never use this. We've also been used as the global South, right? Which needs to be given charity. That's another version of the Western world, right? That this thing. And I think we need to break that whole concept of that global South also. And yes, people are now seeing that India is not a part of that global South. We have the capacity to support the global South. That is what we are as a nation, right? So thank you so much.
Good to know. It seems really, really difficult to stop here, but because of the time paucity, we will stop here. I must thank all my panelists to join in and for great insights. Can we have a great grand applause for them? Let's come.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And with that, let's quickly move on towards the next panel discussion, which is on decoding NEP, shaping India into a global knowledge hub. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Nishchan Chawla, President, Vedanya Education, Gurgaon. Abhishek Kumar Yadav, Founder, Chairman, and Academic Director, Griffins International School. Sachin Vats, Founder, Director, Gurukul, the school, Ghaziabad. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Amrita Vohra, COO and Director, Education, GEMS Education, India. Let's please welcome them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
I think almost the last panel for the day. So it's going to be tough to keep your attention, but our topic is such that has been discussed over and again, and that makes it further tough for us. We hope to bring some new thought into the same direction. And as we've all been discussing the NEP, let's have one more session. And my request to the audience that this discussion is going to make any sense if all of us actually participate. We were told just before the starting of this panel that we were supposed to be 10 of us here for this discussion, but we are actually 4. So here we are. And I think we should have good time for audience questions and discussions so that we can make this a genuinely participatory model. And NEP, the National Education Policy 2020, is something that each one of us in education is very well aware of today. We've had a whole lot of discussion around it. So moving on from there, today we're going to talk about, is National Education Policy 2020 really geared to making India a global knowledge hub? Is it not? How? If yes, and so on and so forth. We've been discussing since morning all the kind of challenges posed by technology and the enablers created by technology. But the one thing that is clear is that we are standing at a point in time in history when the future of the unknown, future of all kinds of unknowns, is also unknown. There is a big unknown. Future was always unknown, but then whatever we could think that probably 5 years down the line, this is what we are preparing children for, 10 years down the line, probably this. Today, we really can't, because every year, things are changing so phenomenally. That's the speed of research, and that's the kind of work going on in every direction. We're also living in a time when generative AI has made anything mundane not really a job for humans. So what is left for us to ensure is that the idea of creativity, critical thinking, actually innovation is what each child has to be capable of. Only then will they survive. We're also in a time when the rat race is still not over. It's only gone worse. And so we are facing a challenge in terms of mental health and well-being in every sphere of academic and non-academic space. In that scenario, after 34 years from the last policy, we have the National Education Policy 2020, launched at a time when the shadow, the gloom of COVID opened our eyes to a whole new world as well. In this scenario, where do we think we are moving ahead? So let's start with the initial remarks. Let's begin with Mr. Vats and take it forward.
Thank you, Dr. Vohra, and good afternoon to one and all present here. I think very well said, and the context has been said by you beautifully. I think the way forward and the kind of initiative together the government is taking and educators all across the country are welcoming. Initially, the NCF foundational stage had come. Now NCF for the senior school has also been made public on 23rd of this month. And the kind of reforms we were looking, that has been included. The first and foremost pain area was the assessments. So that has been taken care of very well. I'm sure the interpretation has to be from person to person, but what I see that the opportunity of giving more than one chance to a learner to not be depending on just one occasion is a welcome move, and focusing on competencies. That is something which is again a welcome move. So incrementally we are moving in a direction, because primarily there are a couple of factors like curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, trainings, administration. So all these things somewhere or the other are going to take us incrementally in a direction where we shall be proudly reach out to a level where we can say that yes, India is becoming the knowledge hub of the world.
All right. Moving on to Sir from Griffins.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think NEP is a fantastic document if you try to understand in the direction we want to go. And to be a knowledge hub, I think there are many elements in it, which if proper effort being put, we will certainly be there in that direction. I'll just quote some examples. Like ChatGPT is a big threat and everybody's been speaking about it. In fact, any conference that we go, we hear about this. There's something which you spoke earlier, mental health. And that's a big challenge we all can understand across students and everywhere. And spirituality is something where I think India is certainly can take a lead, no doubt in that. And yoga is another one thing which promotes in that direction. And if you look at it, the NCF which has come out also is trying to highlight the contribution of Indians, our culture in that direction, and for us to take pride in that and understand how we can live a more fulfilling life. So in terms of spirituality, certainly that is where we are, I think, a knowledge hub, and we can spread it across the world. But other aspects also, I think there are certain good things, initiatives being taken in that where we can, to be a global knowledge hub, there's a lot of effort required. For example, like interdisciplinary approaches there, and foundation literacy and numeracy, all those small efforts which are there, which can make us a global knowledge hub, but it's a long way out there. It's a tough shot.
So agree, it's a long way to go. But yes, there is a lot within our roots that we need to take forward. I think Sir is talking about yoga, from yoga to, we are the ones who had the Takshilas and the Nalandas of the world. So we can yet again be the knowledge hub, but there is a very long journey ahead. So how do we go about it in this journey? Over to you, sir.
So, Dr. Vora, I looked at it slightly differently. Yes, the NEP is a very visionary document, and we have to put emphasis on the word visionary because it's a vision. How to implement it becomes, we are debating that all the time, that how will we change skills and dispositions and transdisciplinary, all that. But if I look at the topic right now and I approach the global knowledge hub from the perspective of what do we define as global or knowledge, if we want to get there, we have to be very clear what is our definition of global, right? What is our definition of knowledge? Because global is something when it's not only about being able to travel abroad or knowing a culture or celebrating a day for students for, let's say, France Day or whatever. It's about understanding other cultures. It's about empathy, all the skills which anyway NEP talks about, right? And when you say global and a hub, then you're also trying to attract people from outside the country to come in here, right? It requires a much deeper thinking than beyond the NEP if we want to be classified as global, right? Knowledge is acquired, knowledge is ongoing. So it's not a one direction that you will say, I'll achieve it in so much of time. As an individual, for me, knowledge will be forever, right? So I think for me, it means that we must be very clear what a global knowledge hub is. NEP is a starting block. It gives us a vision. the tools we'll need to discuss.
So true. NEP is quite the vision document. And from there, the rest of the journey has just begun. We do have the NCF, the foundation stages, as well as school education, and there is a long way ahead. The road ahead, we really need to define for ourselves. I think certain things are defined, but certain things are, a whole lot of debate around it is still there. While we are talking about becoming the global knowledge hub, the reality is that since a lot of years now, about 8 to 10 lakh students every single year travel from India to other countries for higher education. And this exodus is not just for higher education. There is a whole lot of other exodus also happening, which means that when parents go, children go away from our schools also. So that exodus, we are so many, which is good in so many ways. Population has its advantages and disadvantages, but we are so many, so we are all over the place. We have, many of us have achieved huge milestones in life. And so we can say a whole lot, but still we have over 10,000 kids, 10 lakh kids going every year, and barely 40,000 kids coming to India for higher ed. And that too from some specific kind of countries in large numbers, mostly not from the so-called first world countries, right? So where are we then actually today in terms of being a global knowledge hub? And how do we change this? How do we invert this into the numbers actually coming here from other countries for good education? What is it about education that really will attract them here, and how? So let's put it to Mr. Watts, and we'll take it up
Yes.
from there.
It's a very good question. So what I personally feel is that let's understand a common Indian, especially the middle class or somebody who has something called insecurity as to what's going to happen with my child, because I don't have a business, I don't have that kind of a fortune which I can give to my child in legacy. So why it is happening? Because I have the trust and faith that when my child is going to go to this particular university, then at least I can assure that he's going to have a bright future. But sorry to say, and that this is something which at present that faith our country is not able to develop in the parent community. And as a school promoter, I feel this kind of a question comes to us every time. They ask us this question, that how do my child go to an Ivy League or some universities which has good rankings, be it in Asia, be it at other places. But today, if the focus is on making it possible here, then why are we not realizing and understanding that the real knowledge was actually here? What went wrong? What went wrong in the past that we had suddenly lost that focus on quality? And is it, I mean, government probably may make some regulations, but as an executor, we need to have a very transparent kind of a system where the policies and the visionary document which Mr. Chawla was talking about, and they are implemented in the spirit. The intent is very important. So we have something which is there. Everybody knows that solution lies here. But if we want to transform and convert these higher education institutions in our country to that level, then the intent of the management, the executors, the teacher fraternity, and of course the parent, as somebody who's saying, okay, fine, now things are changing. This has to happen, and this is all kind of a collaborative and a partnership effort that's going to happen. But I don't see it happening, just press a button, tomorrow is going to happen. It is going to take a jolly good time. And having said this, very, very important that like we should not ignore schools also in this. So if the journey of a child begins actually once he becomes an alumni, that is passing class 12, that's not the fact. It has to happen from grade 6, grade 7, grade 8. And we have to have that growth mindset and the entrepreneurial mindset of the child, and that vision that, okay, how I am going to identify my interest, by trying my hands on a couple of things. So this something can happen when the higher education is collaborating with the school education. So in case we can have that kind of a collaboration happening between these two bodies, then there will be a seamless integration, and the higher ed would understand that, oh, this is something which we need, because it's often said that pata nahi bacche school mein kya karte hain. They are absolutely less of skills when they come to the college, but nobody tells the schools that actually what is to be done. So can't we have these kind of associations and collaborations
I think it
happening?
flows from the top. The industry feels God knows what happens in colleges.
Yes.
We are not, they are there, they've got the degrees, but we can't employ them. The colleges feel that God knows what happens in schools. Within school, maybe the senior section teacher feels, what did they do in middle school?
Middle
school
feels the
feels,
primary,
what did they show? What
primary
did
the
they do in
parents.
primary? Right. So, and then, yeah, EY says the parents.
Eventually.
Right. And so on and so forth. So we can pass the buck. Yes, that goes on. But one of the key ideas that you brought out also is what went wrong. What really went wrong? And I think more than 70 years ago, it went wrong. We had a whole new education system introduced in the country. We're somehow still in the clutches of that. I think that is what the NEP is trying to break. So Mr. Chawla wants to add.
Okay, so, you know, it's a very personal thing for me because I've been a beneficiary of this brain drain in a positive way. And so are my children. But I think the basic problem is it's an ecosystem problem. Okay. Very simply put, first thing is demand and supply. So demand is much more than quality supply. I don't know if somebody had shared these figures with me that there are enough engineering seats in this country to accommodate every aspirant, but the quality of those institutes does not exist. So obviously then the 80-20 rule comes in and everybody wants to go to. So that's number one. Number two has been a mindset, which is, of course, as you alluded, that it's developed over the years for two things. One is that everything, and fortunately that's changing, that everything that is outside of this country is better. Okay. The second part of it was that we were studying for the sake of getting a job. So everything came down to ROI. I'm going to study abroad. I'm going to spend X amount of money. Will I get a job after that or not? Right? Higher education is meant to open out your mind and not narrow it down towards a job. So I think it's a structural issue. Some of it can be fixed very fast, but don't expect the brain drain to stop that
overnight. Overnight, definitely. And Mr. Yadav wants to add also.
It's a big problem, and I don't see any solution coming quickly, honestly. Being we may quote, top companies in the US have our CEOs, but what is the percentage? Not even 0.001. I wanted to understand how teachers are trained in these B.Ed courses. I gave an exam myself. I took the course, and bluntly, let me say, I took last 5 years question papers. I studied that and I gave the exam, and I will get good grades, I know. So if you're expecting these teachers to create the students who will be creating an India of knowledge hub, I'm sorry, never going to happen. What is the fault of those students who are doing very well in colleges also, but still when they go out, they're unemployable? It's because the kind of courses they're enforced to, the kind of courses that they are studying. The person is really putting in hard work. He's trying to do his best, but still he's not employable. What is his fault? So as sir very rightly said, it is the entire ecosystem which is at fault. The curriculums are just not being revised repeatedly. I mean, over a period, it has to keep changing. We all know such rapid changes are coming in terms of the way things are developing. But teaching them something, huge number of credits for them to take, but of those, how many are actually useful? Nobody cares. So those are the big challenges. And I mean, let's be honest, NEP is fantastic, vision is great, but it is not going to be at all easy. It's a massive challenge that is going to be there.
Nothing ever is easy.
Yes.
Right? Teaching in a classroom isn't easy either. Right? So, so yes, it's not going to be easy. We all agree with you, but we have to do it. Each one of us, every single child, every single teacher, every single parent, and every single educator here matters. And the little or big contributions of every single person will matter and make a difference. And I think that's where we start. So one thing, while yes, maybe the B.Ed programs haven't been as effective as you clearly pointed out, and many of us suffer that. We also know that we do implement a whole host of professional development, continuous programs within schools, and that is, any profession demands continuous learning. Somebody in one of the panels earlier said that we all need to be upskilling at all times. Correct. So it's not just for teachers, it's for each one of us, irrespective of which job we may be on to, and also within life, personal life. We all need to be at all times really upskilling, right? So what is also critical for us to remember, I think, is that teacher effectiveness in any classroom is also a function of teacher agency. Student agency is much talked about. Teacher agency is very less talked about. And it's effectively minimized in multiple ways over various reasons. But yes, the curriculum does need a whole lot of revision and reviewing, and that needs to be something that, that we need to look at. The NCF has come out after good 15 years and more. Last we know is NCF 2005, and we have a new one now. I think we need to gear up, and much more from here is expected. Moving from here, one of the, because sir raised the idea of curriculum, and I do know a good number of colleges within our country who are trying to bring in a whole lot of change. One of the key aspects in higher ed, and also should be in school education, is research. When anything regular, when anything information is already at the click of a button, that's not what we're here for, right? So what we are here for is actually research, that understanding of research skills, knowing and actually what is research but formalized curiosity. That is what if we train our kids for right from the beginning. That's what many universities are trying to do, and what the NEP says as a part of its vision is the multidisciplinary approach, which is all factored in. The academic flexibility in so many ways, the different entry exit points within higher education and within school also, the doing away with the idea of very cut stream systems, so those walls between streams, that needs to be done away with in major ways. But there are challenges, yes. We don't have everybody really opening up to that. Why and how do we really make sure that we really implement that? Let's begin with you, Mr. Chawla, this time.
So, actually, we run an IB school. All of this comes under that. IB has right from the beginning talked about research. It talks about transdisciplinary. In fact, it talks about the languages also, which is a very controversial subject. And I'm not saying that that cannot be adopted by state boards or CBSE schools or any other board, because it's an attitude, it's an approach, right? That has to be clear in everybody's mind. The key to all of that is then comes back to the teacher. So if you are able to change, and NEP says dispositions, if you are able to really focus only on that, of ability to unlearn and relearn, ability to be also studying all the time and learning all the time, and not just, right? How many of us have read a book in the last, 10 days, right? I'm not saying whether it's physical or it's, Kindle or whatever, but the point is, are we learning on a continuous basis? So, that's all there. It's not that it's not there. It's a question of how we want to approach it. And schools can very easily do it. We call them progressive CBSE schools, etc. They're doing the same thing. Yeah. So I'm very optimistic about that environment. It's only a question of how do we get our mentors, teachers to start thinking that way.
So true. So we need to be optimistic, like Sir said, and not just IB, but we look at some aspects of IGCSE also, and the American curriculum, which is also in India in certain schools. There is a whole lot within the international curricula and also within CBSE schools happening in India as we speak, and also in certain higher education institutions. So over to you, sir. What would you like to add?
Up to grade 8, I think we have a lot of freedom. Even though 9, 10, the CBSE has its own system, but up to grade 8, I mean, as sir said also, there is a lot of freedom, and if the school desires and teacher is there, I think we can encourage a lot of research or questioning ability among the students, because now it's just not important not to allow students to question, but it's important that teachers ask the probing questions to the students, and that starts firing up their thinking brains. So that is what is important. And while running school, I've seen one thing: if you put it in the system, then it's easier to implement it. Otherwise, one or two teachers may be there who are genuinely interested, who want to take things ahead, and they do it, but everybody doesn't come on that. But if you put it in the system, then it is across the school over a period of time. And of course, you have to do a lot of training to the teachers, because to be able to do it at 40 minutes, try to do all those things, it's a challenge. So if we are able to do that, I think, and give them some time, a lot of fantastic results start coming out, and students start thinking in such different ways, and they come up with different fantastic projects. One small example I will tell you: the students in our school, they're writing a program, and the object is to ensure that the sign language, which not everybody understands, the camera, if you open your phone, it can look at the person, and whatever he's saying using sign language, it can be written as a subscription. You can see it, what is being written, and the person can read it. So that I felt is a fantastic innovation, because it gives inclusivity a whole different meaning altogether. So those kind of things are possible, but I think we need system-wise approach. From the top it starts. Unless that is there, it is difficult, or one or two teachers can only do it. Yes,
That's true. We need process-driven approaches, definitely, and yet people make it happen. So both are critical.
So my take is, let's understand education or learning is non-linear. So if we look at 4 C's, the classroom, the corridor, the campus, the community, learning is happening everywhere. So I am reminded of a dialogue from Tare Zameen Par, where this Amir Khan says, "Koi bhi bachcha कमजोर या तेज नहीं होता, टीचर कमजोर या तेज होता है." So if this teacher knows that this is my learner, this is my context, India is huge, diversity, I need to understand in my context what works very well, and that is why you are a teacher. You are not obliging anybody. You have taken the responsibility of all those learners जिनकी जिंदगी आप touch कर रहे हो day in day out. So for that, if research and this interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approach has to be, that's the teacher who has to see, how can I probably have this water bottle as a learning aid? How can I have this complete hall as a learning aid in terms of teaching them any vertical for that matter? So that was always there in our system. Somehow, the people who are choosing teaching profession, probably they should ask this question to themselves: are they very honest to what they're doing? And in case they can ask this question to themselves and say, hey, I lacked somewhere, then be honest and accept it. Go back to your senior and ask them that I need hand-holding in this thing. What will go wrong in this case? Because schooling is something that is so fundamentally important for a child. We can't curse the higher ed in the industry for that. Actually, the onus is on us. We have to take the responsibility completely day in, day out, and ensure that this child deserves age-appropriate class-specific exposure. That was always there. We had learned so much from our grandparents and parents. Abhi kya hai? They are nuclear families. Children are staying alone at home. They are just glued to whatever is available to them. And they vent out whatever is coming to their mind to somebody who probably is not the right person. And for that, this kind of observation, which is beyond classroom, has to happen. And then the vision will become a reality. That's how I say.
Thank you so much. Moving from that to the next question that I think has been much discussed, and especially after the announcement of the NCF recently, NCF school education recently, the language, the 3-language formula that we've had for years, and now the addition of language, the local language becoming an important aspect of higher secondary education as well, is something that is being much discussed. And I'll open that to the audience as well, to question and to comment. But let's hear the panelists to begin with, sir.
So I am, and I'll make a very controversial statement here. I am absolutely for it, not 3, 4, 2, 3. You know, you must know more languages. Of course, keep in mind that if you do it under a structured curriculum and you have to take an exam, then it becomes a subject, right? If you learn a language purely for the sake of learning it, that helps you grow. Right? So I am all for it. Again, it'll come down to implementation. Are the teachers available for those languages? There'll be a shortage. All of that will happen, right? Number one. Number two, I think that the language is all fine. One of our biggest problems when we talk about Global Knowledge Hub, when you see international students' ability to communicate, it can be in any language. I'm not talking of English. That's where we start to falter. So I'm having a dialogue with you. That is also a communication. I'm having a dialogue with 30 people. That is also communication. But we falter there for whatever reasons. And I think that has to become part of this whole thing, that you have to, in a sense, learn communication skills with the language. Otherwise, it's just a subject.
Language cannot be like a subject which is taught to be tested with questions and so on. It is a skill, and it has to be treated like one. And I think even the teaching of the existing languages that we have in our system, be it English or Hindi or Sanskrit, it is very test driven, has been rather for some years. And communication and language is something which is a whole different skill than literacy, and that needs to be, these two need to be seen differently also. So
this languages, of course, there is no doubt. I agree with sir that it's important children learn more languages. While I agree with 3 language formula at the secondary level, because we have been earlier, we have all seen 6 to 8, there was third language, but nobody took it seriously. So maybe that is the reason government came up with that. But higher secondary, I really feel to understand what is the purpose, because we are trying to reduce the burden on the kids. That's what NEP has been trying severely. But adding another language, which is not going to help much, I think. And in fact, certainly, as you said, communication, all those things are anyway not tested in the board examinations that are there. So I feel we should not have had that up to grade 10. It's fantastic. Children do learn with more earnestness the languages, and learning those skills will help. But the policy says that we can't do much.
So instead of changing the idea of having a language or not having language, what's critical is how we teach or how we test it. The assessment is the big question here. Okay.
Well, I agree to what Mr. Chawla and Mr. Singh has said, Mr. Yadav has said. I just wanted to add one more perspective to it. I feel I watched the live telecast of the Prime Minister's address on the 3rd anniversary of NEP. And he said, and he spoke in Hindi, of course. और यहाँ पे हम लोग बैठे हुए हैं. All of us can know this language probably, but still we are talking in English. Probably let's understand why this thought has come in the mind of the government. It's not a nationalist agenda or a religious agenda. They probably felt that the way Prime Minister started was that मैं United Nations में जाता हूँ और हिंदी में बोलता हूँ. तालियां बजती हैं 5 सेकंड के बाद, लेकिन बजती जरूर है. So look at the confidence he had. And he quoted that you talk about any 5 top countries of the world today, developed economies. They have their own native language. Germany, China, Japan, France, they all have their languages. And they feel pride in those languages. So they are not saying do away with English. Nobody is saying do away with English. They're saying that can we have pride in our languages? Can we have pride in our languages? Can we have these kind of conferences? Why only in English? Why can't in Hindi if it's not in North India? क्यों नहीं हम लोग हिंदी में बात कर सकते? कौन रोकता है हमें हिंदी में बात करने से? हम सबको हिंदी आती है. If one odd case, he can always say, hey, I am a little tough in this language, please help me. But condescending, probably हमें लगता है नहीं, अंग्रेजी है तो superior है, हिंदी है तो नहीं है. तो वो pride की बात हो रही है वहां पर. अगर वो pride हमारे अंदर रहेगी और हम लोग ये महसूस करेंगे, that is exactly what we need to teach our children, that as an institution, अगर इंडिया को ग्लोबली सुपर पावर बनना है हर चीज के अंदर, तो नेचुरली उन लोगों को अपनी कल्चर में, अपनी हेरिटेज में, अपनी चीजों में पूरा विश्वास रखना ही पड़ेगा। आज की डेट में मैं ये नहीं, मेरी बहुत अच्छी हिंदी है, अगर मुझसे कोई पूछे कृतार्थ का मतलब क्या है तो शायद मैं कंफ्यूज हो जाऊंगा, बिकॉज हैबिट ही नहीं है। एंड सो ट्रू फॉर विद ऑल ऑफ अस, वी यूज इंग्लिश, so probably when they are asking this generation to have 2 language policy in the senior secondary school and the 3 languages here, they are well aware that in a metro like Delhi, for example, there you have people from all part of the country, then school में 3rd language या 2nd language कौन सी होगी? मलयालम होगी, तमिल होगी, क्या होगा? They are well aware of these challenges, but the spirit is different. It is exactly the way NCERT books we have. A good teacher will make a lot of sense from that NCERT book, and ordinary teacher will just cover the syllabus. That's it.
So truly put, language is actually the metaphor we live by. Anything and everything that we express is expressed through language. And so it is the metaphor, and it is what comes out of the heart. It expresses the way if you want to change something about a nation, you totally change the language. That's also from Orwell, 1998. I'm sure so many have read here. So anything that anyone wants to add on that language question before we move ahead to the next one? I think the audience is more than busy. You all finish so that the awards begin. Right? All right. Okay. One last thing that we want to address here. One of the beautiful things that NEP 2020 did was it added early childhood education into the system of formal education. From 10+2, we moved to 5+3+3+4. So early childhood education became something that was talked about. Now there is the James Heckman's curve that we all know about and the impact that he has talked about. In that light, will this move by itself also help in making India the global knowledge hub that we have been discussing? So let's start with you, Mr. Chawla.
So I agree totally. Okay, let me start with that. It's there are issues of people talking about, is it too early? Already it has been there. It's getting formalized in a certain sense. So there'll be some structure coming into it. But we all know the formative years, how crucial they are. And we also know that every generation of, or every batch of new entrants which come into school are a generation ahead of the previous batch and probably few generations ahead of their teacher. So I think it's a good move to do it. There are capacity constraints that schools will have, etc. That I think is can be surmounted, and some amount of discretion can be used there. But I think the direction is absolutely fine.
I do completely agree. I mean, it is a fantastic move. There is no doubt in that. Top schools were already having it. Private schools, many of them had pre-primary education, but the government schools did not have, and the kids who needed real support from the beginning itself, they were suffering. So now that they get into the formal system, so, and especially with that, they have also focused on this foundation literacy and numeracy, I think, which is very, very vital. I mean, without that, because we have I've seen a lot of kids in mathematics, I see they know 4 into 2 is 8, but if you say cost of 4 apples is 2 rupees, what is the total cost? They will fumble. So it's because basic, this FLN is very, very important. So, I mean, this is one of the best things that has come out of NEP. I mean, there's no doubt in that.
If I'm not wrong, I think the formal education came under Ministry of Education, and the Women and Child Empowerment. So there were 2 different ministries running the education.
From
So I think this
Anganwadis
way
it
it gets
became,
aligned.
Yes, I think I agree completely. It's a welcome move. And of course, this is the age where the child is most curious, and curiosity is addressed in a fantastic way in NCF foundational stage. And bringing it under a structure is making even the most impressionable age under the ambit of monitoring hand-holding, guidance, and probably giving them the right kind of impetus that's needed at that age.
All right. Now, let's just look at one concluding remark from everybody going back to, does NEP help making India the global knowledge hub? So one concluding remark, Mr. Chawla, what would you say?
So it absolutely does. As I mentioned right in the beginning, I think it's more about changing mindsets than about a document and then the subsequent NCFs. So we have to change the mindset.
It's a big step in that direction, but Delhi abhi dur hai.
So I wanted to speak mindset, but fine, I'll speak something now added to this. It is curiosity that's opening mind, and compassion opening heart, and of course some innovation that's going to be making somebody feel that please don't fear, embrace the change, because it's inevitable.
Such a beautiful idea. Don't fear, embrace the change. It is beautiful. And my concluding remark, after everything that we've said, it's very evident that we are all moving in the right direction, at least. If not, somebody may feel that it's going to be difficult. Yes, it's going to be difficult, but then we are in the right direction. So we keep on. I think we've been in a system which has had too much of a too big head, small little hands, and a very small heart. We need to move away from that to a system which sort of brings together the head and the heart and the hands. So from vocational to actual mental health and empathy, and actual social emotional learning in mainstream, to everything that we need for cognitive development, everything deserves equal importance in the idea of education per se, which is preparation for life. And let's look at it that way. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful. And thank you to Business World for giving us this opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Thank you so much, ma'am, for moderating that. Thank you. Please, a picture. Aye. Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, we move towards our last panel discussion for the day on how digital transformation facilitates multidisciplinary studies. And for that, please join me in welcoming our panelist, Jyotishman Datta, Managing Trustee, Assam Downtown University, Guwahati, Pravesh Dudani, Founder and Chancellor, Medhavi Skills University, Sikkim, Professor Dr. Sandeep Mishra, Vice Chancellor, President, NIMS University, Jaipur. And this session will be chaired by Meha Mathur, Senior Associate Editor, BW Education. Please.
So good evening, everyone. And this is the last panel discussion, and we'll have to finish it in time. So let's be very crisp and short answers. So to begin with, sir, I would like to start with you. I want to understand, because all of you have your own experiences as far as multidisciplinary studies are concerned. What makes for a great multidisciplinary campus? And also, how does a good multidisciplinary environment come about?
So I think a very good question. And the answer to the second question is that it comes from very beginning. So it comes from, how you start in life, and that how you understand the importance of communication. Because ultimately, if you have to do multidisciplinary, it means that there are several disciplines which are cooperating, interacting with each other, and then, coming out with something. So that point of cooperation is like good communication, and those communication skills have to be imparted right from the beginning.
And, as a matter of fact, it brings me at least to this very interesting, way the Western education or the US education is versus Indian education. So in Indian education, what we try to do is to specialize very early, try to differentiate into what we want to become quite early. And as you might see that initially we used to start differentiating at 10th class or 10th grade. And then we used to differentiate, okay, commerce, arts, medicine, biological science or medicine stream and the engineering stream. But now if you see, if you look at this FITG and, other institutions, they are making you differentiate from 6th standard. So from 6th standard, you take a early FITG course or something, and then you start becoming an engineer or a doctor or something like that. It is, and if you contrast this with the US kind of education, where they teach you only two things. They teach you logic, and therefore the only subject they have is mathematics. They are not focusing into physics, chemistry, biology, etc. Only logic, and that is mathematics. And the other subject that they look at is English, and only one language, but English, which means that they are focusing only on communication. So they are not looking at anything else. They are focusing on communication and they are focusing on logic. So these two things you need to have. And if you have these two things, any other subject can be taught to you later, be it biological science, be it life science, be it whatever. It can be done later. And, and also it brings us to very interesting thing. If you think, how is human being different from other animals? So if you look at a dog, after 1 year of age, dog becomes adult. But for human, it is like 15, 18 years till they remain adult before adult. And so for 18 years, they are still developing. And so that is the difference. But if you make human being differentiate earlier at, say, let us say 6th standard, where is just 10, 12 years of age, then we are turning towards more animal-like behavior rather than having this human component. So I think, the problem is that this multidisciplinary means that you are interacting with different individuals, different streams, but that is not exactly what you are teaching in your basic education. So I think for multidisciplinary, the thing starts right from the beginning, that you start focusing more on language than on, science or anything else, number one. Number two, in a university setup, I think you carry this mindset further. And so you have different disciplines. And if the individuals are trained to think the language way, then they will communicate with each other, and then they will have multidisciplinary sort of collaborations and research and so on.
So that's really wonderful to hear from you.
I'm probably the only doctor here, I think.
He is a super specialist in heart. And he has been part of the AIMS faculty for many years. So really great to hear from you. Coming to you, Mr. Datta, what has been your experience with multidisciplinary studies on your campus? And if you can maybe cite some examples of the kind of work that is happening on your campus.
Very good evening. It's always a great task to be the last panel of the day. So we'll try to do a bit to make it as crisp. See, why multidisciplinary is a question that we should also ask. Why are we talking about making it multidisciplinary?
Yes.
We've been doing it in a very conventional way for years. Why suddenly so much? Has that system not worked? Has it not given us engineers, doctors, management consultants, or whatever? Or has it failed? Or has now suddenly jobs changed? I'll give you a very weird example. 2 years, I think last year, Amazon came on campus. So the logic was Amazon is tech, so they would need IT guys. So they said, no, we want to interview even a health guys. He said, why would you want to even interview a health guys? He said, no, we are fine. Out of 7, 8, I think hirees, 2 has nothing to do with tech. They hired a physiotherapist and a nurse for an absolutely tech job because they said, we are looking at a very different kind of aptitude. The worst was, I was not more amazed with this company. I was more amazed with the student. They say, you studied physiotherapy. Why do you want to go into a tech job? The question is somewhere when the students come, they are not very clear. And the jobs that are being offered now by companies are also very diverse. It's like tomorrow going forward, no one product is going to be from say one domain. So you have an Ayurvedic product that they are trying to get technology in. So you'll have an Ayurveda doctor and maybe a tech guy doing it together. Maybe tomorrow in the future, we are trying to get into medical devices. See, a lot of our focus is on medicine. So that's why a lot of my exams are medical. So a lot of tomorrow, say you're going to medical devices. Who's going to create the medical devices? Will it be a doctor? Will it be an engineer? Or will there be a technician? Maybe it's obviously there'll be some kind of coding involved no matter what kind of device is created today. So that brings about multidisciplinary. Is that the reason why we're going forward? So somewhere there is the answer. As a campus now, what do? I think irrespective of what program you're doing today, you need to have digital proficiency because you can't go forward in any job without digital proficiency. Basic financial proficiency, obviously, as sir mentioned, communication is the key. That is a core proficiency. Second, these three skills have to be embedded in more or less any program you have. Without that, going forward in any program, no matter what kind of job you get in, it will be very difficult to excel. So these skills has to be kind of embedded in the program. Secondly, why digital proficiency? My reason is not very technical. A lot of students come at 18 and they study a program, and by the last year, they're not very clear why they are studying the program. So when you give them more choices, maybe we have performing arts, culinary arts in our college. So what do? After say 4 o'clock, when the main program is open, we open the labs. You want to study cooking, you study. You want to do some performing arts course, certificate course, you can study within the same university, irrespective of what your main domain program is. Then we see a lot of students get ignited by some passion. Yes, I was studying a management program, but when I started working in the kitchen, I've realized this is where my actual passion is. So another reason has come forward because somewhere while the program, whatever they choose to do, they decide that their passion may be something else. So these are another interesting feedback that we've got from the students.
Sir, coming to you, Mr. Dadani. So you represent a university which is doing a lot of work on the skilling front. Now, how does a multidisciplinary approach work at your university, and especially with regard to the various skills that are being imparted?
Hello. So, I would answer that from the perspective of, what we have been doing as a notified skills university, where, the whole focus revolves around making the education, one, obviously multidisciplinary, but also outcome-based, relevant, affordable, which including the multidisciplinary approach, these are all the main facets of our new national education policy. We all have been part of the suffering, if I can call it suffering, of the challenges we faced in our higher education system, and we have been and we have been always complaining about the non-employability of the people who are coming out, the outdated curriculums. There are many instances where the curriculums have not been updated. Now, those were the times where technology was not able to support transformation. Now, good thing what is happening currently is, one, there are technology tools are available, platforms are available, and two, the government is completely supportive. The new guidelines are coming up where, the learning can be through any means. It doesn't need to be under just a classroom setup, a whiteboard and a classroom setup. It could be learning through online resources. There are open educational resources available, which are very, very good. In fact, the faculties these days are using those open education resources to develop their classroom plans, right? There are guidelines which allows for the university students to take up credit-based courses and appear for their assessments and get their credits transferred. There are SWAYAM portal, there's NPTEL portal, and now government is even trying where platforms, edtech platforms, courses could also be creditized, right? Now these are the changes which are happening, and why these all relate to multidisciplinary approach is because we need to groom our future generation who are graduating from our colleges and universities to be well-rounded individuals. See, being an entrepreneur, let's say, it doesn't work that you only have specialized knowledge in one field, right? Your ability to comprehend, speak, write, everything, right from the fundamental skills to knowledge to how you apply. So application is becoming a very, very important field. In our university, we only take up courses, undergraduate courses. We develop undergraduate courses in partnership with industry, where we embed what skills are required, and then students are, doing community projects. They are in the industries. They spend more than maybe 6 months to 1 year inside an industry, where they're also doing theoretical, learning through the university, through online platforms like we have the Google Meets and Zoom, as well as we are converting those practical experiences, practical work they're doing on the job, and then creditizing it. Because that experience a university environment also cannot match. But these were not possible earlier. The new frameworks which have come in, the new credit framework, which is very recent, notified in April 2023, these allow for the universities to actually be very, very innovative and make it very multidisciplinary. As my fellow panelists said, that these are the times when the corporates are looking for multidisciplinary skills. You are studying health, but you may be good for an IT job. Perfect. That's the future. That's the future. How well-rounded you are, right? So these are very, very interesting time for higher education as a field. And digital would play a very, very enabling role. And the universities which are not adopting digital transformation within their campus will lag behind. That's for sure. Yeah.
Professor Mishra, coming to you. So what are the challenges in having the right technological infrastructure to facilitate interdisciplinary studies?
So I think the major challenge lies in terms of acceptance of technology. So I think this technology mindset, which should be present right from the beginning. And if that technology mindset is not nurtured from the beginning, then at a later stage, trying to get people technologically inclined becomes a bit difficult. So, I mean, the idea is that during this nascent period of development at school level, maybe, there should be exposure to all these stream things. So it should not be only one stream. Either you do science or you do, kind of management or finance, commerce or something, and then you just do that and keep going there, keep on differentiating. From finance, you become expert in this kind of finance, and then further expert in that kind of thing. And then you have no attachment or no understanding of technology, or you have no understanding of science. I think that sort of thing is the main problem. So main thing is people's ability to adopt a technology, because be comfortable with the technology. So that is number one. Other is, of course, then second thing is the cost of technology keeps escalating. So if you look at iPhone 14, it will be dramatically more than iPhone 13. So that way. So the cost of technology. Then third is rapidly changing technology. So I think one important thing that one needs to learn early on is to accept change. People are very comfortable within a structure, and they remain in their comfort zone. They don't like change. So they like that structure, they keep in that structure. But if you look at technology, even if you look at medical technology, it keeps changing so rapidly. So within a few years, it's completely changed. So people who can't accept change and want to remain in their comfort zone will have a lot of difficulty accepting any new technology. So I think major things are more attitudinal. So discomfort with technology, inability to accept change, and then smaller things like finance and things like that.
Okay. One more question which I have to ask you at this juncture is, one major issue is, a multidisciplinary approach and specialization. How to make them, are they compatible, and how to go, take both of them together?
Yeah, I think, if you look at human intelligence, it is of two types. So one is differential intelligence, and the other is integrative intelligence. So differential intelligence is you look at the small fine print. So you have the ability to look at fine print, and you will find a lot of individuals who are very good at reading the fine print. And then there are the other integrative people who are looking at the big picture. what is required is training in both these streams simultaneously, that you are able to look at the fine print along with the big picture. And when that happens, I think then we find the right balance. And then we are able to, be, as I say, balanced individual or a wholesome or well-rounded personality that we were talking about in the previous session as well.
Yes.
So I think but that training starts from the beginning. So by the time you reach higher education and you start sort of trying to get into this, it might be a bit late.
Mr. Datta, what are your thoughts on that? And also, if I may know, since Professor Mishra has mentioned about, it should start from beginning. What kind of, students from school system are entering the higher education, and how do you, then groom them for multidisciplinary studies?
See, one very small example, I think we are all very fresh. Corona is very fresh in our memory. Within, I think, a few weeks, did we just shift to a digital platform? We were all studying in convention classrooms, and then overnight, more or less, we shifted to mobile phone, laptops, and we're learning. What I meant was that the technology existed. It just, we were not changing for it for whatever the reason was. Now, suddenly the dilemma is COVID is over. Now, do we go back to the original classrooms, or we stick to our blended module, or we stick to digital modules? All of them have the pluses and minuses. But exactly what Sir said, sometimes technology exists. We are not willing to adopt it for whatever reason. Forget digital methods of taking class. Now you're looking at ChatGPT and AI tools. Bigger question is, do we embrace it or do we fight it? So somewhere this is a challenge, and this is a dilemma that I think every educator has, that do we embrace it? But my opinion is, no matter what you do, you will not be able to fight against it. So somewhere we have to embrace it in our own little way. So that is kind of a digital learning that will be forcefully brought onto us. It's up to us how we try to practically use it. Secondly, what was the second thing? How?
What are the kind of, the students
Students,
that are
I
coming out
think,
of schools?
as private universities, I'll be very honest, luckily we get more or less students who are coming from private schools, to be honest with you. They're more or less very conversant digitally. As you mentioned, the next generation now is much digitally proficient than the previous. Just that 5-year, 10-year gap is increasing digital proficiency phenomenally. So 5 years ago, my first year and the proficiency they had and this batch is phenomenally different. So that is, in a way, as higher education is much easier for us. But having said that, our challenge is not really the technology of it. As you mentioned, the juggling of it, which you mentioned, as there's already a pressure that the students don't have the skills which are good enough for the employees. So you're supposed to teach them 10 skills in a 3-year degree program. You're also supposed to teach multidisciplinary programs or whatever, skills or whatever. So somewhere again, that's a huge challenge of packaging it, putting it in the 3 years. And also students also have other interests which they would like to pursue in the 3 years. So that would be a challenge for any higher education institute.
I just wanted to say one point, that I think only constant thing in life is change. So I think that is the one. So, I mean, what we need to teach our younger generation, whether we do it at higher education level or even earlier, is to make them realize that they don't fight change. They rather look at what change is going to happen, visionize what is going to happen, and then accept that change. Number one. The other thing is this being visionary. So the critical thinking component is very important. Whatever is going to happen, think what can good or what bad can come out even before it happens. So I think these are a couple of things that are very important for future generation.
I would like to add to the last, the question you asked, is that how do you manage that challenge of multidisciplinary, but also the specialization, right? See, the good thing is that now there are provisions where you can start with, let's say you want to do a BTech in computer science, but you want to do a minors in, let's say, music. These are now possible. That's very, very important. Second is that there are pathways where you can change track. You end up in an engineering college. You find that engineering is not your cup of tea. You can exit with the 1-year certificate, the UG certificate, having that 40 credits earned from that institute. Within that institute, you can change the track, or you can go out of into another institute and start from the 2nd year of your education. So these are far-reaching transformational change which is coming in, which actually makes the whole education very, very flexible and then multidisciplinary. Now, you would have seen most of the IITs are being asked to start courses apart from engineering. They're starting courses in medical, they are starting courses in law. Why? Because it's a deadly combination to have an engineer who also specializes in law, right? These skills are required to be successful in life, especially being an entrepreneur. So, the whole focus is how do you create multidisciplinary ecosystem where people can really collaborate between the departments.
In fact, IITs also have humanities department.
Humanities
management,
department,
yeah.
there's a lot of
Management,
focus is
yeah.
being given. Human psychology, right? I also studied from IIT Kharagpur. Human psychology was a course which I most enjoyed about, frankly, right? So that's how things work. I mean, it has to be multidisciplinary. Now there are provisions where there are a group of colleges from different streams. The government is asking to really get together and form a multidisciplinary university. So these are the type of changes which are coming, which would revolutionize the education for the next couple of decades.
We don't have much time, so final thoughts from all three of you.
So just a couple of things I wanted to say. One is digitization, what it means. Basically, digitization is conversion of subjective data into objective data. And so what happens is that a lot of streams which have a subjective kind of thing, for example, medicine, for example. So you have an X-ray and it's a subjective thing. You can't, but what digitization does, it processes those pixels. So there is an image processing and there is this pattern identification. And then a lot of research is possible on that, because then you bring together a radiologist with a medicine person and with AI tool of data science. And so these three collaborate together to bring out what is good for the body. Likewise, you have a chat bot where what happens is that a medical problem, artificial intelligence talks to the patient, tries to tell them a lot of things and objectivize the clinical data. So then there is interaction of artificial intelligence and clinical medicine and so many other streams. So this is how this multidisciplinary approach works in medicine, for example, because I'm more into medicine, but I think it is generally applicable in all the areas as well.
I think one very had this interesting discussion, I don't recall where. Someone asked, say 20 years down the line, you see the heart. What is heart? It's perhaps the most sophisticated pump in the world. If someone invents an artificial heart, who would the person be? A doctor, a mechanical engineer, an IT person, because I'm sure there'll be an IT element, no one knows. So one thing is for sure, that person will have multiple skills. So for our own sake, if we want more development, we have to imbibe by and follow a multidisciplinary frame of mind. And maybe one of our students is thinking about that. 20, 30 years down, they'll be the ones who will coming up all these inventions. So I think this is a must. I think there's no even discussion on that.
Mr. Durrani?
Yeah, to, as concluding remarks, I would say that, I mean, most of us here, I think, are from the education community and the education, belong from education fraternity. What my view is that the expectations, aspirations of students are changing very, very fast. They've become very, very impatient, right? Now it is up to us, the educators, who are on the deciding seat of what curriculums to float. It is actually, you have to be very student centric, decide on very, very, flexible, open kind of curriculums where the onus is on the student to perform, and you track continuously their learning and make it a very, very open technology based environment. That is what the students are looking at in these days, because the whole environment is going to be very, very rapidly changing and hyper competitive going forward. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much to all my esteemed panelists. And yes, thank you.
And with that, we come towards our last keynote session. We've all been discussing NEP since the morning. This is sort of a culmination to it. 3 years of NEP progress on the ground. And to talk on the same, please join me in welcoming on the stage Srimati Padma Jaiswal, IAS, Secretary to Government of Puducherry. Everybody, please, for ma'am.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. And this is the end of the session, which has been carried on since the morning. So I have been just, given the slot at the end of it, just to sum up what has been discussed and interacted and interfaced during the whole day. And this was a very fruitful and productive discussion, as I can say from the agenda points, which was mentioned in that agenda items. However, we were discussing about the education. So actually, I am dealing with a host of subjects in the government of Puducherry. And among them, the important ones at present are scenic welfare, in which we are giving the aid to the army schools and the army institutions. So from there, we are implementing the new education policy. So I would just like to comment what is the state of implementation in the government, as I have been attending the various committees, and I'm also the member and also holding various discussions and taking part into various kind of interfaces which is happening in the government about the education policy and where it has been, where it stands as of now. Actually, the education policy which was introduced during the pandemic times in 2020, when most of the students were doing the online classes, actually the very less deliberations and discussions of the stakeholders of various of the education department was taken. Since it was pandemic, only the online collaboration and some kind of inputs were taken from the stakeholder. So still it is in the formative process. Still this education policy, which is a kind of a skeleton which the government has provided, still it is in the formative stages, and the details are being fulfilled in this education policy as and when we receive the inputs from the various stakeholders and about the feedback and various kind of reflections from the field. So since I am dealing with Puducherry, it will be worthwhile on my part to comment about the implementation of this education policy in the southern part of the India. Southern part, I mean to say that Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, and this Puducherry, where I am working, UT of Puducherry, and Kerala and Karnataka. So as there is a difference in the structure and also the various kind of institutions which are in place in education department in southern states and also in the northern states. So so far as this southern states are concerned, the primary education and the primary level, primary unit of the whole governance is quite strong. When the primary unit of the governance is strong, that means the primary health centers, the Anganwadis, the Balwadis, the various kind of, the primary units and structures, that means that provides a kind of a support, the skeleton support to any kind of policy which has been dictated by the government from the top. So when it comes to education, as we all know, is bifurcated into 3 parts: primary education, secondary education, and this employability, that is university. So what happens in this southern states is that the level of implementation of this new education policy, which is about 5+3+3+4 scheme, that is quite well implemented, as because it envisages that a student should carry on the primary, this kindergarten classes starting from the age of 3, and also it should carry on till the age of 8, and so that it can learn some numeracy and also it can learn some digital skills. Now, why this happened? Why government introduced this kind of a kindergarten kind of a system? Because as from the previous, education system, which was there in 2006 or 2003, it was noticed that the students who are studying in the primary level, they don't know the tables, they don't know the literacy, they don't know the language literacy, and the numeracy literacy was also not good. Though there was universal access to the education, the primary education, but it was noticed that, the quality of the education, the quality at which the child was faring, the assessment, when the evaluation was done, it was not done very satisfactorily. So therefore, in this new education policy, the government has introduced this particular particular kind of a, kindergarten system in which the foundation, skills of the student is strengthened. They say that if the foundation of the student, when he's in the elementary stage is strengthened, then maybe, it will provide a kind of a strong backbone to go ahead with the higher education. Now, the unique thing about this, education is that also it is giving some kind of a vocational training course. Now, some schools have started the vocational training courses in engineering, in some kind of a medical field, in some kind of arts and sciences background in the school, at the school level. After the students, it enters the secondary stage in the 6th standard. So this kind of a vocational courses is still going on. So overall, I would say that the primary implementation, the primary part of the this national new education policy is doing quite well in the southern states. Well, I also attend the meetings about the northern states. Other states like, big states like, Bihar and UP, the implementation is little bit on the backstage, because maybe because of their, social indicators are not very fair. They are not very much faring well on the social indicators and sustainable goals. So, but the southern states are moving ahead when it comes to the northern states. Now, in this education policy, actually, we are in the stage where we have even recently, gone through pandemic, and we know, the uncertainty, the kind of chaos, the kind of confusion, the ambiguity which we face, in the environment these days. Now, as we have seen in the very live practical example, we all have experienced pandemic where we were totally disrupted and we were all working from home. And also, we were just seeing that, we were just going through hybrid and blended learning and all these kind of things. So government has thought about the employability, that how to, upskill the students at the elementary level, so that they can learn, they can then again unlearn, and they can again relearn. So this is the main focus of this new education policy, to facilitate the skills in the student so that it can take up the skills, it can learn the skills, it can then unlearn it, and also it can then again relearn depending upon what kind of skills which are available, which are needed in the market. So this is the major primary essence behind this education policy. Now, the primary education is doing quite well in this education policy, but the challenges lies ahead in the implementation of the higher education as a part of this new education policy. The thing is that in the higher education, there is a criteria, there is a clause which is introduced by the government saying that it has to be multidisciplinary. So now the multidisciplinary clause, that is what, as it was being discussed here in the panel discussion which preceded my this thing address here, that people are saying that what will be the core competency of the student and what will be the additional qualification of the student, how the student will differentiate, that what kind of core competency the student will carry on. So but then multidisciplinary is a need of the hour, because we are in the stage of digitization. We are using the digital space for enriching our education, for adding the value in our education system. So multidisciplinary skills have to be upgraded with the student, have to be learned by the student. Now, in this particular kind of an environment, where we are dealing with volatility, where we are dealing with ambiguity, confusion, where we really don't know in the age of artificial intelligence and machine learning as to where are we going to go in the implementation of various kind of goals and objectives. But the thing is that this is how the student has to learn, it has to upgrade, it has to navigate the uncertainty. So therefore, but the thing is that from where are we going to provide the infrastructure? One good thing about education policy is that it is very much open-ended, in the sense that it is providing the participation of the government, of the private sector, because government will be only the facilitator and will only be defining the policy guidelines, whereas filling the details and also about implementation will be mainly done by the private sectors. And the rules and the clauses have been defined very liberally, and the private sector, the voluntary sector, the non-government organizations, they have to fill in the gaps, they have to take the role. And moreover, it is said that government is very ambitious in this new education policy. It is trying to achieve and bring about social equity and inclusion and justice. Social equity, inclusion and justice means that it is going to empower the marginalized and the disadvantaged and the unprivileged privileged group of society and also going to bring them into the framework. One thing about it is that, you know, it is very gender friendly too. Now, why I'm saying gender friendly? Because in the previous policies, we have seen that, you know, the women, you know, they are obtaining 100, they are obtaining and are ahead in obtaining the degrees, in whether it comes to engineering, whether it comes to medical. But the same thing is not getting translated in the contribution of GDP. The degrees, they are holding the degrees, they are holding the educational qualifications. But what happens to them? Why aren't they taking it as a career? Or why aren't they, you know, translating the same thing towards, you know, the profession or towards the career? There are many aspects, there are many social, you know, and the other, you know, reasons for it. Maybe there are internal barriers, there are external barriers, subconscious biases in the society. But the major problem is that we have to facilitate the women and the gender. So therefore, the care, affordable care, is a part of this particular education policy, where the government is seeking investments from the private sector to come into this care sector in the form of now at present we are only having balwadis, where the educational skills are given at the kindergarten level to all the students or all the children. But you know, the care industry is being promoted in this education policy to come and make investments and to provide the affordable care, so that the women can enter in more quality and quantity in the workforce. At present, the literate urban women, you know, participation in the workforce is just about 20%, which is static from 2002 onwards. So this is a matter of concern. When women are, you know, obtaining a lot of education degrees, then why it is not being getting translated into the GDP of the country, into the economic activity? So this is the matter of concern which is being trying to address in this education policy, where the government is seeking investments from the care industry to come and please make some investments in providing the affordable care. Now, just last point I would like to, you know, raise that since this is a very ambitious, you know, education policy floated by the government so as to increase the employability of the kids, there are some misconceptions, you know, which has been floating around, which I want to clear. That yes, government is, you know, promoting multilingualism in this policy, but it doesn't mean that, you know, it is promoting Hindi in it. It is promoting that compulsorily you have to teach in Hindi only. It is just, you know, just to make, you know, the things very clear, so that at the primary level, at the kindergarten level, students are more accustomed to their mother tongue. So the government has been introducing this particular policy of, you know, teaching in its mother tongue and learning in the mother tongue. It doesn't mean that government is trying to dictate, you know, that the application of Hindi. And moreover, there is a scientific evidence available from the various kind of neuroscientists and neurologists that when we learn different languages, the various faculty of the brain in our frontal cortex, it gets activated, and our emotional intelligence, it increases. And emotional intelligence and various faculty of our brain, it increases, and it gives rise to innovative other kind of products and services. So this is a very you know, kind of a very productive part of the education policy which the government is trying to introduce, and it is still in the elementary stage. And it is good that we are today discussing the whole, you know, we have devoted the whole particular, you know, day toward this particular kind of education conference, which is specializing in discussing and interacting about education. So I really congratulate the organizers that they have spent the whole day about the discussions and the inputs that we will be receiving for you know, maybe just, you know, just reflecting upon the various policy frameworks, because ultimately the government takes the inputs from the public and various kind of interfaces and interactions that takes place. However, the government is also, you know, through this education policy is focusing upon soft skills and emotional intelligence instead of IQ, instead of this intelligence, you know, IQ. Instead of IQ, the government is promoting EQ, emotional intelligence, so that you have got the capacity and the capability to take the uncertainty, to take the setbacks, to take the failures, because ultimately the innovation and various kind of creations will come through these kind of failures, to encourage creativity, curiosity, imagination. So well, I have to just provide this input, otherwise the time was very short, you know, given to me by the organizers to discuss the education policy. But then I have just have to give the perspective of the government side here. Maybe it is a very short time for me to, just deliberate on all these kind of points, but still I have been able to put forward some important ones. And ultimately the implementation lies with the private sector, with the government NGOs, when all the other agencies, and whereas government is just the policy, just involved with the policy frameworks, but any kind of suggestions would be most welcome. And if there are any questions, I would be delighted to take those questions. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. For our next and our last keynote session for today, please join me in welcoming on stage Professor Dr. Pawan Kumar, Joint Secretary, Haryana Board of School Education, Bhiwani. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to extend my heartiest gratitude and thanks to the organizers of today's summit and this prize distribution conference. Myself, Dr. Pawan Kumar, Joint Secretary, Haryana Education Board. As per the discussion on education is concerned, the word education is very diversified word. Basically, there are two components in education. One is the teacher and another is the learner. Here, the emphasis on education specifically is about teachers, about their knowledge, about their quality. But one more important aspect is there, that is learner. The new education policy, that is Education Policy NEP 2020, also pointed out that the curriculum or the present education policy should be of such type that here every student will select either one or two such subjects which are of his interest, that is, which are in common or close proximity of that student. Second one, the knowledge about India. Here the word India, not about whole of the country, because diversity in India is up to such an extent that a single or a student of a particular area cannot go through across whole of the culture of the India. That is in the area of that student. Third one is what is right or wrong. Here again, it depends upon ethical values of the education society. The NEP 2020 emphasizes on this ethical values also. That is, a student must know about what is right or wrong. It means that here NEP is as per the requirement of present scenario. Lot of discussion was there across the day where the main points were quality education. Again, the objective of quality education starts from the classroom teaching. As per my opinion is concerned, or my experience is concerned, being profession, I'm a professor also, and I have teaching experience of 30 years. One of the member of discussion mentioned that seventh sense is required. No doubt. For proper learning, the seventh sense is required, and this seventh sense is to be identified by the teacher, that a student can follow him up to what extent. Sometimes it happens that a specific course or a specific type of career is selected by the parents or guardians, but the student is not of such a level or not have interest in that particular direction. It means that the seventh sense is essential for finding out the career of the student, and it can be found out through the teacher. Now, next point, which I would like to discuss here, is basically a word research is concerned. In education, research is also required, where each and every aspect of teaching to learning should be research oriented. When a teacher is assigned a particular type of duty, you say subject, then he just go and explain the topic. He doesn't know, or he doesn't try to find out why the students are not following properly. The question arises, the interest of students play the main role about the success of the students or the effective teaching of the teacher. All of us know very well that sun is the main source of light, but plants produce different type of products according to their own quality. Then how I can consider all the students of same nature? It means that the students are also of different temperament, different IQ, different qualities, and we cannot generalize a specific type of teaching for all the students. It means that here the research should be there about differentiation or about categorizing the students, about the categorizing the learners, how an effective teaching can be done. Similarly, one more point was there when the discussion, I think in fifth or sixth panel was there, that sometime it happens that a particular syllabus is designed by the state government or by the policy makers, and it is implemented across the state. But what actually happens? Here, categories of students are not of uniform type, due to which few of the students are in a position just to give performance better while others not. What can be done here? Again, the same question is there. First of all, we have to find out the hunger. Which type of hunger, which type of knowledge is required? Again, not taking much of the time, I would like to mention here that before implementing any particular curriculum, any particular policy, or any particular type of teaching methodology, it is essential to find out the need of that particular area or that particular group. Once I got an opportunity to attend a conference about vocational education in colleges or universities, and it was pointed out that Tamil Nadu and Karnataka adopted this practice extensively. But again, so many examples are there where professionals are not well qualified in a particular field, but they are very much expert in that particular area. In our surroundings, so many examples are there. It means that the knowledge does not depend upon school teaching. It depends upon hunger, which type of requirement, which type of necessity a learner feel. Hence, we have to find out the necessity of that particular learner. Sometime it may happen that proper circumstances, proper stage can improve the quality of a learner, but main job, basic component of learning is absolutely according to the surrounding of that individual, that student or that learner. As per the surroundings is concerned, here again, I would like to mention one point that suppose a student or a child belongs to hilly area. You say the Himalayan area, he knows very well about landslide. He knows very well about snowfall. But a student from coastal region doesn't know about landslide, doesn't know about snowfall. It means that the curriculum must be according to the local conditions, according to the local circumstances. The generalization of a particular policy across whole of the continent, across whole of the country is not the appropriate way. Hence, as per the quality education or learning or knowledge level is concerned, it should be as per the required local conditions or local available resources. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And with that, we come to an end of the first half of the day, which was the conference bit. And now moving ahead from those compelling discussions that we witnessed to the evening's celebrations. My name is Aditya Malik, and once again, it's an honor and a privilege to welcome all of you to the BW Super 30 Top Education Brands Awards. Today, we gather here to celebrate and honor the exceptional leaders of education sector and best schools, institutes, and edtech companies in the country who have demonstrated exceptional commitment and dedication towards shaping the future of work. I also take this moment to thank our partners of the day, our preschool partner, Kiddo, Safari Kid Global Preschool and Day School, our school partners, Griffins International School, our university partner, Scope Global Skill University, Chitkara University, our associate partner, Sir Padampat Singhani University, Udaipur, our gifting partner, My Anatomy, in association with BW Education, organized by BW Business World, and our event partners, Exchange for Media, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels, Fandrum, Beanly, Just Path AI, IWM Buzz, Reality Plus, Impact, and Pitch. With that, may I please request my team to play the partners AV?
उदयपुर को मेरे डैड से बेहतर कोई नहीं जानता 25 साल से टूरिस्ट गाइड है बट फॉर द लास्ट 16 इयर्स देयर इज अ न्यू अट्रैक्शन इन उदयपुर देखना चाहोगे चलो दिखाता हूं So this is the attraction I was talking about. My SPSU. क्या नहीं है यहाँ पर? You don't believe me? Come, let's step in.
We are driven by a sacred mission to change the world through the power of education. We look to solve not the problems that we face today, but anticipate the challenges that lie ahead and equip students with the know-how to devise creative and innovative solutions. We redefine for the India of the 21st century, fostering a culture of continuous learning and reinvention. We imbue education with a sense of social consciousness and awareness, creating professionals with the skill sets and know-how to effect real and lasting change. Secret is a relentless drive to better not just our learners, but ourselves with constant faculty and management development.
Sir Padampat Singhania University was established in 2007. It has the legacy of Sir Padampat Singhania and is an initiative of JK Cement. If you look at it has a sprawling campus of 100+ acres, and it is an energy efficient campus, a conducive environment for higher learning. There is a lot of focus on internationalization, industry integration, and innovation. The university is a new age university where you're preparing the youth to be the change agents for the future, and they're nurtured to become the leaders of tomorrow. At the university, we have several centers of excellence which are committed to create sustainable environment. There are high-end research practices which are taking place. Students are being equipped to contribute to the development of the practices within the corporate world. Through technology-enabled environment, rich curriculum, and through experiential learning, we are empowering youth to build nations.
And you know, when you apply for categories like these, and when so many of you apply, all wonderful schools and teachers and administrations, of course, it becomes very difficult for all jury members to choose as to who should win. when you send in a nomination, I always say that you're already a winner, because if you feel that you're bound to send in your nomination, that means it's already so strong that you're already there. But still, a list is a list. Categories are there. You have to have a gold, bronze, silver, all of that. That's a part of how it works. And before I invite Dr. Bhatta to officially open the awards ceremony and also talk about how and what about the awards, we would like to show you the jury, AB, to exactly sort of bring to your eyes what really happened from the start till where we are today, and how did the jury decide as to who should be here while receiving those awards. Can you please have the jury, AB?
I'm happy to be part of the jury for the Business World Education Awards for the Best Education Brands in India. The awards were in 4 categories. It was in preschool, it was for K-12, it was for edtech, and it was for higher education. A large number of applications were received. It was really difficult for us to select the best one. We did a very tedious job and selected the best out of the net. Thanks to all the award winners, because you really deserve it. And thanks to Business World for giving me an opportunity to be a part of the jury and for instituting these awards. Thank you very much.
I was delighted to have been part of the esteemed BW Education Super 30 Top Education Brands Summit and Awards as a jury member. It was an enriching experience evaluating and recognizing educational institutions that are shaping the future of education in our country. I'm really very happy the way individuals have contributed with their own innovative ideas in building the institutions, which are really making a very important contribution to how education is perceived, how it is delivered, and also the pedagogy of education that has been emphasized by most of the presenters.
Namaskar. Embracing the future of education, I applaud the remarkable participants of the Super 30 Top Education Brands Summits and Awards. Your innovative approaches, dedication to quality, and unwavering passion in shaping a new paradigm in the education is absolutely amazing. I'm thrilled to witness your innovative approaches that are shaping the future of learning. Congratulations on being the driving force in shaping the leaders and thinkers of the next generation. A special applaud to my friends at the Business World Education for organizing this platform that celebrates the transformative power of education.
I think all our jury members deserve a huge round of applause for all the efforts that they've put in. A big thank you to them. And now I would like to invite on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, PW Business World and founder, Exchange Media Group, to officially open the award ceremony. Sir.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be at the top education brands by BW Education. I can only say that education is such a domain that is built with a lot of years in it. You know, education is not something institutions are built in a short time. Educational institutions are built over a period of time. However, in a very short time, some of the winners that you will see tonight have achieved some amount of recognition and are well on their way to become institutions. The purpose of awards is also to discover people before they get discovered, so to say, when they're on the cusp of building something impactful. So I just want to say, when you see the winners tonight, there are institutions, there are brands, there are educational initiatives. Some of them are very, very accomplished. And some are on their way of becoming even bigger, better, and becoming institutions. So the jury has chosen a healthy mix of already established players and new players that are coming up. So it's been done through a jury process. I keep saying that awards are like a cricket match, a one-day T20, whichever you like more. I like test match more. Gives away my age, but that's okay. I can only say that Sachin Tendulkar is a great cricketer, though I share my birthday with the world's greatest cricketer of all time, according to Sachin Tendulkar, that is Sir Donald Bradman. I can only say that Sachin gets there to bat, and a lot of times he scores centuries, but there are days that he gets out on lesser scores, not necessarily a century. That doesn't make Sachin Tendulkar any less batsman or cricketer. And for a lot of people in the world and for lots of Indians, Sachin Tendulkar is the best cricketer of all time. And it's his humility that he calls Sir Donald Bradman the greatest cricketer of all time. So really, awards are about how well you present to the jury, what you did on that day, you know, and certainly in awards, one jury member kind of believes in you and makes sure you win. And sometimes one jury member becomes the veto and make sure somebody doesn't win. It happens. That's the nature of awards, okay? So if you were nominated and for some reason post the presentation you didn't win, maybe you'll go out and bat another day and score a century and win. So wish you luck. I do get excited about books. So I've been recommending this book that I read 45 days back, 50 days back. It's called Humankind by Rutger Bregman. He's a Dutch philosopher. It's about how kind the human beings are. He's done a research over the last 300 years, and he's taken every story where humans are shown poorly, and he's given a very contrarian view through research and insights. And I'm Dr. Mittal. I'm sure you will enjoy meeting, reading the book and meeting the author through his book. He's written another book called Utopia for Realists, which is about solutions to problems of the world, including education. There is a chapter on education. There's a chapter, you know, the Nobel Prize winners who talked of a basic income. One of them is an Indian and his wife is not an Indian. Their idea was also first in that book. It's called Utopia for Realists, which is his first book, which I read as his second book, because I read his second book first. So that's a book I would recommend to all of you. I enjoyed reading, and very few books that I reread to even get more inputs and, you know, so to kind of, you know, soak them in deeply. So I would recommend books. Whatever little I've achieved is because of my parents' blessings and books, as I keep saying. So I'll not stand between you And the award winners, Dr. Mittal is here, and she's been associated with BW Education for a long time. Last I met you at the Tamil Nadu Chennai Higher Education Summit on 20th April in Chennai. So all the best. Keep doing good work. Education is a marathon, as you know. You're building an institution. You build an institution. It takes many, many years. I studied at MDI. I was lucky to go to MDI. This is the 52nd year of MDI. 51 completed. It's the 52nd year of MDI. And it took a lot of time for MDI to get built. Still a long way, and I can talk about that institution. There are other institutions also I went to. Some of you may know those institutions, may not. So I am not talking about those institutions. They're also, for me, they're very important, and I'm lucky that I went there. I mean, anybody from Old Gurgaon here? Old Gurgaon, not New Gurgaon. Anybody from Gurgaon? Right? You know sectors. Do you know New Colony? Does anybody know New Colony? You know New Colony. So there's a school there called Our Lady of Fatima Convent High School. I went to that. There's a very big cabinet minister. She also went to that school. I won't give her name. You can guess. Right? She's very preeminent, and So I went there, and I still believe that that's one of the best part of my education. It's very, I mean, convent schools have changed. I read a Reshmi Das Gupta's piece 8, 10, 12 weeks back on how the convent schools have not kept pace with education like they used to. Because I remember I have an older sister. When I was born, my parents, of course, wanted me to go to that school, and my parents are educationists. And my sister, had a very good rapport with the principal, and the principal asked. I've been told this story. Of course, I was too small. I don't remember it. So my sister asked, "So what do you want as a gift?" She said, "Give my younger brother an admission in the school." So it's a very big deal to get admission. My nephew didn't get admission 23 years back. I tried for him. He didn't, right? So, it's a very good school. And I learned, also it was very innocent times, no social media. In the cleanest school I went to, you can say we were ignorant about a lot of things. I learned my English there, Renan and Martin and stuff like that, And there used to be a subject called moral science, if you went to a convent school, and it was I used to like that. So I just would say that. And then, I don't talk about it, but I went to an engineering school that's known more for textiles. And, it's in Bhiwani, so it's called the Technological Institute of Textiles and Sciences. But I did my BTech Computer Sciences because sciences is. So really, all these institutions have played a role in my life. And after 10th, I got a little less marks than my parents expected. In 10th, I was 8th or 9th or 10th in the class, and my parents expected better marks. And I got 72.6. I mean, that time the topper was 78%, to give you the perspective, So don't think like 172.6. And my father was in the government college in Gurgaon. And all my friends came to DPS, because my school the convent school was still 10th. Now there is a senior school in sector 14. And I went to again, if you know Gurgaon, it was like a punishment for me that you didn't score well, now you study here. I know at that time, but I became paranoid, and I topped the Haryana board both in 11th and 12th because I made sure that, I had to do well. So I went to a college called Dronacharya Government College in Gurgaon, I did my 11th, 12th from there. So 10, I went to, actually the first school I went to, if really, I know this education, but, I'm giving you my journey. I remember I was 4 years old, and we used to live in Civil Lines in Old Gurgaon. If you know Civil Lines, in a very nice area. And both my parents are academicians, as I've told you. So they put me in, my sister was in OLF, and I still hadn't got admission. They put me in a school called, it's near, and it's called, in every small town, there is a Guru Ghanteshwar school, it was called that. And, there was a temple next to it. It was very close to our home, and I wouldn't learn anything. So my parents got very worried that, in spite of going to the school for 60 days, he doesn't speak basic ABCD. He doesn't. So they went to OLF and made sure that they requested the principal. And I was lucky enough, because of my sister, I got through into the school. So these are the OLF, Dronacharya Government College, Gurgaon, TIT Bhiwani, and MDI are the 4 institutions that I've studied in. And I'm grateful that I could get in there. And, I did get, my dad studied at BITS Pilani. I got through in BITS Pilani, but I was getting a 5-year dual mechanical. And here I was getting BTech Computer Science. And all those, that time my parents and me took a decision, and also TIT was cheaper than BITS Pilani, let me say, middle class family, so it was cheaper. So, and it was 4 years. So all those, things happened, but ultimately, I am a Hindu, I believe in Prarabdha. जो भी preordained है वो तो होगा ही होगा. So do your best, build your institutions. Education in India is the most important thing for parents. I think education is bigger than building a house, doing anything. So it's all of you have a responsibility, and I know that all the winners are taking on their responsibility with aplomb and with a great sense of accountability, if I may use it. Winners know that more will be expected from them, and also we will editorially take your stories in our editorial platforms, whether digital or print. That's what a media company can do. It's our job to discover new institutions who are at the cusp of being discovered. And I can say that in many of our domains, we've done that. I hope today there are winners that you can collaborate with, you can work with each other, and you can build a young workforce that not only contributes to India, but it contributes to the value system that India has always stood for. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bweducation.com. Once again, please join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag Super30TEB. 30 is numeric in this. Now, before we start with the award ceremony, an important announcement for all the winners. Once you receive your award, please step down and move towards the left of the stage, because we need a picture of yours for the magazine, and also stay back in the end because we need a group picture as well. Once again, for the magazine, and also both these pictures, your individuals and the group, will also go on our digital platforms. That's one's of course on the business world platform, and second on the education platform as well. And I promise it'll help you with your reach as well. Don't miss out on that. And now time to reveal the winners of the BW Education Super 30 Top Education Brands Awards. To felicitate our winners, may I please call on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and founder, Exchange Media Group. Joining him is Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, Professor Dr. Pawan Kumar, Joint Secretary, Haryana Board of School Education, Bhiwani, Srimati Padma Jaiswal, IAS, Secretary to Government of Puducherry, and Dr. Ram Kumar Kakani, Indian Institute of Management, Raipur. Please, once for them, everybody. Okay, so the first category, the main category is preschool, and the first subcategory in this is innovation for curriculum for preschool. And the silver in this goes to it's Khushbu Singh, founder and director, Oak Valley International Preschool and Daycare. Ma'am, a few words from you.
Thank you, BW team, and thank you, jury panel, for this award. Yes, an external recognition means a lot and goes long way. And I would love to thank my Oak Valley family and my own family for supporting me at each step. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, ma'am. The next subcategory under the preschool category is innovation for curriculum for preschool. And in this also same one, the gold in this goes to this goes to Safari India. We have with us the chairman, Jitendra Karsan, to receive the award. Everybody wants for
Yeah, thank you very much, Business World and the jury, for this award. Frankly, I'm just the representative collecting this award. This award is dedicated to my entire team who's been working very hard, making a difference to each and every child that enrolls with us, and all the blessings that we've been getting from all the parents. Thank you very much to the entire team. Thank you very much.
moving ahead. The next subcategory is leading preschool of India. And the winner of this is Kiddo Education Private Limited. We have with us the CEO, Arpita, to receive the award. Everybody once for her, please, and for entire school.
Thanks so much. Like Jitu said, definitely a team effort, impossible to make it this far. I do want to acknowledge what you said, sir. BW team, BW education team does recognize teams that are on the cusp of breaking through and making a name for themselves. We really do appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, our next subcategory is preschool franchisor of the year. And the winner in this category is Your Kids Lighthouse Learning. We have with us the Zonal Business Manager, Sarpreet Singh, receiving the award on behalf of the CEO, Shisha Sai. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Moving ahead, our next subcategory is academic excellence in K-12. And the silver in this goes to Griffin's International School. We have with us the founder, chairman, and academic director, Abhishek Kumar Yadav, to receive the award. Once for them, please. And for Griffin's International School. Congratulations, sir. A few words from you, please.
Thank you to BW Education for this recognition and the jury which thought we deserve it. But as earlier people said, this entire credit goes to our principal ma'am who's here with us and the teachers who put in the hard work day in, day out, without a doubt. Thank you.
A request to all the winners, please stay back for the group picture as well. We don't really want you to miss that. Now the gold in the academic excellence in K-12 category goes to Bharat National Public School. We have with us the principal, Kavaljit Ji, to receive the award. Once for sir. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I was wondering, probably I'll be getting it for innovation award for academic excellence. So nevertheless, just to set the context, so very, very briefly, these awards and the kind of work all of us are doing probably. Just yesterday, a small anecdote. One of my teachers was sharing something about her teenage daughter coming back from school and very, very disturbed. And what she shared was that she had some kind of shouting game with the teacher. Teacher said something, she shouted back, teacher again yelled back at her, and she was ousted from the class. And the teacher was asking me, so what would you think? How would I have responded to this situation? And my natural response was, you would have inquired what actually happened, what transpired between you and the teacher, and probably concluding something whether the teenage child is a rebellious child or the teacher herself needs some kind of counseling. But what she responded was, opened my eyes to all this gambit of looking out of box and looking at the things, which also is a psychologist's response to a situation also, where she asked her daughter, did you have your breakfast in the morning? Now, that was something which also struck very hard to me in terms of most of the issues are coming because we are trying to find the problem somewhere in that situation which it lies somewhere outside. So I think the whole gambit of the whole plethora of these awards also signify that probably there are people who are finding solutions not only in that problem, but beyond that. Thank you so much. It's been a privilege to be here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Padma ji and Pawan ji, for helping us with the awards. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Everybody wants for them, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Moving ahead, our next subcategory in the K-12 school is Emerging School of India. And the winner of this is Medanya International School. We have with us the president, Nishint Chawla, to receive the award. We have with us the principal to receive the award. Congratulations, ma'am. Moving ahead, our next subcategory is Innovative School of India. And the bronze in this goes to National Public School, ITPL. We have with us the Dean Academics, Sharulata Prakash ji, to receive the award. Ma'am. Everybody for National Public School. Congratulations, ma'am. Moving ahead, the silver in Innovative School of India goes to Mahatma Gandhi International School. We have with us the Director, Pedagogy, Minu Joshi, to receive the award. Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations. Now the gold in Innovative School of India goes to DLF QEC Innovative School, Ridge Valley. We have with us the principal, Nidhi Tiwari, to receive the award. For them, everybody, please. For DLF QEC Innovative School. Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations. Aye, please. Our next subcategory is leading residential school in India. And the winner of this is Sai International Residential School. We have with us a headmaster, Amitabh Agnihotri, to receive the award. For them, please. For all the kids, the teachers, or staff back home. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for the awards. Pawan sir, thank you so much. Thank you. Everybody, एक बार sir के लिए. May I once again request Dr. Kagani, Indian Institute of Management, Raipur, to please Join us on stage. Yes, sir. Our next subcategory is K-12 Education Group of the Year. And the silver in this goes to GEMS Education India. We have with us COO and the Director of Education, Dr. Amrita Bhora, to receive the award. For them, please. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. A reminder for all the winners, please stay back. For the group picture, we've reached the half already. A few more to go. Now the gold in K-12 Education Group of the Year category goes to Amity International School. We have with us a Director Academics, Mohina Darshi, to receive the award. We also have the principals of many of, wow. Congratulations to all the schools in the group. And now we go on to our next category, which is School of the Year. And the winner in that category is Pathways World School, Gurgaon. We have with us a school director, Sonia Mehta, to receive the award. Everybody once for Pathways World School. We can be louder, Congratulations. Congratulations, ma'am. And now from K-12, we come to higher education category. And the subcategory in that is emerging higher education institution in India. And the winner of that is Hidayatullah National Law University. We have with us the Assistant Registrar and Faculty, Anita Singh, to receive the award. Congratulations, ma'am. Aye, please. Our next category is institution with excellent training and placement. And the silver in this goes to Noida Institute of Engineering and Technology. We have with us a director, Dr. Vinod M. Kapse, to receive the award. For the institution, please, ladies and gentlemen. What happened to all your Josh? Congratulations, sir. And the gold in institution with excellent training and placements category goes to okay, so this is a change. This is leading University of India. Now, mate. So this is the leading University of India, Chitkara University. We have with us a Pro Chancellor, Dr. Madhu Chitkara, to receive the award. Everybody once for them, please. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next category is institution with excellent training and placement. And the gold in this goes to Besides school. We have with us a CTO, Drupal Dev, to receive the award. You know, I feel Dr. Batra is clapping much more louder than all of us combined. Just saying. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Now, moving ahead, our next category is Leading Skills University of India. And the winner in this is Scope Global Skill University. We have with us the Pro Chancellor, Abhishek Panditji, to receive the award. Congratulations, sir. Now we come to edutech. And in this, the first subcategory is best e-learning / online tutoring company of the year. And we have joint winners in this. Let's please have the winners. Physics wala, we have with us the Chief Academic Officer, Rohit Gupta, to receive the award. For physics wala, everybody. Congratulations. As I mentioned, this is a joint winner award. The next winner in the best e-learning online tutoring company of the year category is Great Learning. We have with us the PR head, Navmi Achen, to receive the award. Everybody for them for Great Learning. Congratulations, ma'am. And the next winner, the third winner in the best e-learning / online tutoring company of the year category is Infinity Learn by Sri Chaitanya. We have with us a head of fulfillment and delivery, Sharamani Tripathi, to receive the award. For Shalab, everybody, and for Infinity Learn. Congratulations, sir. Our next category is game-based learning company of the year, and the winner in this is Mighty Me. We have with us the co-founder and chief product officer, Devajyoti Dash, to receive the award. Everybody for Mighty Me, please. The winners. Yeah, please.
Hello. I'm really grateful to receive this award on behalf of my entire team. Why I voluntarily took this microphone is because in what we are building, we want all of your like help, support, and overall blessings to make this a real impactful company. Regarding what we do is basically it's the summary of what Padma Jaiswal ma'am actually told in her like speech. It's basically all that we do. So it's about not just building a well knowledgeable individual, it's about building an individual who makes a difference in the society. So that's what we want to make. And this difference in the society can only be made if you help us in making this difference in the society. Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Congratulations. We're on to our last 4 categories. The next is innovative technology solutions for schools. We have joint winners in this. And the winners are Gamut. We have with us a head of projects, Sunny's Cartwright, to receive the award. Once for them, please, once for her, her entire team. Congratulations, ma'am. And as I had mentioned, ki is category mein joint winners hain. The other winner, the next winner in the innovative technology solutions for schools category is Power School. We have with us the MD and country head India, Purva Nishchal, to receive the award. For him, please, and for his entire team. What happened? We all teachers and academicians. हम लोग ताली बजाएंगे तो कौन बजाएगा? हालांकि मानना पड़ेगा ये पूरी side is not interested at all. Just saying. This one especially. I can easily see you. The Amity group, I can see they're all happy, cheering, clapping. The middle is also catching up. इधर bronze भी नहीं है, consolation भी नहीं है. Just saying. You should have 2 more categories to catch up. The next category is STEM Education Solution of the Year. And the winner in this is White Canvas India. We have with us the founder and CEO, Samaresh Shah, to receive the award. For him, please, and for his entire team. They're still not interested, I'm seeing. Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Anurag ji, Business World, and sir, for this award. I also voluntarily took the mic from him because we've been driving an initiative called the Young CEO Program, which is very, very unique in the country. It's India's largest entrepreneurial skill program. We started it during COVID, and I'm very happy to share this stage and say and announce to all of you, 200 plus progressive schools in the country are making their student future ready through our entrepreneurial skill program, marketing skill, social skill. And trust me, even if they are teenagers today in school, they are launching their products. We are talking schools like Mayo College, Scindia School, Legendary School. I would request the schools present here to look at the Young CEO program, because trust me, it's building a new India. As our Prime Minister says, Abhi samay hai, sahi samay hai. We are just driving this initiative in sync with that. Thank you, Business World, for this.
Congratulations. Just to ask, how many of you studied in a boarding school or a residential school? Anybody? 4. Studied there. Went and studied, of course. More detailed. 4, 5. Okay. You as well. Oh, because I also went to one of them. And I can't find a school anywhere here. want to write to our principal now कि हाँ कुछ तो nomination could have tried better. Sure would, yes. Yes. Next category is Best Education ERP of the Year. And the winner in this is Soft Solutions Private Limited. We have with us Varun Dev, Vice President, to receive the award. Everybody. We also have a video. Can we please play that?
Hello everyone, I'm Arpit Bhattacharya, the CEO and founder at Academia by Cerosoft. I'm deeply humbled today to receive for Academia by Cerosoft the Super 30 Top Education Grants in India by Business World. I'm truly honored, and I dedicate this award to all our 350 customers across 22 countries and to the 250 Cerosofters that have built the product to where it is today. This award will only propel us on our mission to be the world's #1 student information system /ERP in the world and impact 2 million learners by 2030. Thank you once again to Mr. Batra, his team, and the entire Business World family.
Congratulations. And the last is EdTech CEO of the Year. And this one goes to Ujjwal Singh, President and CEO, Infinity Learn by State. Chaitanya, we have with us the head of fulfillment and delivery. Solomon is the body to receive the award. For Ujjwal, everybody, he's the EdTech CEO of the Year. Congratulations. And with that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony. Thank you so much to all the presenters. Thank you so much. All the winners, with your trophies, please, along with the jury members, I would request you as well to please join us on stage for a group picture. All the winners with your trophies and jury members भी अगर आज हमारे साथ यहाँ पर हैं तो please.
Just the winner, me, Dr. Mittal, and Gamut. We all know just the winner.